Chapter 13 Wuling Hongguang vs. McLaren P1. Lu Fei also increased the speed of the McLaren P1 to the extreme. Li Qiqi was frightened when she saw the trees whizzing past on both sides. The excellent performance of the poison began to show its full potential. From the perspective of the drone, the two cars were almost running side by side, and the finish line was less than 100 meters away. The hurricane created by the car body blew the nearby staff all over the place. At the last moment, Du Yao crossed the line half a parking space ahead and won the race narrowly. Ha, I finally won. After stopping Poison with a handsome drift, when Xin was suddenly excited. You're just lucky. The driver of that McLaren is actually better than you and is more familiar with the road conditions. Fong Yi commented objectively. He is a skilled driver. His level is even better than that of top racing drivers. So he has a clear understanding of the battle situation just now. So what luck is also a form of strength. In the end, I won, didn't I, when Xin said with a smile. Finally, I don't have to be Lu Fei's girlfriend for a month. Yeah, girlfriend. Fong Yi finally understood. It turned out that there was another bet between the two of them. It's my fault that I was young and hot-headed and accepted the challenge from my classmate. When Xin smiled. But fortunately, I won. If you lose, won't you be in trouble? Fong Yi shook his head. This girl's approach was too dangerous. After losing the game, Lu Fei was almost so angry that his nose was crooked. He had performed exceptionally well just now, but unfortunately, he fell short in the last sprint on the straight. Seeing his gloomy face, Li Qiqi, who was sitting next to him, was silent as a cicada, not daring to make any sound, fearing that the other party would vent his anger on her. What happened? Young Master Lu actually lost. After holding the championship for more than a year, he gave it to someone else. This is the worst thing the king of Dongming Mountain can do. I think Mr. Lu has tried his best, but he was completely defeated by the performance of the car. The saddest thing is that he actually lost to a beautiful girl. This will probably be a stain on his life. Hearing the whispers around him, Lu Fei could no longer sit still. He opened the car door and walked straight towards the poison. When Xin, you just won by chance because of your good car. Do you dare to race again? That's not necessary. If it happened again, when Xin wasn't sure she could beat him again. Don't rush to refuse. Listen to my conditions first. Lu Fei sneered. If I win, the conditions will remain the same. You will be my girlfriend for a month. If you win, this McLaren will be yours. After hearing this, when Xion's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Lu Fei's McLaren is not as expensive as the poison, it is also a top-of-the-line supercar priced at nearly 20 million yuan, which is much more awesome than the Ferrari A12 he ordered. Just as she was about to accept the challenge, Fong Yi suddenly spoke up. You blame the car for not being good enough when you lose. What kind of logic is that? Boy, do you have the right to speak here? Lu Fei felt like he was hit in a sore spot, and he immediately became angry. Before Fong Yi could say anything, when Xin couldn't help herself. He's my new boyfriend, and the car is his too, so why doesn't he have the right to speak? Fong Yi almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This was only the second time they met, so when did he become her boyfriend? I don't care who he is, just tell me, do you dare to take the match? Lu Fei turned his head and looked at Xin. If you are afraid of losing, you can let your boyfriend take the match. Take it, why not? Fong Yi said calmly. With your skills, I can beat you even without using poison. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Is this guy crazy? How could he say such a thing? If she hadn't prescribed poison, that beauty wouldn't have been able to defeat young Master Lu. This guy is a stranger. Could he be better than young Master Lu? Even if he is a professional expert, it is unlikely that he can outrun young Master Lu in Dongming Mountain. This kid must be very angry. Okay, you can choose any car you like. Lu Fei sneered. If it's you who's on the field, I'll add another 10 million to the bet. Mr. Lu is really generous. In that case, I will respectfully obey your orders. Fong Ye's eyes surveyed more than a dozen sports cars of various types. Although there were no big names like Du Yao among them, there were still a few cars worth over 10 million. Are your driving skills good enough? Don't push me into the fire pit. When Xian was also a little uneasy. Although Fong Yi had the poison, his driving skills were still unknown. Fong Yi said shamelessly, Don't worry, I was known as the national Schumacher in the village back then. I could beat him to tears with one hand. When Xian looked unconvinced. Why do I feel like you are bragging? Don't worry, you'll know later, I never brag. After walking around, Fong Yi finally chose the car for the competition. This one's fine. After seeing the car, when Xian's eyes suddenly went dark, and the people around her burst into laughter. The owner of the car was even more confused. This is a well-known magic car, Wuling Hongwang S, a 10-year-old model with a displacement of 1.2. It is very powerful whether it is used to transport people or goods. Fong Yi, are you going to be satisfied only if you piss me off to death? When Xian said angrily, you didn't choose from a bunch of sports cars, but you actually picked a van to compete with others. Did your head get caught in the door when you got out of the car just now? Lu Fei's face also turned pale. He thought that if the other party was not deliberately causing trouble, then he was a complete idiot. Boy, stop wasting time and choose a car quickly. Even if you beat the other person, you won't be able to look forward to it. Instead, you might become a laughingstock. Don't choose just this one, Fong Yi said with a smile. Why? Are you afraid you can't outrun it? How about this? If I lose, the warmth will be yours, and the poison will be yours too. It's a deal. Lu Fei was also drooling over Fong Ye's limited edition supercar. Since the other party offered it to him, there was absolutely no reason to refuse it. Fong Yi, are you stupid? When Xian went crazy after hearing this. Not only did you sell me out, you even gave the poison to someone else. Could it be that it was blown here by the wind? The game hasn't even started yet. How do you know I'm going to lose? Fong Yi said calmly, if you keep yelling, I won't let you sit in the passenger seat. Seeing the other person's serious look, when Xian was angry and wanted to laugh. Only a fool would want to sit in the passenger seat of a van. Forget it if you don't want to sit, otherwise it will affect my performance. Fong Yi opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and adjusted the seat position. The car owner smiled bitterly and said, Brother, do you really want to drive my car to Dongming Mountain? Is that true? Fong Yi said with a smile, I'll transfer 50,000 to you as rent first. No, brother, if I can really beat the McLaren with this, I'll have something to brag about. It's a small matter. A few minutes later, the Wuling Hongwang S and the McLaren P1 stopped at the starting line. The very different styles of the two looked particularly dazzling, and the racing girl holding the flag couldn't help laughing. Didn't you say you wouldn't ride in my car? Fong Yi looked at Wen Xian sitting in the passenger seat in confusion. What do you care? If there's no hope of winning later, I will grab the steering wheel and die with you, and we'll be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks on Dongming Mountain. When Xian threatened angrily, then you will be disappointed. I can't possibly lose. Fong Yi said with a smile. You keep saying that you want to die with me. Are you really in love with me? What a joke. I am a beautiful lady. How could I possibly like a delivery boy? Where do you get your confidence from? Then I'm relieved. I'll block you on WeChat when I get back, and we'll never see each other again. You dare, Wen Xian said angrily. If you dare to block me, I will order 100 takeouts every day and give bad reviews on all of them. You're so cruel. While the two were bickering, the sexy racing girl was already waving colorful flags, and the race entered the countdown. The poison is mine, and the person is mine too. Lu Fei, sitting in the car, looked relaxed as he had already secured victory. After the colorful flag fell, the McLaren rushed out immediately, and Fong Ye's Wuling Hongwang followed slowly behind. Chapter 14, Meeting Old Classmates. Looking at the taillights gradually disappearing in front of her, when Xian was no longer able to complain. She turned her head and looked at Fong Yi fiercely. Don't mess around. The game has just begun. Fong Yi was frightened by her eyes. When Xian snorted coldly, Don't worry, I will do it when we are getting down the mountain. That way we will die more completely. By the time the ambulance arrives, we will be almost dead. I told you I won't lose. Fong Yi smiled faintly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. It turned out that there were already 28 bends ahead. When Xian yelled, What are you doing? There's a sharp bend ahead. Slow down. The speed of Wuling Hongwang S has been increased to the extreme. Although it is not as fast as McLaren, it is as high as 130. If it tries to take a turn at this speed, the car will definitely be destroyed, and people will die. Fong Yi controlled the steering wheel with one hand and said nonchalantly, Don't be impatient, I'm not blind. Seeing Wuling Hongwang S's crazy behavior that was comparable to suicide, the audience was stunned. After entering the turn, Fong Ye's left hand remained motionless, while his right hand turned into an afterimage that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Under his miraculous control, the van moved along the lane and actually completed an impeccable drift with centimeters accuracy. All the spectators gasped. This kind of driving skills is simply a gamble with death. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. What a shit luck. Is this even possible? I don't think so. The drifting trajectory is too perfect. Isn't this guy a moron? Can he really beat McLaren with Wuling? I don't think that's likely. Past. When Xin could hardly believe her eyes. How could a van perform such a beautiful drift? Fong Ye's speed did not decrease at all. He was still driving with one hand and soon entered the next bend. It was also a perfect drift that amazed the audience. Before he had passed half of the 28 turns, Lu Fei saw Fong Ye's headlights in the rearview mirror. What the hell, this guy actually caught up with me. Lu Fei was so shocked that he almost drove the car off the cliff. Brother Fei, stay calm. Li Qiqi was almost frightened to death. Although Dongming Mountain is not too high, if you fall down it is at least 40 or 50 meters, you will definitely become a meat paste. I am still young and beautiful. I don't want to die. Stop making noise. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and increased the speed of the car, but he still subconsciously slowed down when turning. In this kind of road condition, it is actually very dangerous to exceed 60 miles per hour. He doesn't dare to keep turning at a speed of more than 100 miles per hour like that madman Fong Yi. Losing the game is not a big deal, but it would be no fun if you lose your life. Before the 28 turns were completed, Wuling Hongguang had already surpassed McLaren. Seeing Fong Yi driving with one hand in the cab with a calm face, Lu Fei felt his heart was about to break. When the Wuling Hongguang S arrived at the finish line, the McLaren P1 was still struggling in the 9 hairpin turns. Lu Fei had to accept the defeat, and it was impossible for him to deny his debt in front of everyone. So he had to hand over the car keys and transferred 10 million to Fong Ye's account. Thank you. Fong Yi took the car keys with a smile and handed them to an Xin who was still dizzy. I won't share the money. The car is yours. This car is for me? When Xin couldn't believe her ears. This is a supercar worth more than 10 million yuan, and it was just given away like that? Come on, forget it. I'll just auction it off on the spot. Fong Yi made a gesture to take it back. Who said you don't want it? When Xin quickly snatched it away. Just consider it as compensation for the emotional damage I've suffered. Hey, when was your heart hurt? Fong Yi asked in surprise. From the moment you chose Wuling Hongguang. My heart has been hurt, and I still haven't recovered. You are quite good at talking. Seeing Du Yao and his beloved car leaving Dongming Mountain one after another, Lu Fei was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. The loss of property was secondary. The most terrifying thing was that the video of his defeat to a van would soon be uploaded to the internet, and the title of Dongming Mountain's God of Cars would be completely a thing of the past. When they returned to the Trench Internet Cafe, Menghu and his 2 companions were still having a great time playing with the female network administrator. With the presence of the beauty, their PUBG skills had improved significantly. When Xin, with a smile on her face, directly waived all internet fees and promised to waive any fees in the future, with only one condition. Fong Yi must be present. Why do I have to be there? Do you have any intentions towards me? Fong Yi was unhappy now. Judging from the character of his roommates, he was afraid that he would be dragged to the internet cafe every day. I don't have any intentions. I just want you to take me to eat chicken. When Xin said with a smile, if you don't want to see me, then I can take back what I said before. You can't come for free in the future. Are you satisfied now? Boss, you heard wrong. Sayoko didn't mean that. Menghu quickly smiled and apologized. You are so beautiful. He likes you so much. How could he not want to take you to eat chicken? Don't worry. We will come here every day in the future. If he dares not to come, we will tie him up directly. He is just the 4th brother. What can he do? Fong Yi still wanted to speak, but his mouth was tightly covered by Qin Yiming and Hu Fei, so he had no choice but to surrender. The next afternoon, Fong Yi, who had just started working, received his first order. The destination was a youth apartment not far from the commercial street. After ringing the doorbell, a girl with delicate appearance opened the door. Hello, the milk tea you ordered is here. Thank you. The girl took the milk tea and looked at Fong Yi, then suddenly asked tentatively, Are you Fong Yi? Do you know me? Fong Yi was also a little confused. Who are you? I'm your high school classmate. The girl laughed. Why? You don't recognize your old classmate after putting on some light makeup. I remember now. You are Shun Yinner. Fong Yi finally remembered that the girl in front of him was the class monitor and school belle in high school. After not seeing her for a few years, she has become more beautiful. It's a pity that you took so long to remember that you wrote me a love letter back then. Shin Yinner pouted and joked. Fong Yi smiled awkwardly. Haha, is there such a thing? Why can't I remember it clearly? When he was in high school, he was just beginning to fall in love and was heavily influenced by idol dramas. He did write implicit love letters to many pretty female classmates. As for whether he wrote one to the school belle, He really couldn't remember clearly. Shin Yinner looked him up and down. I remember you were admitted to Hua University. Why is it that? I'm just doing odd jobs. Fong Yi explained with a smile. Didn't you get into Hua High Normal University? Are you renting a house with your boyfriend outside the school? Stop talking nonsense. How can I have the time to date a boyfriend? Shin Yinner sighed. My purpose of renting a house here is similar to yours. I just want to make money. Is your brother's illness still not healed? Fong Yi knew something about Shun Yinner's family situation. His brother had an extremely rare disease, which had almost drained the family's entire assets over the years. Shun Yinner nodded. Although it's not cured, it has stabilized. I want to save up 500,000 yuan for his surgery. The doctor said there is an 80% chance of a complete cure. How much is left? Fong Yi asked. I have saved some money recently. How about? Forget it. I know your family situation. If it weren't for my brother, I might have become your girlfriend. Shin Yinner smiled. I'm now doing live broadcasts on the Squid platform. My income is much higher than your delivery job, but thank you for your kindness. Fong Yi was silent. He knew that Shin Yinner was a strong-willed person and would not easily accept charity from others. How about this? You tell me your room number, and I'll get my roommates to come over to support you and boost your popularity. Is that okay? He said after thinking for a few seconds. Will that be too much trouble for you? What's the trouble? They are all single and can't move their legs when they see a beautiful woman. Fong Yi said with a smile. I'll let them each apply for a card and spend some small gifts every day. It doesn't cost much. Okay then, thank you in advance. Shun Yinner no longer insisted. It only costs $6 to apply for a card, which is really no big deal. Chapter 15, I'll give you some small gifts. It's so hot. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? No, I'm in a hurry to deliver the takeaway. Let's talk about it next time. Bye. Well, I'm live streaming now too, bye. After getting the room number, Fong Yi left. He sat on his email, but did not start it. Instead, he downloaded the Squid Live app and logged into the account he had registered before. After entering Shun Yinner's live broadcast room, Fong Yi discovered that her popularity was only a pitiful 4 or 5,000, and she was completely a small anchor at the bottom level. Fong Yi had long heard about some of the shady dealings in the live streaming industry. If newcomers wanted to stand out, the most effective shortcut was to join a guild or hang out with someone powerful. If a beauty like Shun Yinner was willing to lower her standards, she could become famous in a short period of time. Look, it has been nearly half a year since the registration, but the number of fans is still very few, and the number one on the list is just a ranger. You can imagine how deserted it is. He watched the live broadcast for a while. To be fair, Shun Yinner sang quite well and was very photogenic, much better than most anchors in terms of appearance. Thank you for the card. I love you. I'm so Fong, is Fong Ye's Squid nickname. Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, and be rewarded with 30% of the Squid platform's shares. Oh my god, can this also trigger rewards? Fong Yi almost laughed out loud. As one of the top 3 live streaming platforms in China, Squid has a market value of nearly 70 billion yuan. He only spent 6 yuan and made 20 billion yuan for free. It was simply too cool. The live broadcast room has always been lukewarm, which must be because the platform provides too few resources and she will not deliberately please certain wealthy people. Looking at the small gifts scattered across the screen, Fong Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this rate, it would take an unknown amount of time for his old classmate to earn a full $500,000. Just when he was about to help Shin Yinner, the word PK suddenly lit up in the room. This is a new activity launched by Squid. Every time you win a PK on the same screen, the popularity will increase. There will be extra rewards for consecutive wins. Otherwise, the popularity will be reduced. If you defeat an opponent with more than 4 consecutive wins, you can get half of the opponent's winning streak. There is a hero list every week, and the person with the highest number of consecutive wins in each district will receive a bonus of 30,000 yuan. The monthly bonus for the overall champion of the entire platform is as high as 300,000. The PK rules are very simple. Any gift sent by fans will increase points. The one with the highest points will win within 3 minutes. There is no upper limit on the points. There will be a PK event in the afternoon and evening, each lasting 1.5 hours. Each anchor can randomly match PK 10 times. 1 minute has passed, and Shin Yinner's points are still 0. Her opponent Sierra is also a beautiful anchor. She has won 18 consecutive PK games, and her points are rising all the way, almost approaching 10,000. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. I love you guys so much. You have helped us to win all the games, and we will try to win 30 games in a row today. Sierra has a sweet look and a hot body. She is a core member of a large guild. Today, under the escort of the guild's big brother, she is preparing to impact the hero list in the beauty zone this week. The number of her fans has exceeded 10,000, and her popularity has remained above 1 million for a long time, ranking her at least in the top 5 in the entire appearance category. When Sierra first saw Shun Yinru appear on the same screen, she was startled by her beauty, but she soon calmed down. He is just a small anchor with more than 4,000 hits. He can be easily crushed. This round of PK is a complete waste. What a poor girl. Half of the PK time has passed, and she can't even get a free gift. It's really a tragedy in the world. Sierra joked in her live broadcast room. The top of the list responded in the barrage. This girl looks good. If Sierra doesn't mind, I would like to give her a plane. The second on the list, the guild leader, smiled and said, "Go ahead, don't let the girl lose too badly." Sierra said, "I don't mind as long as you give me a rocket first." Oh? That's a piece of cake. Before the barrage disappeared, a rocket special effect appeared on the screen, and Sierra's PK points increased directly by 5,000 points. The boss is generous. The boss is awesome. Boss 666. Seeing that the leader really kept his promise, Sierra said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Song, for the big rocket. I wish the boss to make a fortune every day and to be a bridegroom every night." At this time, Shun Yinru's PK points were still in the pitiful single digits. Although she has been working hard to perform, she has too few fans, and most of them are short of money, so being able to give out a few free gifts is already the limit. Shun Yinru no longer had any hope for PK. She just felt sorry for her own popularity, which seemed to be going to drop by several hundred again. Welcome Emperor Sierra's husband to the live broadcast room. After seeing the special effects of the high-ranking nobles entering the scene, Shun Yinru's mood fell to the bottom. The name says it all. They are here to demonstrate. Beauty, call me husband, and let me give you a plane? How about that? The price of an airplane is 100 shark fins, which is 100 yuan, and the proceeds from the gift are split 55% between the platform and the anchor. Calling someone your husband for 50 yuan is definitely a sure win in the eyes of most of the good-looking anchors. After all, it's just a matter of a word, and you won't lose any money, so why not do it? I'm sorry, I can't say that. As Fong Yi expected, the strong-willed Shun Yinru did not give in for the 50 yuan. Just saying, "I love you" is her limit. The host was so domineering that he actually refused the emperor's gift. Alas, if I hadn't been paid yet, I would definitely help the anchor to get a plane. Come on, you said the same thing last month. Sierra's husband was a little angry. As an emperor and a nobleman, he had to be polite in every live broadcast room he visited. He didn't believe that a little-known anchor could resist the temptation of gifts. If he could, it would mean that the value of the gift was not high enough. Call me hubby, and I'll shoot a rocket. The rocket is sold for 500 shark fins, which is not as much as the super popular 1,000 shark fins, but it is 5 times that of the airplane. Sorry, I still don't know how to scream. Shun Yinru refused again. I just like the host personality. Ha. Even the emperor got humiliated. Anchor 666. Seeing that the comments were getting more active, Sierra's husband typed another line of words. No wonder you are just a small anchor. With this attitude, you will never be able to make it in your life. After saying that, he angrily left the live broadcast room and went back to Sierra. In order to vent his anger and demonstrate, he began to give gifts crazily in the live broadcast room. Rockets flew across the screen one after another, making Sierra so happy that she couldn't stop smiling and kept calling husband all the time. There was only 1 minute left in the PK session, and the fans in Shun Yinru's live broadcast room were collectively silent. They were too embarrassed to send free gifts because the gap was too big. Fong Yi, who had been sitting still, finally typed, "Beauty, sing a song for me, and I'll give you some small gifts." Shun Yinru, who was originally in a low mood, recognized him as the fan who had just signed up for a membership card, so she forced a smile and said, "What song do you want to listen to, boss?" "Any song will do." "Okay, I'll sing Liang Chung for the boss. I hope you like it." After the music started, Shun Yinru began to sing seriously. Her voice was very unique, sweet yet slightly hoarse, which made people feel very comfortable listening to it. The originally cold barrage of comments also lit up. "That sounds wonderful." Anchor 666. "Where's the brother who just said he wanted to give gifts? Stop standing there." "They said they were giving me small gifts, so they must be free glow sticks or something like that. It's optional." Fong Yi smiled slightly and pressed the button to send the gift. "I'm so good," gives host Yinru a super rocket *1. "I'm so good," gives host Yinru a super rocket *2. I'm so square gives host Yinner a super rocket asterisk 3. What Fong you called a small gift was a super hot item worth 1,000 shark fins. The screen full of animation special effects directly scared Shin Yinner, and the number of super fires continued to increase, climbing to 15 in the blink of an eye. Seeing the continuous broadcasts across all platforms and her own PK points being crushed, Sierra fell into a daze, and the live broadcast room with more than 1 million views also became quiet. Chapter 16 Domineering. Before the PK time ended, Fong Yi finally sent out 20 super fires. Sierra was so angry that she almost vomited blood when such a Cheng Yaojin suddenly showed up. His 18-game winning streak came to an end, and he was defeated by a little-known anchor with less than 100 fans. Do you have to be so irritating? Wachow. This is the real boss. He gave me a gift worth 20,000 without blinking an eye. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and I really want to know why. Praise the gods. I made over 5,000 fish balls just from opening the treasure chest. Luckily I came early. I opened 10,000. The 20 super hot ones attracted a large number of viewers, making the popularity of the live broadcast room instantly exceed 1 million. Seeing that her winning streak had reached 9, Shin Yinner finally came to her senses. Oh my god, today I have earned 10,000 yuan from gifts alone, and I am one step closer to paying for my brother's surgery. Thanks to my good boss Fong for the 20 super fires, I don't know what to say. No need to thank me, just keep singing. Fong Yi typed. Okay, I'll continue singing. Shin Yinner then remembered that she had only sung half of the song. While she continued singing, the PK match was completed. This time it was a game anchor with 6 consecutive wins, and his popularity was over 600,000, which was considered a medium level. Fong Yi didn't waste any words and directly threw 20 super fires, crushing his opponent without leaving any trace, and his winning streak increased to 4. The third PK with the dance anchor continued to be super popular, and the number of consecutive wins +1. The fourth PK with the handsome anchor, the number of consecutive wins +6. Before long, Shin Yinner's winning streak reached 26, and she also met her strongest opponent, the outdoor anchor DNI, a super anchor with over 100,000 fans, who has now maintained 38 consecutive wins. If he wins 2 more games, he will have secured the outdoor zone title, and it is not impossible for him to even win the overall championship this month. DNI and Sierra belong to the same guild. He just learned about Sierra's disastrous defeat. The two of them have a very good friendship in private, and he is determined to help her get revenge. Every time you get 20 super fire, you are really a ruthless person, DNI sneered in his heart. But since you are facing me, it's your bad luck. Without him giving any orders, more than a dozen rich people in the live broadcast room rushed to give gifts, and planes, rockets, and other things never stopped. Many people were super popular and raised the PK points to more than 500,000. And this is just the beginning. On the other hand, Shin Yinner's side, apart from some insignificant small gifts from many new fans, I'm so Fong has remained silent. Is my boss running out of ammunition? That should be the case. After all, we have refreshed 160 super fires in a row. That's 160,000. Maybe he knows himself. This time his opponent is the top outdoor player, DNI. Even if he gets 20 more super fires, it won't make much sense. He's bound to lose. What a pity. The anchor is actually quite good, but I am too weak to be alone. That's right. In Big Knee's room, there are 4 super emperors, more than a dozen emperors, and countless nobles. Brother Taheo can't handle it alone. It's really miserable to meet such a super anchor. Otherwise, Yinner would probably win the weekly championship in the appearance area. It's not bad now, at least the top 3 are stable. In fact, Shin Yinner didn't want Wahao Fong to continue giving gifts. She was already satisfied with today's earnings, so there was no need for her to compete for the weekly championship. Thank you all for your strong support. If you like the host, please follow me. I would also like to dedicate another song to my boss Fong to thank him for the super popular gift he just gave me. After the concert, Shin Yinner gained countless fans again with her unique voice. Her ability was not bad to begin with, and now that she has been on the popularity list of 160 super hot hosts, more and more people will naturally pay attention to her. At least, it is a foregone conclusion that she will become a mid-level anchor. The gifts in Denise's live broadcast room were still flying in. There were only 20 seconds left before the end of the PK. The points had reached more than 800,000, but Shin Yinner couldn't even get a fraction of that. All the audience were secretly shaking their heads and their hearts. Although I am so good was still in the live broadcast room, it was too late to save the situation. In the last 10 seconds, Fong finally typed a line of words. You sang well, so I'll reward you with a small gift. Sierra, who had been following Shun Yinner's live broadcast room, sneered. This pretentious guy was finally going to make a move. But unfortunately, the outcome was already decided because the total amount of Denise gifts had reached a terrifying 80,000. As a big anchor of Douyu, there are actually many people who can earn over 1 million in one night, but this is only within 3 minutes, and it's not even the prime time in the evening. However, things in the world are always unpredictable. The next second, she was slapped in the face by Fong Ye's action. I'm so Fong gives host Yinner a super rocket asterisk 100. I'm so Fong gives host Yinner a super rocket asterisk 100. Shun Yinner's PK points surpassed Denise in an instant, and the total number was more than twice that of Durenai. 6666666. You rich tycoon, please accept my knee. You're still kneeling. I've already prostrated myself. It turns out the boss has been preparing for a big move. This counterattack is absolutely a classic. This world is so scary. I have to think twice before giving a business card, but others are giving away hundreds of super popular cards. Does the local tyrant need a younger brother, the kind that can warm your bed? After the PK was over, then I saw the big word, failure, on the screen and was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Shun Yinner's winning streak increased by 20, bringing her total winning streak to a terrifying 46, while last month's all-platform championship total was only 43 times. I can't stand this. As the top player in the guild, then I would not allow his dignity to be trampled by a small streamer. He paused the live broadcast and started calling for help in the guild group. Not until the super hot special effects completely disappeared did Shun Yinner, who was in a dazed state, come back to her senses. She finally realized that she had earned another 100,000 yuan. If she won the championship at the end of the month, then the money for her brother's surgery would be raised. The last PK match was with a gaming anchor who had won 9 games in a row. This time, Fong, you didn't even need to do anything. The massive amount of gifts from new fans in the live broadcast room was enough to win the game. The winning streak is 51, and this round of PK is over. In total, Fong spent more than 300,000 gifts, but he didn't feel sorry at all, and even felt a little unsatisfied. After all, my old classmate brought me 20 billion in revenue. So what is 300,000 yuan? Just as he was about to quit Douyu and return to the milk tea shop, a line of big blood-red words suddenly flashed across the screen. Anchor and I has challenged you to a life and death duel. Do you accept? The so-called life and death battle is a rather cruel PK mechanism. If the other party accepts it, it will enter a 10-minute PK time. The winner will get all the gift income and popularity of the other party on that day. If the challenged person does not accept the life and death duel, half of the popularity will be lost, but the gift income will be preserved. It costs 3,000 shark fins to initiate a life and death battle, and it will be broadcast 3 times on all platforms. So it quickly attracted a large number of viewers and almost filled up the live broadcast rooms of both sides. Because they were worried that Shun Yinner would not accept PK, a certain guild sent a large number of small accounts to her live broadcast room to influence the situation. Hurry up and answer it. There are so many fans online now. He is not inferior to me at all. That's right. Besides, we have the great god Hao Fong here. We can defeat the opponent in a minute. I don't think the anchor has the guts to do that. After all, he's a big anchor, so he should be timid. They've come to our door. How can we tolerate this? That's right, rubbish anchor, unfollow him. Let's all unfollow this kind of anchor and don't watch him anymore. Shun Yinner bit her lip and thought for a while, then resolutely said, I'm sorry, I won't accept this life and death battle. If you want to unfollow me, please do as you please. Although she didn't know who Hao Fong was, Shun Yinner had already spent enough on herself today, and she really couldn't bear to trouble him anymore. Scrappy anchor, unfollow me. You're already 8 million followers, but you're still a coward. I'll definitely unfollow you. You guys were sent by the other side, right? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? The house manager. Are you working? Yinner was just a small anchor half an hour ago. There's no such thing as a room manager. Just when the true fans and the haters were fighting each other, everyone saw an announcement that was broadcast across all platforms. I just opened the Supreme Emperor account in the host Yinner's room. Fuck. Someone actually opened a Zunhuang account that pays 500,000 a month? Is this the second one on the entire platform? Zunhuang is awesome. Zunhuang is grand. My Hao Fong is indeed very rich. Yena has found a super powerful person and is destined to soar to the sky. Today is really an eye-opener. After opening the Supreme Emperor account, Fong Yi only typed one word in the live broadcast room. Catch! Chapter 17, The Real Killer. After seeing, "I'm so good" speak, the screen was immediately filled with words of various colors. Shin Yinner was so excited that her whole body was shaking. She almost clicked the accept button in a trance state. The fight of life and death begins. You dare to fight against our entire guild on your own? Humph. Very good. Let him feel what despair is. When Dan saw the PK start, an undisguised domineering look flashed in his eyes. In the first minute, the PK points in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. Fong Yi smiled and gave out his first batch of gifts, and 200 super fires instantly covered all the opponent's light. Many new fans were excited by his extravagance, including some high-ranking nobles. Planes, rockets, and even super fire also took turns to come forward. Shin Yinner's PK points were immediately far ahead. However, the good times did not last long. After the entire guild began to exert its strength, Deniz's points immediately surpassed again. Fong Yi was not in a hurry. Whenever the opponent was ahead by a certain number of points, he would continue to increase his efforts. The points of both sides climbed and entered a stalemate. A few minutes later, the total amount of gifts invested by fans of both sides was close to 1 million. This life and death battle attracted enough attention. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a small anchor fighting against the entire guild alone. Neither side tried their best at the beginning. Their ideas were actually similar, which was to squeeze as many gifts as possible from the other side's fans to maximize the results. "Brother and I, the brothers are all ready. When do we start?" a core cadre asked in the group. "Don't be impatient. Give him a fatal blow in the last 10 seconds. Then I replied, "By the way, I think that guy still has some strength left. Tell everyone to swipe harder and completely empty his wallet." "Clear." After Da and I spoke, the guild members immediately executed the order, and the PK points increased dramatically, but not too much. I'm So Square seemed unaware that it was a trick and quickly brushed off a bunch of super fire, overtaking the points by just a little bit. This guy is indeed running out of energy. Da and I was overjoyed and continued to fan the flames in the live broadcast room, making all kinds of promises to the rich people on the list. Everyone's spirits were unprecedentedly high, and soon they left Shun Yinner far behind. The two sides were competing with each other, and the total amount of gifts had exceeded 3 million. Many big online anchors ran to the live broadcast room of the two and became spectators. There were even many people who opened handicaps to bet on fish balls, making this life and death battle almost a grand event on the Squid platform. After all, those super hot words and rockets have been flooding the screens of all platforms, and it's hard not to notice them. The platform also discovered this situation, and the staff directly put the two people's live broadcast rooms at the top, making their popularity reach tens of millions, and more viewers are constantly pouring in. Shin Yinner has become completely famous. Even if she fails in this life and death battle, she can still gain great benefits. At least the tens of thousands of new fans are real. It was time to decide the winner. Then I sent 3 consecutive announcements in the group. "The time is almost up. Everyone get ready to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. I will give you a big red envelope tonight. Receive! Receive! Receive!" Nearly 100 guild members swiped the screen in unison, making Denai feel like a great general in ancient times who could turn powerful enemies into ashes with just a wave of his hand. In the last 10 seconds, the gifts in Deniz's live broadcast room suddenly skyrocketed. My favorite NI, Xian sends 10 super rockets to Anchor to NI. Cucumber is not a vegetable. Give it to Anchor to NI. Super Robustiane Fimden. Sheer gave the Anchor to NI a super rocket *13. Lei Lao who gave the Anchor to NI 20 super rockets. The super hot special effects made all the fans excited. Deniz's PK points doubled directly, leaving Shun Yinner far behind, and it is still rising rapidly. This is the terrifying strength of the entire guild. In front of this behemoth, the power of Shin Yinner's fans becomes extremely small and cannot shake the opponent at all. It's over, it's over. There's absolutely no hope in this life and death fight. The Anchor is dead. Over 1 million gifts have been given away. After all, it's one person versus an entire guild. This Deniz victory is actually unfair. So what? Losing is losing. There's nothing to say. Just as the fans were sighing, The life and death battle had entered the final 3 seconds countdown. At this time, the PK points of both sides were 35.12 million, 16.8 million, and NI was more than twice as many as Shun Yinner. Excluding the contributions of guild members, the NI can still make a lot of money. With victory in sight, he couldn't help but burst into laughter in the live broadcast room. You are still too young to fight me? Ha ha ha. Looks like I still lost. Shun Yinner was also quite helpless about this result, but she would never regret listening to "I'm so good" and accepting the challenge, even if she lost all her gifts. When the countdown for the life and death battle stopped at 1, an unprecedented and domineering spaceship appeared and directly filled the entire screen of the live broadcast room. "I'm so square" gives host Yinner Noah's Ark *888. Noah's Ark is a special gift that can only be purchased by supreme emperors and nobles, and its price is 10,000 shark fins. Its special effects can only be described in 6 words: shocking, shocking, and shocking. Congratulations to host Yinner for winning. Looking at the words "victory" in the life and death battle on the screen, Shun Yinner was so excited that she covered her mouth and started crying. The situation completely reversed at the last second, leaving all the viewers in the live broadcast room stunned for nearly 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, a tide of comments flooded the screen, and at this time, the special effects of Noah's Ark were still refreshing. Watching one spaceship after another flying past them, the NI and other guild members looked dejected. They could never have dreamed that the purpose of Fong opening the Supreme Emperor account was to buy Noah's Ark for the final kill. He invested tens of millions and used the last second to help a small anchor win a life and death battle, and also gave a slap in the face to a large guild. It must be said that Fong Yi did a great job this time. "I'm sorry, the network was a bit slow just now, and I almost failed to send the gift." Seeing his old classmate crying in the live broadcast room, Fong Yi thought that the other party was frightened by his behavior just now, so he briefly explained that he did not deliberately make it so frightening. It was just that his 1,000 yuan phone was a bit unreliable, and it almost broke. "Wokeo and Ima, why didn't you kill me just now, you beast? Then I wouldn't have lost so much money." Big Ni was in tears, as if he had suffered a critical hit of tens of millions of points. Now, not only did he lose all the gifts today, but he also had to compensate the guild members for their efforts. It was really a huge loss. If he could do it again, he would definitely not choose to challenge Fong Yi, this pervert. If he could just throw out tens of millions of people, he could definitely throw out 100 million, or even several hundred million. There was no point in him fighting with others. He couldn't even curry favor with them. By the time Shun Yinner reacted and wanted to thank "I'm so Fong," the name at the top of the fan list in the live broadcast room had dimmed, and Fong Yi had quit Squid. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra mission of the special takeout, and be rewarded with elementary combat mastery. After hearing the system prompt, Fong Yi couldn't stop smiling. This was a complete surprise. He actually triggered an extra reward. The more than 10 million he had just spent was worth it. Chapter 18: Dad's Phone Call. Why did Emperor Fong get off? Yeah, he spent more than 10 million today. How could he just leave without saying a word? According to common sense, shouldn't you ask the anchor for his WeChat or something first? You don't even need to tell me that. How could Fong Zunhuang spend so much money for no reason? He most likely knows Yinner. Seeing the screen full of gossip, Shun Yinner's heart suddenly moved. There seems to be no other person except Fong Yi who knows me and has the surname Fong. Could it really be him? It's impossible. How could a poor student like him who works as a delivery boy get so much money? How about giving it a try by phone? Thinking of this, Shun Yinner immediately resorted to urinating. After all, her live broadcast room now has tens of millions of views, and she must give an explanation to the tens of thousands of fans in front of the screen before leaving. The call was connected quickly. "Hello? Fong Yi, where are you now? I'm on my way to deliver food. What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "No. I just wanted to ask what your nickname is, Squid." "Oh, I haven't had time to register an account yet." Fong Yi lied. "I plan to call myself Spicy Eggplant." "What do you think of this name? Does it look appetizing?" "How vulgar." Shun Yinner chuckled, then shook her head. It seemed that she was overthinking it. Fong Yi could not be my good Fong at all. "I'm riding an electric bike with one hand. It's too dangerous. Let's talk when we have time." "Okay, bye." "Bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Fong Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but admire the woman's intuition. She actually guessed that he might be the Supreme Emperor. After this battle, Shun Yinner completely became the top girl in the beauty category. The Squid platform also spared no effort in promoting this life and death battle. It soon became popular all over the internet, with all kinds of video clips flying around. The stock of the Squid platform subsequently soared, which invisibly increased Fong Ye's total assets by tens of billions. But that's another story. That night, 4 new faces came into the live broadcast room and gave away their membership cards at the same time. They were spicy eggplant, braised edamame, steamed cucumber, and salad corn. Shin Yinner knew without a second thought that they must be Fong Yi and his 3 roommates. Wow, this anchor is so beautiful. She looks even prettier than the school bell in our school. Hu Fei said with drooling eyes. Fong Yi smiled and said, "You didn't believe me before, but now you know I was right? Meng Hu winked and said, "Sayako, she is the new top beauty in the beauty category. Is she really your high school classmate?" Guaranteed, genuine. Fong Yi took out his cell phone, which contained his high school graduation photo. The smiling Shin Yinner was standing next to the class teacher, definitely the center of attention. It's really her. The 3 roommates' eyes lit up. I will be Yinner's diehard fan from now on. Hu Fei vowed. Old 4, please give me the goddess's phone number. If you don't have it, WeChat or QQ will do. I want one too. Meng Hu and Qin Yiming said in unison. Okay, but I have to warn you. Remind you of what? Do what you can. I know, hand it over quickly. With the goddess watching on the live broadcast, the 3 of them no longer wanted to stay in the trench all night. This was a good thing for Fong Yi, as he could finally sleep soundly. The next morning, Fong Yi received a call from his father. Urza, how are your studies going recently? Do you have enough living expenses? It's okay, Dad. Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. Fong Yi knew his father's temper. If he spoke politely, it must be that there were troublesome matters that needed to be dealt with by him. It's like this, your cousin has a girlfriend, and they're already talking about marriage, and both parents want to meet them. This is a good thing, but what does it have to do with me? Fong Yi was a little confused. Of course it has something to do with you. His girlfriend is from Huahai, so they want your uncle's family to come to Huahai to meet. They are unfamiliar with the place. Your uncle said that you were half a Huahai person after all. Now that you are a senior in college and your studies are not stressful, of course you have to play the role of a good host. I had no choice but to agree. No problem. Then when will they come? Fong Yi asked. This morning's train number will arrive at Huahai at 1 p.m. Remember to go to the station early to pick someone up. I know, Dad. I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you later, so you can take your uncle and his family around and have a good meal. No need, Dad. I haven't spent all the money I won from the last lottery yet. Besides, I'm doing odd jobs now, so I'm not short of money. Okay then, if you don't have enough money, just let me know. That's it. My father hung up the phone in a hurry. After all, he was a veteran and he believed in being decisive and swift in doing things. But Fong Yi knew that his father must have gone to the park to play chess at this time. My uncle's family is in the clothing business, so their economic conditions are much better. They have always looked down on Fong Ye's family and often show off their financial resources in front of them. Fong Ye's father never cares about it, but my mother does have some opinions, but she just keeps them in her heart. Since it was a noon car, he definitely couldn't deliver the takeaway today, so he had to call Xiaowei to ask for leave, and the other party agreed immediately. It was too much of an exaggeration to take poison to pick someone up, and this supercar couldn't seat 4 people, and it wasn't very convenient to take a taxi. After considering it over and over again, Fong Yi called Xiao Yang. Boss, do you want to talk to me about something? Nothing. I just want to ask if there are any cars in the company that are suitable for picking up guests. The company owns a Bentley, a Rolls-Royce, and a Maybach. Which one do you want to use? That's too high-end. Is there anything cheaper? Around 200,000 or 300,000 would be best. Fong Yi didn't want to show off in front of his uncle's family, so he deliberately chose a more low-key car. Well, the company doesn't seem to have such a cheap car. Xiaoyang was in a dilemma. Jinding Property was a large company, but it had to pay attention to the pomp and appearance. The cheapest car was the BMW 7 Series. Mr. Xiao, how about I lend my car to the boss? Female Secretary Yang Lin suddenly said. Her car is a black Highlander, which just meets the requirements. After Xiao Yang told Fong Yi agreed immediately. At 12 noon, Yang Lin drove the car to the bottom of Fong Ye's dormitory. After getting off the car, her perfect figure and sweet smile immediately attracted countless eyes from upstairs. Even the dormitory manager stared at her. Just when everyone was guessing whose girlfriend this was, Fong Yi had already walked up to her, and everyone was so shocked that their glasses dropped to the ground. No way! Is this also the woman of this gigolo? Wu Chao, are you blind to such a top-notch girl? My conditions are much better than Fong Ye's. Please support me. Forget about it. If someone could be attracted to you, they would be really blind. Chapter 19, A Weird Family. Boss, here are the car keys. I just filled up the gas tank. Yang Lin bowed deeply when they met, showing off her perfect figure. Thank you. Fong Yi took the key and put his car key into the other person's hand. You can drive my car for the next 2 days. The gas is full. No. No thanks, boss. This car is too expensive. I don't dare to drive it. Yang Lin was shocked by Fong Ye's behavior. This is a supercar worth $500 million yuan. How could a little secretary like her dare to drive it? In case of an accident, she couldn't afford the compensation even if she sold it. Fong Yi naturally knew what the other party was worried about. It's okay. Just drive as you like. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault. I'm in a hurry. Bye. He got in the Highlander, started the car, and quickly drove away from the school, leaving Yang Lin with a dazed look on her face. It was rush hour at noon, and there was a bit of traffic jam on the road. When Fong Yi was still 4 or 5 kilometers away from the high-speed railway station, he received a call from his uncle. Xiaoye, where are you? The uncle said in a rather unfriendly tone. We have been waiting at the station for a long time. Our legs are almost numb from standing. Uncle, I'm still on the way, and we'll be there soon. Fong Yi looked at the time. It was clearly still 25 minutes before 1 o'clock. Could it be that the train had arrived early? Then hurry up and don't keep us waiting too long. Your aunt's legs are not in good condition, and it's very hard for her to stand. Okay, I'll be there right away. My uncle hung up the phone without even saying goodbye. Even Dad was helpless about their family's temper, let alone Fong Yi. While Fong Yi was busy on his way, his uncle's family of 3 were still sitting on the train to Huahai. This kid hasn't even arrived at the station yet. He deserves to be punished. My aunt looked like I had expected this. Fortunately, you have the foresight, otherwise it would be unreasonable for our family to wait for him. The uncle gave a thumbs up. My aunt sneered. Fong, it's not that I look down on your brother, but no one in their family is presentable. After your daughter-in-law gets married, you should try to have less contact with them. After all, we are also well-known people in the county. My wife is right. Actually, I didn't want my nephew to pick us up this time, but I couldn't resist my brother's repeated requests. The uncle said with a wry smile, Forget it this time. We are not familiar with Huahai anyway, so it's good to have a free guide. Are you two done yet? Stop interrupting my chat with Rong Rong. Fong Tang, who was sitting nearby chatting on WeChat, suddenly cursed. The 2 old men didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing such a wonderful family, the passengers around could only shake their heads secretly. After parking the car, Fong Yi ran into the station. However, after turning around twice, he did not see any trace of his uncle's family. He was about to take out his cell phone to call his uncle when he accidentally looked up and almost got angry to death. If I remember the train number correctly, the train that my uncle's family was taking would not arrive at the station until 1:15, which was a full half an hour away. What if Fong Yi hadn't considered that the other party was his elder? He would have called and cursed at him. He's my nephew after all. How can you play tricks on me like this? I almost ran a red light because I was in a hurry. He wanted to call his dad to complain, but he held back in the end. We waited until 1:23 before my uncle and his family came out of the gate. Uncle, Aunt Xiaotang. Fong Yi greeted them one by one and took the suitcase from his uncle. And he just snorted, and Fong Tang didn't even raise his eyelids. He kept looking down at his phone. He has become a little fat boy because he has been staying at home for many years. The uncle nodded. Xiaoye, you were pretty good this time. You were quite punctual. Fong Yi was almost so angry that he vomited blood. I've been waiting for more than half an hour. How could it not be accurate? He couldn't help but ask, Uncle, didn't you just say you had been waiting at the station for a long time? Why are you waiting only now? Your uncle said this on purpose because he was afraid that you would forget the time. Annie snorted coldly. This is to make you realize the importance of time management. Do you understand? I understand. Let me take you to dinner first. Although Fong Yi regretted agreeing to his father, it was too late to regret it now. Seeing that they were heading towards the parking lot, the uncle couldn't help but wonder. Xiaoye, aren't we going to take a taxi? I drove here, no need to take a taxi. Fong Yi said casually. Drive here. Uncle and aunt looked at each other, seeming a little unbelieving. Old man, isn't your nephew still studying? How could he have a car? The aunt asked in a low voice. I don't know, maybe it's rented? The uncle said, there are many car rental companies now. I heard that the cheapest one is only 1 or 200 yuan a day. You can drive away after leaving your ID card as a deposit. 1 or 200 yuan. How shabby would the car be? It wouldn't be a van, would it? My aunt sneered. If we drive this shabby car to our in-laws' house, where would our dignity be? That's true. Let's wait and see. The two were whispering in the back, but unexpectedly Fong Yi heard it clearly. With a primary enhanced physique, he is completely a little Superman, and the sensitivity of his facial features is far beyond that of ordinary people. After seeing the brand new Highlander, my uncle and aunt finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was a joint venture car, and it wouldn't look too cheap in front of their in-laws. Nephew, did you buy this car? The aunt asked deliberately. Fong Yi simply said, I rented it from a friend for 250 yuan a day. It is true. Both uncle and aunt sneered in their hearts. After starting the car, Fong Yi asked, What do you want to eat? Do you want to try Huahai's specialties? The uncle replied, Just a bowl of noodles will do. No need to spend too much. I want to eat hot pot. Fong Tang suddenly said, Rong Rong said that the Hoodie Lao in Jinding Commercial Street is good. My aunt immediately decided, Let's eat hot pot, nephew. Do you know the way? I know. Fong Yi nodded. The hot pot restaurant was less than 200 meters away from the milk tea shop. Business was quite booming, but the prices were a bit expensive. Isn't it too expensive? Xiaoye is still in school after all, said the uncle. What's so expensive? My son says we can eat wherever he wants. I'll pay for it. That's not a good idea. Xiaoye has already asked us to have dinner. Listening to the two people singing the same tune, Fong Yi finally couldn't help but said, Don't worry, Aunt. The bottom of the lake fishing is not expensive. I'll treat you. Okay then. And he finally calmed down. After arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Fong Tang specifically ordered expensive dishes, and he ordered dozens of them at a time, and the 3 small carts could hardly hold them all. Isn't this a bit too much? The uncle secretly looked at the menu. None of the dishes his son ordered cost less than 100 yuan, and the portions were very small. What's too much? My son is getting married soon. What's wrong with eating some to replenish his body? His aunt rolled her eyes at him. If you can't finish it, just ask Xiaoye to pack it up and bring it back to her classmates. This is not a buffet. Fong Yi could only pretend that he heard nothing. Chapter 20 Online Girlfriend. When they were halfway through the meal, the uncle deliberately asked, Xiaoye, I heard from your dad that you were doing odd jobs while attending school. Were you tutoring someone or something? Fong Yi answered honestly. It's not tutoring, I'm delivering takeout at the milk tea shop. Delivering food? Uncle and aunt looked at each other and smiled. This news was really gratifying to them. No way. You're a 985 university student, and you actually do this kind of work. Wouldn't that be a waste of your parents' hard-earned tuition money? And he said with a fake smile, You might as well learn from your brother. He trades stocks at home and can easily make more than 30,000 a month. How much do you make as a delivery man? 3,000. Fong Yi said, The probation period is 2,000, and it just increased by 1,000 this month. I told you. It's not even a fraction of what your brother made. And he slapped her thigh. College students are worthless these days. It's a good thing Xiao Tang didn't pass the exam. Fong Yi is only 2 months older than Fong Tang. What has always bothered his uncle and aunt the most is that their nephew, whom they looked down upon, was admitted to Huahai University, while their beloved son did not even meet the score line for a second-tier university. Sambin was too bad, and he didn't want to go. His aunt wanted him to inherit the family business, but Fong Tang had no interest in running a store and selling clothes, so he just stayed at home and lived off his parents. More than 3 months ago, Fong Tang suddenly became obsessed with stock trading and asked his parents for 200,000 yuan to buy stocks. His uncle and aunt knew nothing about stocks and had no idea whether their son was making a profit or a loss. However, according to Fong Tang himself, the stocks he bought had been rising in value, and he could earn 10,000 or 20,000 yuan every month. In order to flatter her son, his aunt simply added some more stocks to his portfolio so that she could show off in front of her nephew. Nephew, you are not young anymore. Do you have a girlfriend at school? The aunt felt that she had not shown off her superiority enough and suddenly asked again. Not yet. No way. You're about to graduate, and you can't even find a girlfriend? The uncle pretended to be surprised. People say it's much easier to find a girlfriend in school than in society. Well, your brother only gives you so little living expenses every month, so it's normal that you can't find a girlfriend. And he laughed. Girls nowadays are not like us back then. Shopping, eating, watching movies, buying cosmetics, everything costs money. That's true. The uncle happily took out his phone and clicked on a picture. Look, Xiaoye, this is your brother's girlfriend. Isn't she pretty? Fong Yi looked down and saw that she was indeed very pretty with a good figure, with the right curves and right curves. Very beautiful. The uncle said proudly, "This is your brother's ability. He can make money without leaving home and find a girlfriend. Stay at home?" Fong Yi suddenly looked strange. So, Fong Tang was actually in an online relationship? Don't be too envious of your brother. The girl is so well off. The aunt also said she is a native of Huahai. Her family owns land and a house. She is only 25 years old this year. Just 25 years old. Only 3 years older than Tang. Although Fong Tang didn't say anything, his eyes were full of unconcealable satisfaction. Has Xiao Tang met his future sister-in-law? Fong Yi asked. "Hey, they have video chats every night." "They are so annoying," said my aunt with a smile. "Oh, so that's how it is?" Fong Yi did not comment. My uncle's family enjoyed this meal very much, but there were still a lot of leftovers. According to the rules of lake bottom fishing, these dishes could not be returned even if they were untouched. After eating, Fong Yi rang the bell to call the waiter. "Hello, the total amount for this purchase is 2,709 yuan. Who is paying for it?" After seeing the long list in the waiter's hand, Fong Tang chose to continue playing with his phone while his uncle and aunt remained silent and watched how Fong Yi would handle it. One meal costs a month's salary. If he feels the pain and doesn't want to pay, then we can make fun of him. But if I have to pay these 2,700 yuan, it seems a bit painful. Let me do it. To their disappointment, their nephew actually took out his mobile phone to pay for the meal, as if he didn't care about the cost of the meal at all. The aunt snorted coldly inwardly. She thought Fong Yi was just pretending to be dead. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was bleeding. After paying, Fong Yi did not ask the waiter to pack up the remaining dishes. The total cost was less than 3,000 yuan, so he naturally wouldn't care about it. After all, he still had to pay rent for the store. The uncle asked in confusion, "Why doesn't this boy pack his things?" There are still 5 or 6 dishes left. Although he is a businessman, he will not waste hundreds of dollars. They're probably just trying to show off. Your brother and his family are just trying to save face. They are obviously broke, but they are still pretending to be so. Aunt snorted coldly. Just wait and see. He spent nearly 3,000 yuan on a meal. I guess he won't even have enough to eat for the rest of the month. I heard that his living expenses are only a little over 1,000 yuan a month. More than 1,000 is a bit too little. No wonder he has to deliver food. Fong Yi asked calmly, "Uncle, where are you going next?" "First find a better hotel to store your luggage. Then visit your future brother and sister-in-law's home." There were several star-rated hotels on Jinding Street. In order to show off his family's financial strength, the uncle chose the most upscale Olan Hotel. The cost of a room was 888, but Fong Yi didn't feel comfortable to bother him, so he had to pay out of his own pocket. After everything was ready, Fong Yi drove them to the eastern part of the city, where his cousin's girlfriend, Li Rongrong, lived. Because they are locals of Huahai, the Li family has a 4-story self-built villa covering an area of more than 300 square meters, with a large courtyard. Judging from the situation, Li Rongrong should be wealthy, even richer than her uncle's family. Such a fair, rich, and beautiful woman should be very popular. Fong Yi couldn't understand how his cousin managed to win her over. After parking the Highlander on the side of the road, he wanted to stay in the car and take a nap. However, as soon as Fong Tang knocked on the door, the heavy stainless steel door opened by itself, and a ferocious black back rushed out barking. Seeing his uncle's family fleeing in a panic, Fong Yi naturally would not stand idly by. He opened the door and got out of the car, then stood in front of his aunt in one step. The black back made a move to pounce, but was kicked in the stomach by Fong Yi. It whimpered and flew 4 or 5 meters away. Because it deliberately controlled the force, the black back did not suffer any harm. It turned over and stood up. It knew that the opponent was not easy to deal with, so it had to run back to the yard with its tail between its legs. The frightened uncle quickly supported his wife, and Fong Tang was also scared to death. At their unanimous request, Fong Yi had to go in with them. The German Shepherd had been tied up by its owner. Li Rongrong, wearing a white dress, was standing in the yard, with a Range Rover and a Prado parked next to them. Fong Yi took a look at her. Although she wasn't as pretty as in the photo, she was still pretty. Chapter 21, Mixed Blood. After the parents of both parties sat down in the spacious and luxurious living room, they began to formally discuss marriage. Fong Tang hugged Li Rongrong affectionately and sat on the sofa. Both of them had very sweet expressions and whispered a few words from time to time. Father Li, who wore a large gold chain around his neck, smiled and said, "Since the children get along well, I will be frank. My conditions are not high. A gift of 500,000 yuan, a family car of about 600,000 yuan, and a house of at least 150 square meters in downtown Huahai, paid in full. What do you think? After hearing these three conditions, my uncle and aunt's jaws almost dropped to the ground. They did make money from their business over the years, but it was only over 1 million. The first two conditions could be barely met, but the third one was unthinkable. Do you think it's too little? Father Lee asked quickly when he saw that the two men looked unhappy. No. Can you let us think about it? The uncle said while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and forcing a smile. Don't think about it, my dear relatives. How about this? I'll add another 400,000 yuan and give you a car worth 1 million yuan instead. That's all right, right? Father Lee said generously. Uncle and aunt finally came to their senses now. It turned out that what they were talking about just now was Li Rongrong's dowry. Okay, that's great. That's settled then, Father Lee said with a smile. I'll treat you tonight, and we won't leave until we're drunk. After leaving Lee's house, my uncle's family was in high spirits, and my aunt's tail was almost raised to the sky. Li Rongrong is not only rich, but also pretty. More importantly, her parents are super generous. They could never have imagined in their dreams that their son could marry such a perfect wife. After I go back, I can show off in front of my relatives and friends. What a cause for celebration. Unlike their joy, Fong Yi always felt that something was strange about the Li family. Their daughter was so well off, yet they let her marry a boyfriend they had met online. Not only did they not ask for any betrothal gift, they also gave her a valuable dowry. What kind of magical operation was this? Fong Tang is plain-looking, fat, and taciturn. If it wasn't for his money, what did Li Rongrong want from him? However, he did not voice these suspicions out loud, for fear that his uncle and others would think he was jealous. Father Lee booked the banquet directly at the Olan Hotel. While waiting for the Lee family to arrive, Fong Yi was bored and simply took out his cell phone and opened Squid. The popularity of Shin Yinner's live broadcast room now exceeds 3 million, and her reputation as the new #1 in the beauty zone is well-deserved. Judging from the background, she doesn't seem to be at home, but in a hotel outside, and there is a beautiful woman next to her. Hello everyone, today I'm going to cooperate with Sheer in an outdoor activity and enjoy the most famous seafood banquet of Olan Hotel. This is my first time trying this live broadcast mode. I hope you will like it. Wasn't this Sheer the first anchor to be eliminated yesterday? Why are the two of them working together so quickly? Fong Yi felt a little strange. The two beauties are indeed a feast for the eyes, and their movements in tasting the food are even more tempting. Unlike some food broadcasts that make people feel sick, so many fans gave them gifts crazily. When Fong Yi was watching with great interest, his uncle suddenly came over. Xiaoya, what are you looking at? Fong Yi smiled and said, Nothing. I'm watching the live broadcast. TSK. I think you were looking at beautiful women, right? The uncle said earnestly. Xiao Yi, don't blame me for being long-winded. You see, these things are completely wasteful. No matter how beautiful the anchor on your phone is, she is just an anchor and has nothing to do with you. She will never be your girlfriend. The son of a comrade of mine gave the anchor hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she only thanked him verbally and refused to even meet him. His father was almost mad to death. I understand, uncle. I'm just killing time. I won't watch it for a while. Fong Yi was speechless about his uncle's concern and had to answer perfunctorily. It's good that you understand. When you have time, learn more from your brother. He is your role model in life, said the aunt complacently. He has achieved success in both love and career and got so much dowry for no reason. Any one of them would be enough for you to work hard for a lifetime. But that's not right. I guess you can't buy that 150 square meter house even if you work hard for 3 lifetimes. That's right. If the house is in the center of Huahai City, it would be worth several million, and tens of millions is possible. The two elders sang the same tune, showing off their own family while not forgetting to put down their nephew. This made Fong Yi extremely depressed, and he even lost interest in watching the beautiful woman eat. He casually helped Shun Yinner to get 100 super fires and then quit Squid. He seemed to have forgotten one thing. The account he logged into was not the previous Supreme Emperor. I am so Fong. Spicy Eggplant gives host Yinner a super rocket *100. After seeing the words scrolling on the screen, Shin Yinner fell into confusion. Her expression changed from confusion to surprise, and then from surprise to shame and anger. Excuse me, I have to leave for a moment. Shin Yinner bit her lip and hurriedly left the private room. Seeing her leave, Seer simply paused the live broadcast. Then let's take a break. Everyone listen to the song first. I'll go touch up my makeup. After Sierra locked the bathroom door, she took out her cell phone and made a call, which was connected after a while. Hey, brother Song, I prepared everything. Don't worry, I asked a friend to bring this medicine back from Spain. It's very effective, and I guarantee it will be foolproof. She won't know anything the next day. Yes, you just wait for us in the room. I'll hang up now. She should be back soon. At the same time, Fong Yi received a call from Shun Yinner. Hey, old classmate. What do you want to talk to me about? Fong Yi, why did you lie to me? You are obviously my good Fong. Shun Yinner gritted her teeth and said, Do you know that I hate liars the most, especially men? How did you know? Fong Yi was stunned. You forgot to change your account just now, my dear old classmate, Shun Yinner said hatefully. Fong Yi could only laugh awkwardly now. Ahahaha, so that's how it is. Tell me your location, right now. Fong Yi immediately became alert. What do you want this for? Are you coming to PK me in person? Yes. Do you dare to tell me? Aren't you live streaming now? Can you leave? Don't bother me. Just tell me. Well, actually I'm also at the Olan Hotel. Fong Yi had no choice but to tell her the room number. After hanging up the phone, the uncle who vaguely heard Shun Yinner's voice started gossiping again. What's the matter? Are you hitting a wall again when chasing girls? Yeah, people look down on me because I'm a delivery man. Fong Yi shrugged. Since my uncle's family likes to show off their superiority, let them show off to their heart's content. You deserve it. There are so many other things to do, but you choose to do this. What future does delivering food have? You might as well work in a factory. The aunt continued to be sarcastic. She was very happy to see her nephew being humiliated. Just when Fong Yi was enduring it, the door of the private room was pushed open and a group of people from the Li family walked in. What puzzled the uncle's family of three was that Li Rongrong was holding a mixed-race boy of about 4 or 5 years old. His hair was slightly curly, his lips were slightly protruding, and the most striking thing was his yellow and black skin. In addition to the little boy, Li Rongrong was followed by a man wearing a floral t-shirt and beach pants. His features resembled that of Li's father, in that he was a scoundrel and looked like a gangster. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road just now. After sitting down, Father Li introduced Hua Tixu. This is Rongrong's brother Li Gang, who does some sand and gravel business in the city. Li Gang did not say anything, but glanced coldly at Fong Tang and the others. His eyes were sharp. The big gold chain around his neck was thicker than his father's, and there were dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms. You could tell at a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Except for Fong Yi, who ignored him, the other two uncles felt uneasy because of the look on their faces, and they even gave up the idea of asking about the boy's origins. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Li's mother smiled and said, My eldest son is good in every way, except that he is a bit quiet. Please don't be surprised. Fong Yi sneered secretly. This uncle looked like a social person. It shouldn't be that he didn't like to talk, but that he was afraid of scaring others when he spoke, right? My uncle and aunt have been doing business for many years, so they naturally know that people who can do sand and stone business must have a complicated background. They quickly shook their heads and said, No way. Ask someone to serve the food, so as not to let our in-laws starve. Fatherly did not seem to have any intention of introducing the mixed-race boy. After the delicious dishes were served, the slightly awkward atmosphere finally became a lot more lively. Mr. and Mrs. Li enthusiastically served food and toasted the guests. Li Gang ate and drank by himself, while Li Rongrong was taking care of the little boy eating and had no time to pay attention to her fiancé. The little boy is very naughty. He never stops making small movements while sitting on the chair. He also likes to throw tantrums and make loud noises as soon as he is not satisfied. He is a typical naughty child. After my uncle drank a few glasses of white wine, his courage gradually increased. Looking at Li Rongrong, who was taking good care of the little boy, although some very bad thoughts flashed through his mind, he still forced a smile and said, Xiao Rong, is this child your relative? The little boy turned his head to look at his uncle and asked unhappily, Mommy, who is this old fool coin? Although the childish voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly throughout the private room. Puff! His aunt almost poked her nostrils with the chopsticks, but Fong Tang just looked pale. WTF? This mixed-race child is actually Li Rongrong's son? Chapter 22, Buy One, Get One Free. Didn't I tell you not to call me Mommy tonight? Li Rongrong was a little annoyed and slapped the child lightly on the butt. Although the force was not great, the usually domineering child was unhappy and immediately burst into tears. The child is so young. Why did you hit him? Seeing her grandson crying sadly, Li's mother felt heartbroken. My dear relatives, what is going on? Seeing that the other party had no intention of denying it, the uncle could no longer sit still. Nothing serious. Fatherly said calmly, Xiao Fan is indeed Rong Rong's child. His father was an exchange student between China and Africa, but he has already returned to his country. She got pregnant before marriage. If we calculate based on the time, Li Rongrong was only a sophomore in college when she gave birth to the child. What a joke. I will never agree to this marriage. The uncle was so angry that his face turned red. If my relatives and friends knew about this, how would I face it in the future? Fong Yu was also speechless. He knew that his uncle's family attached great importance to face. If his cousin really wanted to be a scapegoat and marry Li Rongrong, he would probably never be able to hold his head up in this life. Moreover, Xiaofan is a mixed-race child with very obvious characteristics. It is hard to explain why. Fatherly seemed to have anticipated the other party's reaction. Please be patient, dear relatives. Let's discuss this matter again. If you think the gift money is not enough, you can add more. Just ask. There is no way I can agree to such an embarrassing thing. There's no point in discussing it. Let's go. The uncle was obviously very angry. He stood up and was about to leave. No matter how Li's father tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Stop right there. Li Gang, who had been sitting still, suddenly slammed the table. You said you would marry me, and you said you wouldn't marry me, but you went back on your word in less than half a day. Do you think our Li family is easy to bully? You are the ones who go back on your words. Why didn't you tell us about the child in advance? It seems like you are making a fool of our family, said the uncle angrily. Well, a forced melon is not sweet. Your son can marry my sister if he wants. Li Gang sneered. Just pay back all the money he owes today. Xiao Tang borrowed money from you? Annie asked in surprise. That's absolutely impossible. He usually doesn't even step out of the house, so why would he borrow money from you? He didn't borrow my money, but my sister's. Li Gang said, it's not too much, only 2.53 million. More than 2 million? My uncle and aunt were so shocked when they heard this. Don't believe it? Li Gang sneered and took out a stack of documents from his bag and threw them on the table with a bang. This is the chat records and transfer information between the two of us. I have consulted a lawyer. Although there is no IOU, these are enough as evidence. If you don't pay it back, I'll see you in court. Son, what is going on? Didn't you say that you can make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month by trading stocks? Why would you borrow so much money from others? And he seemed to have fallen directly from heaven to hell. She grabbed Fong Tang's shoulders and shook him hard. Stop talking nonsense. I just lost some money in stock trading. I will make it back sooner or later. Fong Tang pushed his mother away. More than 2 million is not enough. The uncle was furious. Even if I sold the clothing store, I couldn't raise that much money. My aunt simply sat on the ground and burst into tears. Oh my God, what sin did I commit in my previous life to give birth to such a useless son? How else can your son be worthy of Rongrong? Fatherly said calmly, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. For the sake of a child, the conditions I offer are already generous enough. Not only does your son not have to marry into the family, but he also has a large dowry. You should be content. Father-in-law, listen to my advice. Since you can't pay the money back, just marry Xiaorong peacefully. The 2 million is actually her private money. This account can be written off. Li's mother took the opportunity to play the good cop. Otherwise, we will have to face each other in court, which will also be bad for your reputation. Mom, why are you wasting so much time talking to them? Li Gang said impatiently. Just give them one word. Either marry my sister or pay the money and get out. This. The uncle seemed to have all the strength drained out of him and sat back in his chair dejectedly. It's more than 2 million. Even if he could borrow it, losing so much money at once would be enough to kill him. But he was unwilling to let his son buy one get one free. It was difficult to tell who was right and who was wrong between the two parties. Faced with such a situation, Fong Yi knew that he could not intervene and could only sit aside and be a spectator. Marry me or pay me back. I'll give you one last minute to think about it. Li Gang shouted impatiently. Don't think about stalling for time. I don't have much spare time to play with you. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room, and then a waiter pushed open the door. Hello, sir. Please don't make loud noises in the private room. You are disturbing the guests in the next room. Being interrupted by the waiter, Li Gang immediately felt very embarrassed, so he sneered. Get out. I'm here to do business, so what if I speak louder? Tell the idiot next door to come over and talk to me. The waiter was a little scared and quickly closed the door and went back. It's almost a minute now. Have you thought about it? The uncle said. You can marry Li Rongrong, but we absolutely cannot have this child. No, no one can separate my son and me. Li Rongrong objected loudly. My aunt also said, he is not my grandson. Why should we raise him? If it weren't for this child, I wouldn't want to marry my daughter to Fong Tang. Don't think your son is so outstanding. Fatherly sneered. A person who doesn't even have a proper job and is trying to learn how to trade stocks is nothing but a waste in my eyes. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was kicked open. Who is so bold as to kick my door? Li Gang turned back angrily, just in time to see two burly men in suits and leather shoes walking in. After seeing the bulging muscles under the sturdy man's suit, Li Gang immediately lost interest. After so many years of struggling in the society, he could tell at a glance that these two senior bodyguards were definitely not to be trifled with. Whether you can defeat him or not is one thing. The key is that the boss behind him is not to be messed with. To be able to afford a bodyguard of this level, his strength must be extraordinary. Who asked my young master to come over just now? A bodyguard asked calmly. Please stand up. I want to see what you are capable of today. Chapter 23 slipped away. Even the most ruthless Li Gang remained silent. So naturally no one in the Li family dared to speak, and the uncle's family was even more silent. You were so arrogant just now, why are you cowardly now? The bodyguard sneered. Afu, first give them 5 slaps each and spare the women and children. Good. The bodyguard, named Afu, glanced coldly at everyone and finally stopped his gaze on Li Gang. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told him to look so unruly that he deserves a beating? Let's start with you. Afu walked over with a grim smile and picked up Li Gang like a chick. No, it wasn't me who said that. It was him, he said that. Seeing the other party slap like a palm leaf fan, Li Gang was almost scared to death. He pointed his finger directly at Fong Tang, trying to divert the blame. Why didn't you say it earlier? Afu patted his face gently, then threw it back on the chair and turned to walk towards the shivering Fong Tang. Just when Afu reached out to grab Fong Tang, Fong Yi suddenly stood in front of him. Boy, do you want to stand up for him? Looking at the other person's relatively thin body, Afu was quite surprised. He didn't say those words just now. Please be merciful, Fong Yi said calmly. Although I was ridiculed by my uncle's family for a long time, they were relatives after all, and I couldn't just watch them being bullied. If you say it's not true, then it's not true? The bodyguard sneered. Afu, slap him 5 times first. Boy, you asked for this. Afu waved his hand to hit him, but Fong Yi grabbed his wrist first. As a senior bodyguard who is proficient in fighting, Afu is naturally not afraid of an ordinary person. He was about to use a grappling technique to counter his opponent, but suddenly found that the seemingly weak arm was surprisingly strong. Fong Yi only used 70% of his strength, but Afu's expression changed completely. Although his grappling skills were sophisticated, his absolute disadvantage in strength left him helpless. Let me go. Seeing that his grappling technique was ineffective, he could only raise his foot and kick Fong Yi in the lower abdomen. Fong Yi snorted coldly and increased his strength. Afu suddenly felt a piercing pain in his wrist, and he didn't have the courage to kick again. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. If the force was a little stronger, his arm would definitely be broken. Get out! Fong Yi pushed Afu away, and he staggered back several steps. He looked down and saw a black and purple handprint on his wrist, which looked extremely shocking. The expression of the other bodyguard who was giving orders also changed drastically. He knew his companion's abilities best, and it was no problem for them to deal with 5 or 6 ordinary people. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a young boy. This guy is a tough guy. Let's go together. Afu took out a baton with his intact left hand, and he and his companions rushed towards Fong Yi from the left and right. Although this tactical baton looks small, it is actually extremely powerful. If it hits a person, it can break bones. Li Gang naturally knew its value, so he quickly pulled his family back several steps to avoid being affected. Fong Yi has mastered basic fighting skills, and his physical fitness is now abnormally strong. The opponent's fierce offensive is just as slow as a turtle in his eyes. He casually picked up the chair beside him, and the 2 well-trained bodyguards were knocked back before they could react, and fell into the corridor with screams. The huge noise alarmed many diners. The door of a private room next door suddenly opened, and an elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out accompanied by bodyguards. What's going on? The man asked with a frown. Master, we are doomed, Afu said, holding his head. There is a martial artist in this room. He is very powerful. Oh. The man pushed his glasses and turned to look at Fong Yi. Little brother, did you do this? Fong Yi said calmly. Yes. I was the one who beat him up. You're quite brave. Do you know who I am? The man smiled. I don't know him. Fong Yi shook his head. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Yu. Qin, the second young master of the Qin family? Li Gang's face changed drastically, and Li's father and mother were also shocked. As a native of Huahai, he naturally knew the terrifying power of the largest family. Although it was not so exaggerated that the whole Huahai would shake 3 times with just one stomp of his feet, it would definitely take only minutes to crush local rich people like them to death. Fortunately, this young man took the responsibility. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble today. Father Li was very grateful. Li Gang whispered, Dad, let's retreat now, before the fire reaches us. Yes. Let's go quickly. Father Li woke up as if from a dream. Seeing that the originally arrogant family had run away with their tails between their legs, the uncle dared not stay any longer and secretly winked at his wife and son. The aunt hesitated and said, Old man, if you abandon your nephew like this, what if something happens? How will you explain to your brother in the future? Why do you care so much? Who allowed him to be a hero? The uncle said anxiously. If he doesn't leave now, our whole family will be buried with him. Why don't we call the police? What are you still fighting for? Didn't you see that even the Li family ran away? When the 3 of them were getting ready, Qin Yu had already stood in front of Fong Yi. You're able to defeat my 2 bodyguards. Doesn't it seem like you're quite good at fighting? It's okay. I'm just a little stronger. I can handle a few lackeys. Fong Yi said calmly, It's getting late. Tell your men to attack together. Young man, don't be so arrogant when you speak. Don't you understand that rigidity is easily broken? Another white-haired old man walked out of the private room, followed by a middle-aged man. Uncle Chung, Qin Yu said respectfully, I didn't expect you to come out too. Chung Bo's full name is Chung Chingsong. He has been the chief steward of the Qin family for 50 years. In terms of prestige, he is even higher than the head of the family, Qin Tianan. Tell your bodyguards to retreat. They are no match for this young man. Uncle Chung said calmly. Qin Yu waved his hand, and the bodyguards quickly helped off Fu and the other man up and stepped aside. Chung Bo smiled and said, Xiao Lu, go and fight this kid for a few moves. Remember to show mercy. Just break his hands and feet and teach him a lesson. Yes, Uncle Chung. Lu Xia took off his coat, revealing his muscular body. He is a fierce general under Chung Bo. He had fought in underground boxing matches abroad for 5 years. He is proficient in Muay Thai and Taekwondo. He once had a record of 17 consecutive victories. That's why Chung Bo has full confidence in him. An underground boxing match is equivalent to a life-and-death fight, and the degree of cruelty is unimaginable for ordinary people. In Chung Bo's opinion, Fong Yi is just physically stronger, and it is a pipe dream for him to want to deal with Lu Xia. He didn't know that although Fong Yi had never practiced martial arts, he had been strengthened by the system. Seeing the fierce, murderous aura emanating from the other party, Fong Yi knew that his strength was far superior to those of the bodyguards, and he immediately focused his attention. Boy, let's settle both old and new accounts together. Yarikome. Judging from Fong Ye's defensive posture, Lu Xia thought that he had no martial arts skills at all. In his eyes, such an opponent was just a human sandbag. What do you mean by new accounts and old accounts? Fong Yi frowned after hearing this. After a seemingly ordinary long fist was thrown out, a sonic boom sounded in the corridor. This was because a large amount of strength was concentrated in the fist, which exploded the air. However, he didn't know that Fong Yi was not only physically strong, his sixth sense and reaction speed were beyond imagination, and he was also proficient in fighting skills and could see through the enemy's weaknesses in an instant. With such an absolute advantage, even if his punch was twice as powerful, he was doomed to end up in a miserable defeat. At the moment when the two sides got close to each other, Fong Yi dodged the fist, then lowered his head and swung his fist, hitting Lu Xia directly in the stomach. When his attack missed, Lu Xia knew something was wrong. However, he could no longer stop. With a burst of severe pain, he flew into the air, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he hit the wall and then collapsed to the ground like mud. Chapter 24, Do I Look Like a Robber? Seeing the aggressive Lu Xia being killed instantly by a single punch, the corridor suddenly fell silent. In fact, most people didn't see Fong Ye's movements clearly. As soon as their eyes blurred, Lu Xia fell against the wall with foam at the mouth. Qin Yu looked at Fong Yi with his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. I was wrong. Uncle Chung didn't look surprised at all. You turned out to be an expert? Just SOSO, third in the world. Fong Yi said carelessly, do you want to fight or not? If not, I'll go back. Chung Bo hesitated. Although he could easily defeat Lu Xia, he had no idea of Fong Ye's strength. If he really lost, he would lose face. It's not a big deal to lose face, but the key is that it will affect the prestige of the Qin family. Go away, and remember to stay away from the young lady. She is not someone a commoner like you can reach. Chung Bo said seriously. Who is the eldest lady? Fong Yi was a little confused. You didn't know Yin Ran is the eldest daughter? Uncle Chung thought the other party was playing dumb and angrily slammed his cane. Qin Yin Ran, it turned out to be her. Fong Yi finally came to his senses. When did I ever think I was trying to get close to her? It was clearly her who took the initiative to approach me, okay? No matter who takes the initiative, you can't have anything to do with her. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson even if I sacrifice my old bones. Uncle Chung said angrily. Don't act like you're so powerful. If you have the ability, come down and practice now. Fong Yi didn't care about the other party's warning at all. He has a system to rely on. How can he be threatened by an old man? You will cry sooner or later. Unwilling to be provoked, Uncle Chung turned around and left with his crutches. Let's go. Qin Yu waved his hand, and the bodyguards carried Lu Xia on their backs and left in the blink of an eye. TSK, TSK, TSK. Each one of them is more arrogant than the other. It's a pity that they're just paper tigers that look good, but are useless. Fong Yi originally wanted to see Chung Bo's strength, but he didn't expect that the other party would leave as soon as he said he would. When he returned to the private room, he found that it was empty. They didn't all run away, did they? Fong Ye's face froze. After a few seconds of silence, he took out his cell phone and called his uncle. Sorry, the user you dialed is powered off. He doesn't even dare to turn on his cell phone. What kind of divine relative is this? Fong Yi was so angry that he wanted to curse, but he changed his mind and became happy again. At least he didn't have to endure the nagging of his uncle and aunt tonight. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. He didn't know that his uncle's family had already arrived at the train station. They didn't dare to stay any longer and simply took the train back overnight. After coming out of the private room, Fong Yi suddenly saw a familiar figure at the elevator entrance. Shen Yin'er, with a flushed face and unconscious, was leaning on the shoulder of another girl, and that girl was Shi'er, who had just been live streaming with her. The two of them were obviously going upstairs to rest. Can one get drunk after eating a seafood feast? Fong Yi was puzzled. He recalled the content of the live broadcast just now. It seemed that they didn't order any alcohol, only fruit juice drinks and the like. Is there something wrong inside? He stood behind the two of them calmly and followed them in after the elevator door opened. Shi'er glanced at Fong Yi warily, and the latter whistled back frivolously. Xian's pretty face turned red. This guy is quite handsome. If I wasn't busy, I would have picked you up tonight. She pressed the button for the 18th floor with some regret, while Fong Yi pressed the button for the 16th floor. After the elevator door closed, Fong Yi ran straight up to the 18th floor through the fire escape at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, then hid in a corner and observed. A few seconds later, Shi'er appeared in the corridor, struggling to support Shen Yin'er, and then pressed the doorbell. The door of the room opened quickly, and a bald man in a bathrobe walked out and helped Shen Yin'er in. Why did you come just now? I was so anxious. Song Jun complained anxiously in the room. There's nothing we can do, Brother Song. You know we're doing a live broadcast. Those fans are so enthusiastic that we can't even leave, Shi'er said with a wry smile. She smells like seafood. Take her in to take a shower. I'll be waiting for you in bed. Okay. After the two of them went in, Song Jun first swallowed 2 small blue pills, and then checked the photographic equipment hidden beside the bed. Hee, from now on, you can't escape from my 5-finger mountain. Be my slave for the rest of your life. Just as he was daydreaming, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Hello, sir. Miss Shi'er dropped a purse in the lobby just now. I came here to deliver it. This woman is just unreliable. I must teach her a lesson later. Song Jun opened the door while cursing. The moment the door opened, he suddenly remembered something. The room was checked in with my ID card, so how did the waiter know that Shi'er was staying here? Oops, there's something wrong with the people outside. He was about to close the door again, but it was too late. Fong Yi pushed hard, and the door panel hit the other person's fat face directly. Song Jun screamed and fell to the carpet, with only a towel around his waist. After seeing Fong Yi with a gloomy face, he immediately panicked. You? Who are you? someone you can't afford to offend. Fong Yi snorted coldly, picked up a glass on the table, and crushed it into pieces in front of the other person's horrified gaze. You must not do anything rash. I have money. I have a lot of money. Song Jun was almost scared to death. If this were to be placed on his head, it would explode. Do you think I look like a robber? Fong Yi sneered. I have plenty of money. Hearing that the other party was not asking for money, Song Jun's anus tightened, and he became even more scared. Then what do you want to do? It's very simple. You just need to tell the truth. Why did Sierra bring Shin Yinner to your room? Fong Yi glanced in the direction of the bathroom, then put a piece of glass on Song Jun's neck and gestured. If I find out that you are lying, my hands will shake easily. Feeling the sharp sensation on his skin, Song Jun got goosebumps all over his body. He didn't dare to hide it and immediately told it all out. It turned out that he was the top of Sierra's live broadcast room. Relying on his generous spending, he hooked up with several female anchors on the duel platform, and Sierra was one of them. Because he coveted Shin Yinner's beauty, he used a large sum of money to bribe Sierra and asked her to lure Shin Yinner into the trap under the pretext of cooperating in a live broadcast. Chapter 25 Drama Queen. Disgusting. Fong Yi was furious when he heard that Song Jun planned to use videos and photos to threaten Shin Yinner for a long time. If I hadn't been more careful just now, my old classmate would have been doomed tonight. Brother, you can scold me, but please don't shake your hands, Song Jun said fearfully. Fong Yi sneered. You are so familiar with this kind of thing. It must not be your first time. Hand over all the information of previous victims to me. Song Jun didn't dare to hide it. It's all on my iPad and mobile phone. Fong Yi picked up the iPad and glanced at it casually. He saw more than 20 videos in the folder, each prefixed with a host name. Just then, the bathroom door finally opened, and Sierra, wrapped only in a bath towel, walked out supporting Shin Yinner. After seeing the situation in the room clearly, Sierra was so frightened that she shuddered and almost caused Shin Yinner to fall onto the carpet. Help her put on her clothes. Fong Yi turned his head away, not daring to look at this vivid scene. And by the way, he also twisted Song Jun's neck away. Sierra didn't dare to say anything and could only do as she was told. A few minutes later, Shin Yinner, who had taken the antidote, woke up slowly and saw a familiar face at first sight. Fong Yi. She was pleasantly surprised. Why are you in my house? Is this your home? Take a good look, Fong Yi said with a wry smile. Shin Yinner then came to her senses. This room was not the house she rented at all. Judging from the decoration and furniture, it looked like a hotel suite, and there was other people there. She was startled when she saw Song Jun was only wearing a bath towel, and immediately turned to look at Sierra. Sierra, what's going on? Didn't you just say you were going to take me home? Why am I here? I'm sorry. Sierra's nose turned red, and she actually lowered her head and started sobbing. Don't ask. The truth is pretty much what you imagined, Fong Yi said calmly. Fortunately, I arrived in time and didn't let them succeed. Shin Yinner was suddenly frightened. If she hadn't happened to meet an old classmate, the consequences would have been disastrous. It's up to you to decide what to do with the two of them, Fong Yi said. Shin Yinner, who was not very experienced in the world, had never encountered such a thing. She was at a loss and regarded Fong Yi as her backbone. Fong Yi, you should make the decision on this matter. I will listen to you. I suggest calling the police, Fong Yi said without hesitation. This kind of person takes advantage of his wealth to do whatever he wants to girls. He should be punished by law. No, I don't want to go to jail. Song Jun was really scared now. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Shin Yinner took out her cell phone directly. After calling the police, Sierra's face was a little pale, but she also felt a sense of relief. She might be considered an accomplice by the police, but no matter what, she was finally able to escape from Song Jun's clutches. After being delayed for a whole day by his uncle's family, Fong Yi started his happy takeout life again. Because he didn't come to work yesterday and his electric scooter was not charged, he could only deliver the food in his supercar for the time being. The first customer lived in a mid-range residential area. Fong Yi had delivered a takeaway here once before. He was given all kinds of difficulties when entering and leaving. In addition to registering, his ID card had to be checked. It felt like entering a military stronghold. This time, the security guard at the gate let the person in directly after seeing the unusually cool poison. Building 29, room 801. After parking the car, Fong Yi found himself a little confused. He was not familiar with this neighborhood and had no idea which direction Building 29 was in. At this time, a middle-aged woman carrying a lot of bags happened to pass by. Hello, Aunshi. How do I get to Building 29? Building 29, the middle-aged woman stopped and glanced at Fong Yi. Are you here to deliver food? Yes. Then I can't tell you. She shook her head. Fong Yi was stunned. Can't you tell me why? The middle-aged woman said coldly. Because I live in building 29, I can't tell you. Is there any connection between these two? Fong Yi asked puzzledly. Of course it matters, the middle-aged woman kept talking. If I tell you where building 29 is, you will definitely come with me, right? Fong Yi nodded. Then we must go all the way. If you were to come with me, you would definitely feel sorry for an old man like me carrying so many things and would help me, right? I think I will help. If you help me carry things, then I must be polite and ask you to come home for a drink. Is this normal? Normal. The more Fong Yi listened, the more confused he became. Here comes the problem. If my daughter sees you drinking water, she will definitely add you on WeChat because you are so handsome. If the two of you fall in love with each other, then my beautiful daughter, who I raised with great effort, will become the property of a delivery boy like you. You are a poor son-in-law who probably can't even afford to buy a house. What should I do when I am old? No. I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. What kind of logic is this? I'm just here to deliver the takeaway. Why the hell would I want to marry your daughter? Fong Yi was dumbfounded. Could it be that the old lady was possessed by a spirit of drama? She could imagine such a twisted and ridiculous plot. It would be a waste of her talent if she didn't become a screenwriter. Okay, Annie, for your happiness in your later years, I won't ask any more questions, okay? Don't think I don't know what you are planning. You want to follow me secretly to learn the house number, and then find a chance to knock on my door later, right? The aunt sneered, as if she saw through everything. I give up. Fong Yi raised his hands in surrender. How about this? I'll call the customer and ask him to come down and get it himself. Is that okay? Okay, I'll sit here and wait. I'll go back after you leave. The old lady put her things on the stone bench by the roadside, sat down with her legs and sword, and actually started to fight with Fong Yi. Fong Yi took out his cell phone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Just bring it up. I'm at home. This was a female customer with a very attractive voice. Here's the thing, and Annie won't let me go to building 29, so can you come over to the parking lot and get it? And Annie doesn't let you come to building 29? How could someone be so bored? I think you were just too lazy to run, the female customer sneered. What I said is absolutely true. Auntie is afraid that I will seduce her daughter, so she has been guarding here. Fong Yi smiled bitterly. If you don't believe me, you can come down and take a look. If I tell a lie, I will pay for the milk tea myself, right? There are still such weirdos in the neighborhood. Well, wait a moment. I'll change my clothes. 10 minutes later, a young and beautiful woman came to the parking lot. Mom, what are you doing here? When the woman saw the middle-aged woman with a wary look on her face, she was stunned. Daughter, why are you here? The aunt was also stunned. Chapter 26. This is my boyfriend. Seeing the mother and daughter recognize each other, Fong Yi almost laughed out loud. The aunt took all kinds of precautions, but still couldn't protect her precious daughter. Hello, this is your milk tea. After taking the milk tea, the woman said apologetically, I'm sorry, I just wronged you. It's okay. It's my fault for looking so attractive. It's inevitable that your aunt is nervous. Fong Yi waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. Mom, what are you doing? The woman turned and questioned her mother. You don't understand. I'm doing this for your own good. I want to nip any danger in the bud. I'm just delivering food. How can it be dangerous? I'm afraid you'll fall for him and follow your cousin's path, the aunt said earnestly. Her husband is just a delivery man. They've been married for so long, and during festivals, the family can't even raise their heads in front of relatives and friends. Don't even mention how aggrieved they are. What's wrong with delivering takeout? It's a legitimate job after all. The woman was speechless. I don't care. I can't let you marry a delivery man, not even as a friend. You don't want face, but I do, the aunt said. I think your ex-boyfriend Xiaogu is not bad. He's a company executive with an annual salary of over $1 million. He comes from a well-off family and looks good. Isn't he 1,000 times better than this delivery man? Mom, I'm done with him. He's just a complete scumbag. Don't mention him in front of me anymore. Seeing the mother and daughter arguing fiercely, Fong Yi became bored and was about to leave when a brand new BMW X5 suddenly stopped in front of the three of them. A man wearing Armani got out of the car holding a rose, then knelt on one knee in front of the woman. Xiao Qian, please forgive the mistakes I made before and give me another chance. I really love you so much. Unexpectedly, the devil appeared as soon as he was mentioned. Fong Yi simply stopped and became a spectator. Lin Qian said with a cold face. Gu Yufan, didn't I make it clear before? We have no chance anymore. Please don't bother me anymore. I am absolutely sincere. Look, I bought this car just for you. The landing price is 760,000. Gu Yufan took out the car keys directly. After hearing the price of the car, the old lady's face immediately turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. When she couldn't help but step forward to take it, Lin Qian stretched out her hand to stop her. Seeing that the frost on his ex-girlfriend's face had not faded, Gu Yufan took out 2 more property certificates. Look, this is the house under my name. As long as you agree to marry me, I can add your name to it. Since Xiao Gu is so sincere, what are you waiting for, daughter? Just agree to him. The aunt was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Lin, she sneered. After hearing this, Gu Yufan's face changed drastically. The aunt quickly denied it. Xiao Gu, don't listen to her nonsense. I can testify that she doesn't have a boyfriend at all. Just as Gu Yufan breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Lin Qian suddenly grab Fong Yi next to him. Who said no? He is my boyfriend. Gu Yufan was stunned, and the aunt also fell into a daze. Fong Yi was completely confused. What was going on? I was just watching the show. How come I became someone's boyfriend for no reason? Who are you trying to fool? He's just a lousy food delivery guy. Gu Yufan said with a smile. Xiao Qian, could you please find someone more decent to fool me? After hearing this, Fong Yi immediately became unhappy. Just deliver takeout. Why add the word stinky? He simply took the initiative and put his arms around Lin Qi's shoulders, kissed her forehead gently, and then looked at Gu Yufan provocatively. She didn't lie to you. I am indeed her boyfriend. Do you have any objection? You little bastard. Take your dirty hands away from me. Gu Yufan was furious. Lin, she was a very conservative girl. Although he was her ex-boyfriend, he could only hold her hand at most, and they had never even hugged each other. Although Lin Qi's cheeks were flushed, she did not show any intention of resisting, and this was what made him most angry. What's it to you if I kiss my girlfriend? Fong Yi sneered. If you keep on whining, I'll keep on kissing you and let you enjoy the show. You dare? What am I afraid of? Fong Yi lowered his head and kissed Lin Qi's delicate face again. The sound was crisp and loud, just a little bit away from her red lips. Don't touch me in public. You can do whatever you want when you get home. Lin Qian also took the risk and actually hit Fong Yi lightly, her eyes full of shyness. Okay. Very good. You will regret it later. Gu Yufan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He no longer had the courage to look at the sweet appearance of the 2 people. He turned around and walked towards the BMW. You ran away just because you were angry? Fong Yi chuckled, then let go of the blushing Lin Qi. I'm sorry, I was too into the role just now. No, it's okay. Thank you for helping me a lot. After leaving Fong Ye's strong chest, Lin Qian actually felt a little lost in her heart. It's just a small thing. Any man will come to your aid. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Fong Yi smiled and turned to leave. Daughter, do you want to piss me off to death? The aunt finally came to her senses and cried, beating her chest and stamping her feet. Mom, that Gu Yufan specializes in playing with women. He has already made several girls in the big company pregnant. If my friend hadn't reminded me, I would still be kept in the dark by this beast in human form. Can you bear to watch your daughter jump into the fire pit? Then you can't fall in love with a delivery man. Can't you see? I'm just using him as a shield. Really? The aunt wiped her tears. Of course it's true. Lin Qian subconsciously looked at Fong Yi not far away, and suddenly found that he stopped in front of a burgundy supercar. What a beautiful sports car. Why haven't I seen it before? The aunt asked puzzledly. Mom, this is a limited edition supercar worth 50 million. How could someone who can afford it live in our neighborhood? 50 million? My God, that's enough to buy several villas. As he was speaking, Fong Yi took out the car key and pressed a button. The handsome scissor-wing doors automatically rose up slowly, causing the mother and daughter to open their mouths at the same time. I'm not seeing things, am I? That car turned out to be his. How can a delivery man drive a sports car? The old lady began to doubt her life. Lin Qian was not surprised at all. Many rich people were just bored and used to drive Didi or deliver food in luxury cars worth tens of millions. There was nothing surprising about delivering food. They just came out to experience life, and no one could interfere. Watching the poison drive away from the parking lot, the aunt was about to regret it. If she hadn't been there to make things worse, the delivery man might have really become her son-in-law. Chapter 27, You Don't Deserve It. Sitting in the speeding supercar, Fong Yi felt extremely comfortable because just before he got in the car, he heard the wonderful sound of the system again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, and you will be rewarded with a set of Royal Bay Seaview Villa. By helping a beautiful woman a small favor, not only can you get a small bargain, but you can also get a Seaview Villa. This deal is definitely worthwhile. After returning, Fong Yi parked the poison directly in front of the milk tea shop, which immediately attracted a large group of people pointing and talking. He was already accustomed to these envious and jealous looks, so he pushed open the glass door and walked into the store. Fong Yi, is that car outside yours? Xiao Wei was also shocked. Fong Yi had already thought of an excuse. It belongs to my relative. I just borrowed it for fun. This is a supercar worth tens of millions, and you're just borrowing it for fun? Xiao Wei was shocked. If it gets scratched, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell my milk tea shop. I'm actually quite skilled, and I have insurance, so what's there to worry about? Fong Yi said non-committally. Cars are meant to be driven, so why should they be put on display in a museum? Then you could at least borrow a cheaper one. It's okay. Being expensive has its advantages. At least the business in the store is much better now. Fong Yi was not wrong. The extremely cool poison did increase the popularity of the milk tea shop, and even made the shops next to it more prosperous. After resting for a few minutes, they set off again. This time the client was in Jinghu Park. Because the positioning was not accurate, Fong Yi took a long time to find the person. This is a young man in his 20s, with a worried look on his face and a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Here is your takeaway. Enjoy your meal. Goodbye. Fong Yi was about to leave when the other party stopped him. Brother, can you do me a favor? Fong Ye's heart moved. Could this be another special takeaway order? Sure. I would like to ask you to help me send this bouquet of flowers and milk tea to her. The young man opened a photo on his mobile phone. This is a girl with a sweet smile, long hair, a slim figure, and looks fragile. If there were no beauty filter, she would score at least 70 points. Is this your girlfriend? Fong Yi said with a smile. Not yet. The young man smiled bitterly. To be honest, she is actually my high school classmate. I have had a crush on her for many years, but I have never had the courage to confess my feelings to her. Recently, she broke up with her boyfriend, so I thought, taking advantage of the opportunity, right? I understand. Fong Yi patted the other person's shoulder and said, so you are still a lovesick person. I've done you a favor. Where is she now? The young man said, she is in the hexagonal building beside Mirror Lake. I followed her secretly all the way here. Okay, watch me. Fong Yi walked towards the hexagonal building in high spirits. Because today was not a holiday, there were very few people in the park, and no one was seen by the lake. The hexagonal building is 3 stories high, and one can enjoy a view of the entire lake from above. Fong Yi saw a slender figure on the top floor from afar. Turning around and making an okay gesture to the young man following behind him, Fong Yi began to climb the stairs. When he just reached the 3rd floor, he saw the figure leap up and jump directly into the lake. Oh no, this woman is going to commit suicide. Fong Yi didn't have time to think about it. He rushed to the railing in 3 or 2 steps. He saw strings of bubbles rising into clear lake water, and the people were completely invisible. He threw away what he had in his hand, dived into the water, and in less than half a minute, he climbed ashore dragging the dying woman. I've learned first aid. Let me do it. The young man quickly took the unconscious woman, laid her flat on the ground, and started to rescue her. Brother, this is all I can help you with. Later you can say that it was you who saved her. From now on, it's up to you. Fong Yi said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you so much, the young man said sincerely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, rewarded with sports all round. After receiving the reward, Fong Yi waved his hand and turned to leave. Before he had walked 10 meters away, he suddenly heard a woman coughing violently behind him, and he quickly hid behind the flower bed. Ade, why did you save me? Xiao Fu, it's just a breakup. Why do you want to commit suicide? The young man said affectionately. I have liked you for a long time. Let me take care of you from now on. I'm pregnant with this scumbag's child. What else can I do if I don't die? The woman said, crying. Just give birth to me, and I will treat him as my own son, said the young man with a firm face. The woman shook her head without hesitation. No, this child is his. You don't deserve it. Vogel. Fong Yi, who was hiding behind the flowers, almost fell to the ground. Then knock him out. No, that won't work. The child is innocent. You will just have my last name from now on. Okay, I'll listen to you. Won't you dislike me? Of course not. I can't wait to love you. Seeing the two of them snuggling together in the sunset, their shadows stretched out very long, Fong Ye's mouth twitched. This young man's love is too humble, a typical dog licker. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Just let him be. After get off work, Fong Ye received a call from the boss Manhwa. Siako, where are you? Still in the commercial street. What's wrong? Do you want to go online? Fong Ye thought that the boss was going to drag him into the trench. What the hell? Hurry back and cheer for us on the basketball court. What? The second brother is competing with someone for a girlfriend. Both parties have agreed to play a ball game. Whoever loses will withdraw from the competition. I can't count on you in the game. Can you at least come and show your support? Fong Ye's original physique was not very good, and he always stayed away from the three major ball sports with fierce competition. Meng Hu and the other two were members of the department team, so he played quite well with them. Okay, I'll be there right away. When Fong Ye arrived at the school, it was completely dark. The brightly lit basketball court was already bustling with activity. 3 roommates were preparing in a corner of the court. Fourth brother, you're finally here. Hu Fei patted Fong Ye's shoulder with a smile. It's okay. The game hasn't started yet. Fong Ye said with a smile. Second brother, when did you get a girlfriend again? Where is she? He's in the audience, the one wearing glasses. Do you see him? Hu Fei secretly pointed to him. Fong Ye spotted the girl with long, straight black hair at first sight. She was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and looked gentle and refined. She should be able to score around 75 points, which was considered an upper-middle level in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Chapter 28, I Don't Like Gigolos. Isn't that Yuan Lin from the Foreign Languages Department? How could you have hooked her up? Fong Yi was quite surprised. Yuan Lin, a sophomore, played the piano very well. She amazed everyone at last year's school anniversary ceremony and was considered one of the school's most influential figures. What do you mean by hook? That's really harsh. Isn't it? Hu Fei said with some pride. She likes boys who play basketball. We have made it through today. As long as we win the game later, we can get a chance to date her. So you two haven't even started dating yet? Fong Yi was speechless. You're totally wrong. There's already a hint. Qin Yiming said with a smile. With the strength of the 3 of us, it won't be a problem for us to win the game. You can just wait to socialize with the beauties in the second sister-in-law's dormitory. This time, the eldest brother and I might be able to find a way out of being single. So there is such a good thing. No wonder you two are so excited. Fong Yi suddenly realized. There are so many beautiful girls in the Foreign Languages Department. He heard that there is a campus beauty in Yuan Lin's dormitory. No wonder they're fighting for her. Since you are so confident, why don't you let me go on the court and play a few balls? Fong Yi had never tried it since he acquired all-around sports, and he immediately felt itchy. You? Forget it. We can't afford it. Meng, who was the first to refuse. Old 4, you have a rich woman on your left and boss one on your right, so don't try to disrupt our show. Just sit aside and shout 666. Hu Fei also firmly disagreed. Qin Yiming said, That's right, old 4, don't make trouble. With your level, they can beat you with just one hand or one foot. Fong Yi was very depressed, but he didn't know what to say, so he just sat obediently in the stands. The game adopts a 3v3 street basketball format. Meng Hu and his opponents are also senior students, and there is a familiar face among them, Zhou Qi. After seeing Fong Yi, Zhou Qi was so angry that he wanted to kill him with a shot. Archie, is that guy Fong Yi? A classmate next to him, who was nearly 2 meters tall, sneered. Brother Jie, that's him. Zhou Qi responded. This gigolo made me lose face in front of Lin Shuang. If I get the chance, I really want to give him a good beating. That's easy. Isn't he Hu Fei's roommate? I can just knock one of them down and force him to replace him. Nie Jie smiled sinisterly. When you're on the court, you can do whatever you want. Just don't get anyone killed. Brother Jie is wise. If this is successful, I will pay you 30,000 yuan. Okay, let's make it a deal. In addition to Nie Jie and Zhou Qi, there is also a burly, flat-headed man named Zhao Xiao. He is a key member of the school team and is considered the most threatening enemy by Meng Hu and the other 2. After the referee blew the whistle, the game officially began. The rules were very simple. The total time was 20 minutes, divided into the first and second halves, and the team with the higher score won. Meng Hu and his 2 companions were able to overcome all the obstacles along the way because they cooperated very skillfully and had very good basic skills and physical fitness, so they were not at all nervous when facing Nie Jie and his companions. After the first half, they scored a total of 26 points. temporarily leading the opponents 19 points. Hu Fei contributed 18 points. In order to win the game, he definitely tried his best. Lin, it looks like Hu Fei and his team won this time. Du Xiaoman, who was sitting next to Yuan Lin, said with a smile. His roommates all look nice. Who are you planning to date? Another roommate, Chen Wan, joked. I think Fong Yi is the most handsome one, and I want to date him. Du Xiaoman said with a smile. But I know I can't compete with Mu Ling, so I'd better give up. Liang Muling is one of the campus beauties of Huazhong University. The reason why Zhou Qi agreed to participate in the competition was actually because of her. However, his basketball skills are far inferior to those of his other roommates, and at best he is just there to make up the numbers. Don't worry, I have no interest in that gigolo. Liang Muling smiled faintly. Besides, Hu Fei and the others may not be able to win the game. Don't forget that Hong Yi hasn't played yet. He's the captain of the school team. If he were to go, it's hard to say who would win. Yuan Lin said with a smile, but he seems to have something else and didn't come. I understand. The campus belle of Liang University has set her sights on Captain Hong. Du Xiaoman smiled slyly. Liang Muling did not admit it, but she did not deny it either. After the start of the second half, Niejia winked at Zhou Qi, who understood and deliberately blocked the referee's sight while defending. Niejia took the opportunity to knee Hu Fei hard in the waist while he was dribbling. Hu Fei fell down with a scream, but because Niejia acted so quickly, most people on the field did not notice his little move, not to mention the referee whose view was blocked. Second brother, how are you? Meng, who was shocked, and quickly helped Hu Fei up. My waist hurts so much, Hu Fei said with difficulty. Qin Yiming pulled up his clothes, and a shocking purple color suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Niejia, you bastard, how dare you do that? Meng, who has been on the court for a long time, and he understood 80% of it at a glance. It was obvious that the mark was caused by a knee strike, and there was only one person defending Hu Fei just now. Stop talking nonsense, kid. Who the hell saw me take action? Of course, Niejia would never admit it. Without solid evidence, it is difficult for the referee to make a decision. Second brother, can you still go on the court? Meng, who had no way to deal with Niejia. It was impossible for him to fight with him on the spot, right? Don't worry, I'll be fine once I recover. Hu Fei struggled to stand up. Seeing that the other parties seemed to be fine, like an indestructible cockroach, Niejia couldn't help but regret that he was too gentle. The game continued, and Hu Fei had a hard time running. Fortunately, Meng Hu and Qin Yiming, who were both very angry, performed exceptionally well, and the score was not narrowed. There were only 5 minutes left, and we were still 8 points behind. If we continued like this, we would definitely lose. Just when the three were getting annoyed, a tall and straight figure suddenly appeared on the sidelines. It was Hong Yi, the captain of the school basketball team, and also the boss of their dormitory. Hong Yi is handsome and elegant, and he attracted the attention of most girls in an instant. The boss is finally here. Niejia smiled happily and took advantage of the dead ball opportunity to apply for a substitution, with Hong Yi replacing Zhou Qi, who had been playing a supporting role. Sorry, I'm late. Hong Yi smiled slightly. Boss, there is still 5 minutes. It's not too late. Zhao Xiong said with a smile. Indeed, 5 minutes is enough. Hong Yi took the ball thrown by Niejia. Let's crush them. Chapter 29, Shit Luck. Stop talking big. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the captain of the school team. Meng Hu yelled and stood in front of him. Hong Yi just looked at him coldly, then dribbled through. His movements were dazzling, and Meng Hu only felt a flash before his eyes and had lost sight of the other party. Not good. Hu Fei, who was staggering, could only come over to defend, but unfortunately Hong Yi still easily dribbled past him, jumped high, and dunked the ball into the basket. 35-29. Don't be discouraged. We can do it. Meng Hu encouraged loudly. Fong Yi also shouted and cheered outside the court. The three of them were still full of fighting spirit, but unfortunately, the game had become one-sided. Qin Yiming threw the ball, and before Hu Fei could turn around after receiving it, it was snatched away by the elusive Hong Yi. He dribbled directly to the three-point line and jumped for a shot, which went into the basket, 35-32. On the third ball, Meng Hu made a hasty shot in the face of tight defense, but missed. Niejia successfully grabbed the rebound, and Hong Yi received the ball and shot it in from beyond the three-point line again, tying the score. Zhao Xiong made a layup, 35-37. Niejia dunks, 35-39. Within 3 minutes, the three Meng Hu players did not score a single point and instead fell behind by 12 points. Every time Hong Yi scored, there would be a tide of applause and cheers in the stadium, which greatly reduced the morale of Meng Hu and the other two. They were no longer energetic on the court and were like zombies. With the last minute and 50 seconds left, Niejie scored a dunk and Hu Fei, who was defending him, fell to the ground again. This time it was a reasonable collision, and Meng Hu and the others could do nothing to say. The score on the field was fixed at 35-49. The outcome is set. Hu Fei and his team are doomed to lose. Yuan Lin sighed softly. To be honest, she still liked Hu Fei more. Niejie looked like a giant and was ugly. She really didn't want to date him. Du Xiaoman and Chunwan didn't care, but Liang Muling's eyes were always on Hong Yi. Now even a blind man can see that she has a good impression of Hong Yi. Big brother and third brother, I really can't do it this time. Hu Fei couldn't even stand up and said breathlessly, "Boss, why don't you just surrender?" Qin Yiming said with a bitter face. There was no hope of winning in the first place, and when the second player retired, there was no substitute. What was the point of winning? Give up? Did I hear you right? Niejie laughed. So you, Menghu, would say such cowardly words. I thought highly of you before. We no longer have any substitutes. What else can we do except admit defeat? Qin Yiming said angrily. Who said there are no substitutes? Isn't Fong Yi your roommate? Let that gigolo go. Zhou Qi said loudly. He deliberately raised the volume of the 3 words giggle boy, which immediately caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. This gigolo has been sucked dry by the rich woman. He's almost become a soft-shell crab. How can he have the energy to come up and play basketball? This is such a disgrace to our Huada University. Why doesn't this kind of person drop out of school? It makes me sick just thinking about it. You know what? He has a powerful background. He sent someone to find the principal and had him delete the post. That's because the rich woman has a powerful background. It's none of his business. He's just a little handsome. I don't know what that rich woman is thinking. I think Hong Yi is 100 times better than him. Listening to the discussions from all directions, Fong Yi remained expressionless, while Niejie and others were grinning from ear to ear. It was worth the tens of thousands of dollars I spent. Although the post was forcibly deleted, fortunately the effect was achieved. Zhou Qi secretly congratulated himself on his wisdom. Of course, Meng, who would not let his roommate go on the court to be abused. With Fong Ye's small body, he would probably fall to the ground after a collision. Just when he was about to ask the referee to admit defeat, Fong Yi suddenly walked onto the court. Referee, I request a substitution. Old 4, don't come up here and make trouble. Go back quickly. Qin Yiming was frightened by his actions. I'm not kidding. Since this is a competition, there's no point in giving up halfway. Fong Yi said calmly, if the second one falls, the fourth one, will take over. Okay, I admire ambitious people like you. Referee, please change the player quickly. Niejie couldn't ask for more. He was still thinking about Zhou Qi's 30,000 yuan, which could come in handy when he was dating Yuan Lin. He was so happy. Menghu had no choice but to remind him, then stand back a little and don't get too close to that bastard Niejie. I'm worried that he will do something bad again. Don't worry, I'll be careful. The referee signaled that the game would continue, and Qin Yiming served. Niejie stood beside Fong Yi with a strange smile. Looking at the other party's fragile body, he felt that he could beat the shit out of him with just one slap. Don't be afraid, little friend. I will definitely take good care of you. Oh, really? Fong Yi smiled faintly and suddenly ran quickly towards Qin Yiming, stretching out his hand as if to catch the ball. This kid is pretty quick. Niejie was shocked. When he was about to exert force to catch up, Fong Yi suddenly threw the ball out with one hand, and the arc was actually heading towards the basket. Does this kid know how to play basketball? He shot from the midfield, and his posture is too ridiculous. How come it is almost like shot put? Such a thought rose in the minds of all the spectators outside the stadium. Boss, grab the rebound. Qin Yiming was too far away, so he had to pin his hopes on Menghu. Good. You still want to grab the rebound? I think you are dreaming. Zhao Xiong sneered and jumped first. His physique and jumping ability were slightly better than Menghu's, and he had won many rebounds before. Hong Yi has already run outside the three-point line. As long as his teammates grab the rebound, he can shoot the ball at the first opportunity and continue to expand the score. Zhao Xiong jumps so high, Menghu can't beat him at all. Well, of course, one is from the school team and the other is from the department team. Are they comparable? Just when everyone was pessimistic about Menghu's rebounding, the high-speed spinning basketball had already hit the backboard hard, and then went directly into the basket at an incredible angle. The three-pointer from half-court actually went in. The score is 38-49. In less than 4 seconds, Fong Yi scored 3 points. Wow, this ball is really awesome. What a shitty luck this is. It's against the will of heaven. If nothing else, Fong Yi is quite strong. He doesn't deserve the title of gigolo. Damn it, I actually forgot to record the video just now. Otherwise, it would definitely go viral if it was uploaded to the forum. Chapter 30, I'm scared. Good shot, well done, Lao Si. Hu Fei from the sidelines cheered loudly. What are you still standing there for? Let's kick off the game. Hong, he said loudly. Oh, Jeff finally came back to his senses. He took the ball and ran to the center line. After Hong, he received the ball. Qin Yiming, who was responsible for defending him, immediately stuck to him. Humph, you want to defend me? Maybe in your next life. Hong, he dribbled the ball up and was about to lower his body to break through when a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and knocked the basketball out of his hand. What a quick movement. Hong, he was shocked. The person who came was Fong Yi. After getting the ball, he took 2 steps back, then stepped outside the 3-point line and made a throwing gesture again. At this time, Jie and Hong, he were still 2 meters away, and no one could stop him. But even if the two were close together, they might not be able to defend against Fong Ye's strange shooting method. No way. Is this guy trying to get lucky again? Seeing Fong Ye's mysterious operation, the audience outside the venue was stunned again. I just don't believe it. How can I make consecutive shots using this method? Zhao Xiong grabbed the advantageous position under the rebound in the first time, and Meng, who was half a beat slower again. The basketball flew straight towards the backboard like a cannonball. According to common sense, it is impossible for it to hit the target at such a small angle. However, this ball cannot be explained by common sense. After hitting the backboard, it did not bounce away, but twisted its direction downward and went into the basket again. The whole audience was in an uproar. If the first time was just luck, how do I explain the second time? Did I step on the same piece of shit? Hong Yi's face was grim. He finally saw clearly that the sphere's rotation speed was unusual, and the angle of landing was extremely tricky. Fong Yi had calculated it all. This kind of shot is neither difficult nor easy, but there is a prerequisite, which is that the user's arm strength must be incredibly great in order to add a rotational speed to the basketball at the moment it is released. As far as he knows, there are only a few people in the entire NBA who can do this, not to mention in China. This Fong Yi is a monster. Pass the ball carefully, don't let this guy intercept it. Hong, he reminded loudly. There is 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and the score is now 41-49. As long as they don't let Fong Yi get the ball, victory will definitely belong to them. After Hong, he caught the ball again. Fong Yi suddenly appeared in front of him with a nonchalant look on his face, as if he was facing an elementary school student who had just learned to play basketball. I'll show you the true strength of the school team captain. Hong, he was very unhappy with his disdainful look, and his fighting spirit completely burst out. He increased his dribbling speed to the extreme, and the basketball disappeared under his crotch like a butterfly flying through flowers, causing the fangirls on the sidelines to cheer wildly like crazy. So handsome. Hong-yi, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Forget about it. There's no way Hong, he would like a fat person like you. If he has to choose someone, he'd choose someone as slim as me. As expected of the captain of the school team, his dribbling skills are truly unrivaled. This gigolo is probably only capable of doing that. Once Hong, he gets serious, he will be left with nothing but shit. Damn, even the school beauty Liang Muling cheered and applauded for him. I'm so jealous. Hong, he fainted and began to break through. His fake moves had been practiced to perfection, and even Hu Fei, before he was injured, might not be able to see through it. As expected, Fong Yi was broken through before he could even react. Qin Yiming wanted to fill in the position, but unfortunately, he was blocked by Nie Jie behind him. He didn't even have time to react to Hong Yi's fake move. It turns out this guy's basic skills are not good at all. He just relies on his pitching to bluff people. Liang Muling sneered. It's a good thing that I had a better impression of him just now. I think Fong Yi is quite capable. Didn't you see that Hong, he is already very alert? Yuan Lin disagreed with her roommate's opinion. If I'm not mistaken, Fong Yi and his team should win this game. Absolutely impossible. If Fong Yi can win, I will agree to go to the party together. If he loses, then you have to confess to Nie Jie in public. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing that there was no one defending him, Hong, he shot decisively. The moment he jumped high and was about to throw the ball, there was a sudden cry of surprise from outside the court. Keep on exclaiming at my handsome shot. Hong, he was extremely proud. He practiced this kind of shooting action thousands of times every day and had already become as proficient at it as eating and drinking. Within this distance, without any interference, his hit rate could reach at least 95%. In a flash, the entire set of standard shooting movements that looked like a textbook were completed, but he always felt like something was wrong. Why didn't I see anything thrown out? Where's the ball? Oh my God, the ball is gone. Except for him, everyone saw it clearly. Fong had just stuck to the opponent like a ghost, and when the opponent took off, he also jumped high and snatched the ball away with ease. He thought that everyone was impressed by his basketball skills, but he didn't expect that they were actually surprised by Fong Ye's speed and jumping ability. Boss, he's behind you, Jie reminded loudly. He turned around suddenly and saw that Fong Yi had retreated beyond the three-point line and once again made the classic throwing the ball move. The ball went into the net. The score was 44-49. This hit rate seems a bit scary. His shooting percentage is nothing. His explosive power is really amazing. He was able to snatch the ball from Hong Yi without making any sound. He looks skinny and small, and his height is only 178 centimeters at most. I never thought he could beat Hong Yi, who is 190 centimeters tall. It's not a complete victory. At most, it was just a surprise victory. There was still 1 minute left in the game, and the score gap between the two sides had narrowed to 5 points. If Fong Yi could make 2 more three-pointers, they would be able to overtake. Good job, old four. I didn't expect you had this skill. Meng Hu patted Fong Yi's shoulder heavily. In his excitement, he hit Fong Yi without any mercy, causing him to grimace in pain. Boss, if you use a little more strength, I can go down and accompany the second one. Sorry. Meng Hu withdrew his hand with a wry smile. After being scored 9 points by Fong Yi, Jie and Zhao Xiong were a little impatient. Boss, what should we do now? Don't panic. We have the height advantage. Just shoot the ball high. Hong Yi calmly ordered. I'll throw the ball directly to the basket after the kickoff. Second brother, Meng Hu is no match for you. The rest is up to you. Jie and Zhao Xiong looked at each other in bewilderment. They never dreamed that Hong Yi would actually give in and not dare to confront Fong Yi head-on. Chapter 31. Am I involved too? Okay, I understand. Jie started serving, and as soon as Hong Yi received the ball, Fong Yi quickly came over. Hong Yi was already worried about his stealing speed, so he didn't even dare to dribble and just threw the ball high. Ha. I didn't expect that Hong Yi was so scared that he didn't even dare to challenge Fong Yi in a duel. Yuan Lin saw through his true thoughts at a glance and laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. Don't talk nonsense. How could Hong Yi be afraid of a gigolo? Liang Muling said angrily. Don't disbelieve it. Just read on. After Zhao Xiong took the ball, he was already inside the free throw line. Meng Hu opened his arms and tried his best to stop him from shooting. You are a defeated general. You can't stop me. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Xiong's eyes, and he turned around, dribbled the ball, and started to force a breakthrough. With the absolute advantage in strength, Meng Hu was suppressed and retreated again and again. Seeing that the distance was almost right, Zhao Xiong roared and jumped high, intending to do a two-handed dunk. Meng Hu did not expect the opponent to be so fierce, and it was too late for him to jump up and intercept. Come on, second brother, dunk him. When Hong Yi was cheering, he suddenly found that Fong Yi beside him had disappeared. An almost blurry figure rushed to the basket like lightning and jumped up quickly as if there were springs under his feet. Zhao Xiong only felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly a huge force came from the basketball, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This force not only prevented his dunk, but also made him completely lose balance, and he fell flat on his back with a thud. Meng Hu and Qin Yiming were stunned. Hong Yi and Jie were also stunned, and the entire crowded stadium was in dead silence. Fong Yi, who was unguarded, easily dribbled the ball outside the three-point line, then threw it casually, and the ball went in again. What kind of monster is this guy? He even covered Zhao Xiong? Jie rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he had just hallucinated. Although Zhao Xiong is shorter than himself, he is 195 centimeters tall and has amazing jumping ability, second only to Hong Yi in the entire school team. But he didn't expect to be blocked by a dwarf who is less than 1.8 meters tall today. It would be fine if he was a professional player, but he is a well-known gigolo. Where is justice? Yuan Lin was so happy that she smiled, but Liang Muling's face turned completely cold. Now even a blind man knows that Fong Yi has completely crushed Hong Yi and the other two, and winning the game is only a matter of time. Do I really want to date a gigolo? When Liang Muling thought about this bet, she felt her heart break. 43 seconds later, the game officially ended. Meng Hu and his three players won 53-49. Fong Yi dunked 6 three-pointers in 2 minutes, completely turning the situation around. I don't fucking accept it. You just make a living by your ball-throwing skills. If you're brave enough, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Niejie walked up to Fong Yi in a rage. Okay, I'll convince you. Fong Yi smiled and picked up a basketball. Let's decide the winner with one ball. We can only dunk and not shoot. Is that okay? Okay, that's straightforward, Niejie sneered. If you lose, you have to give up the opportunity to socialize. Okay, Fong Yi agreed without hesitation. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Hu Fei and the other two were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They shouted in unison, "Old four, think twice." "Don't worry, I won't lose," Fong Yi said calmly. "What if you lose?" "I call you Grandpa." "Good." Since the outcome is determined by one ball, the game can only start with the two people fighting for the ball. After the referee threw the ball up, Fong Yi and Ye Jie jumped at the same time. As expected, Fong Yi, whose jumping ability was abnormally strong, grabbed the ball. The opponent could even block Zhao Xiong's shot. So Nye Jie certainly wasn't arrogant enough to think he could grab the ball, and he immediately switched to a defensive posture. In his expectation, he just needed to suppress the opponent with force first, and then wait for an opportunity to steal the ball and score. Considering my size of nearly 2 meters, it shouldn't be difficult to do this. A second later, the two men's shoulders collided with each other. Fong Yi did not use his speed to bully others, but chose to confront them head-on. The two men have a huge difference in size. If you only look at their backs, you would think they are father and son competing with each other. Meng Hu and the other two looked pale as they watched. They had not expected Fong Yi to use such a stupid method. Wasn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? Overestimating one's own abilities? The other party's tonnage is there. It would be strange if you, with your weak arms and legs, could win. However, what is surprising is that Fong Yi is actually making progress bit by bit. Nye Jie's face turned red. He had used all his strength, but was still losing. Not only did Fong Yi look relaxed, but he was also dribbling the ball with one hand. The power comparison between the two sides was clear at a glance. After holding on for 5 seconds, Nye Jie's teeth were already trembling, and his legs were shaking like sieves. Fong Yi was not in a hurry. He just pushed forward slowly. After reaching the basket, he jumped up and started dunking. Nye Jie used his last remaining strength to jump up and intercept, but unfortunately he looked so weak and powerless. Fong Yi succeeded in the dunk, and Nye Jie fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, 10 times more miserable than Hu Fei just now. After the great victory, Hu Fei ignored his injuries and went to find Yuan Lin to discuss the social gathering, while Fong Yi and the other two returned to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes. In less than half an hour, Hu Fei came back excitedly. "Second brother, what did they say?" Meng Hu asked impatiently. "We've already agreed to go to a nightclub tonight. Isn't there a nightclub near the school?" "That's it. Night bar?" "I heard that the consumption there is not cheap," Qin Yiming said weakly. Hu Fei said carelessly, "Don't worry, I know your family is not well off, so the money will be shared equally between me, the eldest and the fourth brother." Fong Yi is not short of money now, so naturally he has no objection. "No problem." Meng Hu smiled and patted Qin Yiming's shoulder. "Old three, let's make a deal first. Which of Yuan Lin's 3 roommates do you want to choose?" "I definitely don't dare to think about the school bell, so I'd rather just go with the short-haired Du Xiaoman. I like this lively type." Qin Yiming is very self-aware. "Of course, the school bell can only be left to the fourth brother, so I will choose Chenwan." Meng Hu looked at Fong Yi. "Fourth brother, do you have any objection to this assignment?" "Ah, I have a share too?" Fong Yi was stunned. "Chapter 32, why don't you take my car?" "Well, although you have the rich woman and Mr. Wen, they're not ordinary people. It is impossible for them to marry you. They are just greedy for your body." Meng Hu said earnestly. "You should make plans early. Otherwise, when you are old and ugly, what if you lose both your money and your life?" "What you said seems to make sense." Fong Yi smiled bitterly, but Liang Muling looks so superior. "I don't like this type of person. It's just a social gathering. Just think of yourself as someone who is just making up the numbers. Don't think too far ahead. If it's really not suitable, just don't meet again in the future." Hu Fei also advised, "I heard that school beauty Liang likes that guy Hong Yi. You may not have a chance." Qin Yiming smiled and said, "Hong Yi was abused by the fourth brother today. Maybe the school beauty Liang will fall in love with someone else because of this. Okay, for your happiness, I'll contact her reluctantly, Fong Yi said helplessly. Pretending. The other three raised their middle fingers. The school bell that others try every means to get close to seems dispensable in his eyes. Isn't this just showing off? If Liang Muling's admirers heard this, they would be furious and would let Fong Yi see why the flowers were so red. Hu Fei is the protagonist tonight. Fong Yi lent him the poison, and Meng Hu borrowed a BMW 530 from a relative. The two vehicles could only seat 7 people. Fong Yi didn't want to trouble Xiao Yang with such a small matter, so he simply rode his own electric scooter as well. When they arrived downstairs of Yuan Lin's dormitory, the dazzling supercar immediately attracted the attention of countless girls, and the BMW following behind was completely ignored. Hu Fei opened the clip-wing door. He was wearing a Nike casual suit and was strongly blessed by the aura of a supercar, so he looked quite handsome. Many girls with good looks cast coquettish glances at him. Although Hu Fei was very proud, he could only turn a blind eye because Yuan Lin and the others had already appeared. The 4 girls were all dressed up carefully, especially Liang Muling, who was wearing a bohemian long skirt. Her perfect figure was fully revealed. Her radiance instantly overshadowed the girls around her, causing Meng Hu and the other 2 to drool. Hu Fei prides himself on being a loyal man, so at this moment he could only walk towards Yuan Lin without looking away. Although Yuan Kane is not as pretty as Liang Muling, she has a slightly better temperament. Hu Fei is very satisfied to have such a girlfriend. Lin, you can take my car tonight. Okay. Yuan Lin naturally knew that the poison came from Fong Ye's car, but she did not refuse. As a girl, she was more or less vain. This car can only seat 2 people. So what should we do? Chunwan was a little unhappy. She also wanted to ride in a supercar. You guys take my car, Meng Hu said quickly. Okay. After seeing Chunwan and Du Xiaoman on 5:30, Liang Muling's mouth twitched slightly. She thought Fong Yi would come to pick her up with poison tonight, so she dressed up deliberately. Although she didn't like him, it would be nice to ride in a supercar. She didn't expect that her wish would be wasted. After all, I'm a school belle, but I didn't expect that my treatment is worse than Yuan Lin's. Seeing that the school beauty looked unhappy, Fong Yi smiled mischievously. If you don't want to take a BMW, you can take my car. He has another car? Liang Muling's eyes suddenly lit up. The first thing she thought of was that since Fong Yi lent the poison to his roommate, he must have a better car. Where is your car parked? She looked around, but there seemed to be no other supercars around. Here it is. Fong Yi patted the electric scooter beside him. Electric car? Liang Muling almost spit out blood at Fong Yi. I'm a school beauty, and it's bad enough that I don't have a supercar to pick me up, but you actually let me sit on the back seat of an electric car? You are crazy. She opened the door of the BMW angrily and sat next to Du Xiaoman. Old 4, we're leaving first. Take your time. Meng Hu smiled and waved, then started the car and followed Du Yao. Sure enough, she's not suitable to be a girlfriend. Her true colors were revealed once we tried. Fong Yi smiled faintly and rode away on his electric scooter. It was nearly 11 o'clock in the evening, and all kinds of luxury cars were already parked in front of the night bar, the cheapest of which was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. After seeing the poison, the security guard quickly arranged the most conspicuous position for Hu Fei. As for the 530 behind, it had to be parked in the underground parking lot. After Hu Fei and others went in, Fong Yi slowly walked to the door of the bar. Hey, you can't park electric cars here. Get out of here, the security guard shouted. Fong Yi was helpless and was about to drive away with his electric scooter when a black Maserati suddenly rushed over and almost hit him. Riding an electric bike to come to the bar. How weird. A heavily made-up woman got out of the passenger seat and glanced at Fong Yi with disdain. Who said you can't ride an electric bike in a bar? Fong Yi said calmly. You stinking loser. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. I tell you, if you don't have money, don't come to this kind of place. It's not for you. The woman sneered. Did you see my boyfriend's car? It's a Maserati President, a full 2 million. You can't afford it even if you work your whole life. If you got a little bit of it just now, you'd cry. Xiao Yuan, why are you wasting so much time talking to this guy? Master Wang is already waiting for us. Let's go, her boyfriend said impatiently. I got it, dear. Li Yuan ignored Fong Yi and went into the bar with her boyfriend in her arms affectionately. As they passed by the poison shop, the two took out their cell phones and took a selfie. Fong Yi shook his head helplessly and parked the electric scooter far away. Just after locking the car, Hu Fei called, and there was a burst of noise when the call was connected. Old 4. You're not lost. Why haven't you arrived yet? I'll be right there. The security guard wouldn't let me park outside the bar. Hurry up, we're in booth number 6. Hu Fei hung up the phone quickly. After all, the bar was too noisy and he had to shout to say anything. After Fong Yi walked into the bar, a Land Rover Range Rover drove out of the Huazhong University campus. Boss, you didn't receive the wrong message, did you? Are Hu Fei and the others really in Yisei? In the car, Niejia asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Liang Muling sent me the WeChat message personally. Hong Yi, who was driving, blew out a smoke ring proudly. Boss, you're awesome. You even added Campus Beauty Liang on WeChat. Zhao Xiong took the opportunity to flatter him. Zhou Qi's face was full of envy, and he was also drooling over Liang Muling. However, in front of the boss, his competitiveness seems to be a little lacking. It wasn't me who added her. It was her who added me. Hong Yi smiled. Niejia gave a thumbs up. It turns out that the rumor that School Beauty Liang likes the boss is true. Zhao Xiong laughed and said, of course it's true. A beauty like Liang Muling is only worthy of the boss. Trash like Fong Yi is useless. Hong Yi's face changed slightly. According to what the second brother said, then wouldn't he, who lost to Fong Yi on the basketball court, be worse than trash? He coughed heavily. Stop talking nonsense. Sit down. I'm going to speed up. Liang Muling is still waiting for us to disrupt the situation. We can't let Hu Fei and the others have too comfortable tonight. Good. Chapter 33, Disruption. The lights in the bar were dazzling, and there were so many beauties that Fong Yi was dazzled. Just as he was looking around, a woman who was coming towards him suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. It turned out that her thin heel had tripped on something, so she lost her balance. Careful. Seeing that the beautiful woman was about to fall to the ground, Fong Yi almost subconsciously took a step forward and hugged her. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her lips are red and her teeth are white. What a beautiful girl. After seeing the other person's face clearly, he couldn't help but secretly praise him in his heart. This is a stunning woman who is no less beautiful than Qin Yanran. Thank you. Thank you. Su Miaoying, who was still in shock, patted her chest gently. She was really scared just now. You're welcome. With the beautiful girl in his arms, Fong Yi had no intention of taking advantage of her and quickly let go. The lighting here is not good, and you are wearing such thin high heels. Although they look beautiful, you must be careful when walking. Fong Yi reminded her kindly. Thank you. I'll pay attention. Su Miaoying looked at Fong Ye's handsome face and asked inexplicably, Excuse me, are you alone? No, I came here with my classmates. Fong Yi smiled. By the way, do you know where booth number 6 is? Just follow this passage until you reach the dance floor, then turn left. Su Miaoying asked again. So you are still a student. Which school are you from? From Huahai University. Fong Yi said, my classmates are still waiting for me. Goodbye. Seeing Fong Yi leaving in a hurry, without any trace of reluctance, Su Miaoying felt a little annoyed. After all, you are a beauty. Can't you chat with me for a few more minutes? After arriving at the booth, they were already playing dice. Except for Liang Muling, who was sitting aside playing with her phone, everyone else was having a great time. Hu Fei was even half-hugging Yuan Lin. Fong Yi nodded with relief. It seemed that the boss and his friends would finally be single before graduation. Xiao Yezi, why are you here just now? As usual, you have to drink 3 glasses of wine first. Meng, who put his arm around Fong Ye's shoulders and reminded him in a low voice, School beauty Liang doesn't seem to be in a good mood. You should use your gigolo skills to coax her. If you can really win her over, we brothers will be proud. Where the hell did I get the skills to be a gigolo? Fong Ye's face was filled with black lines, but he still reluctantly agreed. I'll try my best. Under the boss's arrangement, he could only sit next to Liang Muling. Hi. Hello. After the two of them greeted each other indifferently, they lowered their heads to play with their phones, leaving Meng, Hu, and the other two speechless. Yuan Lin could see that Fong Ye's indifferent expression was definitely not just a pretense of being cool. He was not interested in Liang Muling at all. Because of the electric car incident just now, Liang Muling also had no good impression of Fong Yi, and she kept sending messages to Hong Yi. Are you here yet? Fong Yi has already sat next to me. I'm so afraid he'll do something to me. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Hong Yi was sending messages while driving and almost hit the back of a large truck waiting for the traffic light in front of him. Niejia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale with fear. Boss, how about I take over driving? No need, it's just around the corner. After seeing Hong Yi's reply, Liang Muling finally felt relieved. When she was about to put down her phone, a drunken man suddenly approached her. "Beauty, I've been observing you for a long time. You must be bored alone. Do you want to go to my place for a few drinks?" "No." Liang Muling refused without hesitation. "Don't be so quick to refuse. We're all here to have fun. As long as you accompany me tonight, I'll give you $2,000. How about that?" "You. Who do you think I am?" Liang Muling was so angry that he was shaking all over. The man sneered, "Don't act so innocent. There are no good people in nightclubs. If you think it's too little, I can add more." Meng Hu and the other two remained silent. They wanted to see if Fong Yi would be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Although Fong Yi didn't like Liang Muling, he would not let her be bullied. Just as he was about to stand up and speak, the man's shoulders were suddenly patted twice. "Dude, please make way." The man looked back and was immediately frightened by the tall and burly figures of Hong, Yi, and the others. Zhao Xiong, with his fleshy face, stared at him fiercely. The man's arms were thicker than his thighs. Seeing this, the man immediately gave in. Sorry. I was just joking." After seeing the other party leave in disgrace, Hong Yi sat down next to Liang Muling. "What a coincidence, you guys. Do you mind letting us join in?" After all, they were classmates, and they even helped drive away the harassers. So Meng Hu and others had no reason to refuse them. "Let's play dice, right? We want to join in too." Niejia also sat next to Yuan Lin, and the originally spacious booth suddenly became a bit crowded. "Why did you only order so much and drink beer? Aren't you too stingy?" Hong Yi said deliberately after seeing some cheap fruit plates and snacks on the coffee table. "These are all included when you order a booth, and of course they are nothing good. If it's not enough, just order more." Although Hu Fei felt a little sorry for his wallet, he had no choice but to bear it at this time. Hong Yi immediately called the waiter over and not only ordered a lot of expensive snacks, but also ordered 4 bottles of Royal Salute, which made Hu Fei shudder. "The little money I brought with me doesn't seem to be enough." "Don't worry, if you don't have enough money, let me pay," Hong Yi said with a smile. Such generous words earned him a lot of points in front of the girls, and Liang Muling was even happier. It seems a bit inappropriate to show off your financial strength in front of Fong Yi, right? Zhou Qi opened his mouth, but finally held back from saying anything, not daring to undermine the boss's self-confidence. Fong Yi didn't really like the noise in the bar, so he simply picked up a can of beer and leaned on the railing, drinking while admiring the girls on the dance floor. Putting the faces aside for now, these dancing girls have pretty good figures and look very pleasing to the eye. In another booth in the bar, Wang Chong, smoking a cigar, was listening to a report from his subordinate Li Long. Sitting next to him were Li Yuan and her boyfriend Yanghua. "Master, I've already checked it out. The boy's name is Fong Yi, a student at Huahai University, and he works as a delivery boy in a milk tea shop." "He's a delivery guy?" Wang Chong almost choked on the smoke. "Ahem, are you sure? How can a delivery guy afford to prescribe poison?" "Master, it's absolutely true. He is indeed a delivery man. The owner of the milk tea shop is Xiao Wei, and it's on Jinding Commercial Street." "Poison?" "Master Wang, I saw one outside just now. See if it's this one." Yanghua took out his cell phone and clicked on the photo he had just taken. Chapter 34, Literary Battle. That's it. There are very few poisons in the country, and the wine red color is extremely eye-catching, so Li Long recognized it at a glance. "So, that guy's also in the bar?" Wang Chong blew out a puff of smoke. "Go and look for him quickly." "Yes, master." Li Long took the order and left. Yanghua asked, "Master Wang, how did this guy offend you?" Wang Chong said bitterly, "This kid ruined my pursuit of Qin Yanran. Tell me, should he die? The eldest daughter of the Qin family? She really deserves to die." Yanghua said indignantly, "He's just a delivery boy." "Young Master Wang, do you want me to call some people to deal with him? I heard that the owner of this bar has a very unusual background. Don't cause trouble. Don't act rashly." After midnight, the atmosphere in the bar had reached its peak. After getting drunk, everyone was getting restless. Hu Fei and Nye Jie disliked each other, and the accumulated anger finally exploded. "Hu Fei, your victory today was unfair. It was entirely thanks to Fong Yi, that gigolo, that you won the match with. If you're capable, let's fight him one-on-one tomorrow." "You're willing to admit defeat, but you're still trying to deny your debt?" Hu Fei slammed the coffee table and said angrily, "You did something to me on the court, and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet." "Who did that to you?" "You fell down because you were weak. How can you blame me?" Niejie said with a sinister smile. "You look so young. Could it be that you have kidney deficiency?" What men hate most is being told they can't do it, especially in front of their beloved woman. Hu Fei exploded on the spot. You're the one with kidney deficiency. Your whole family has kidney deficiency. Do you have the ability to practice now? I'm not afraid of you, come on. The two people's voices became louder and louder, almost drowning out the sound of the music, attracting the attention of many guests. Stop arguing, and everyone should say less. This is a public place. Yuan Lin quickly persuaded. The two of them simply refused to listen to the advice and instead quarreled even more fiercely. Hong Yi and his companions had come to cause trouble in the first place, and they wanted the quarrel to be as big as possible. Hey, can you idiots keep your voice down? A man with dyed red hair in the booth next to him suddenly shouted. Red-haired monkey. Who are you calling an idiot? Niejia pointed at the red-haired monkey and cursed. Hey, you kid, who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet, dares to challenge me? Do you know who I am? The red-haired man stood up with a sneer, and 7 or 8 of his companions immediately followed. Looking at the group of ferocious people, Niejia did not give in. Firstly, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of Yuan Lin, and secondly, several of his roommates were good fighters and might be able to deal with them. Who the hell do you care? Are you the only one allowed to curse others and others are not allowed to curse? Hong, he stood up with a sneer. How can this be justified in the world? So manly, this is what a real man is. Liang Muling couldn't help but stare in amazement. After seeing the change in the school beauty's expression, Hong, he felt even more proud. Not to mention the other 3 girls. At least he had won her over, so it was worth it. Seeing Niejia and the others arguing with others, Hu Fei and the others were more than happy to see it, so they just sat aside and watched the show. There was already a lot of tension between the 2 gangs, and he fanned the flames. Red Hair couldn't hold it in any longer, and when he was about to lead his men to charge forward, a hand suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Who? The red-haired man, whose momentum was interrupted, turned around and was about to curse, but after seeing the other person clearly, he swallowed the curse words. Brother Hua, it turns out to be you. Ameo, what happened here? Ouyang Hua asked in a pretentious manner. In fact, he already saw what had happened clearly. Red Hair nodded and said, Brother Hua, these idiots are making a lot of noise here. I scolded them, and they even dared to talk back, so I'm going to teach them a lesson. Don't call me idiot all the time, or I'll crush you to death. Niejia said angrily. Brother Hua, listen to this kid, he's too arrogant. I won't feel comfortable unless I beat him up. We are here just to have fun. There is no need for fighting or anything like that. Ouyang Hua said calmly. How about this? Why don't you just have a literary duel? Who's afraid of who? How can this be a verbal battle? Hong, he snorted coldly. It's very simple. After the fight is decided, the winner can make a request to one of the losers, such as kneeling down and kowtowing, slapping himself in the face, or breaking up with his girlfriend on the spot. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Ouyang Hua raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then what is the gambling method? Niejia asked. I see you guys are not short of money, so let's do something special. Ouyang Hua pointed at the dance floor and said, See that gong? There is an unwritten rule in the bar that whoever goes up and hits it has to buy everyone in the bar a drink. Judging from the number of people tonight, it will probably cost only 40,000 to 50,000. Each of you hits it once until one of you admits defeat. How do you think? In short, this gong is used by rich people to show off. Okay, we'll keep you company. Hongi nodded in agreement. Boss, would you like to reconsider it? Niejia was shocked by the price of the bell, and even Zhou Qi gasped. It's just 50,000 yuan per time. Is that money? Hong, he said confidently. His father had just transferred next month's living expenses to him today. With the previous savings, he had at least 1 million yuan on him, so he was indeed not inferior to the other party. Well, you are really brave. Ouyang Hua gave a thumbs up. Since the fight has been decided, let's put forward our respective conditions. Brother Hua, I don't have that much money with me. Red Hair said in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Ouyang Hua's words made him feel at ease. My condition is very simple. Let this red-haired monkey run around outside the bar naked. While running, he has to slap himself and call himself a big idiot. Hong Yi sneered. You're the fucking idiot. Red Hair flew into a rage when he heard this. Do you want to die, you little bastard? Hey, Ameo, this is your fault. They are just proposing conditions, which is reasonable and logical. Ouyang Hua glared at him. The red-haired man said viciously. Well, if I win, then you have to... Wait a minute. Ouyang Hua suddenly interrupted him. Let me propose this condition. The money was paid by others, so of course Red Hair didn't dare to object. Yes, Brother Hua, please go ahead. My conditions are very simple. Make that guy break up with his girlfriend immediately and never get back together. Ouyang Hua pointed his finger at Fong Yi at the railing. Chapter 35, Gong Battle. Puff! Fong Yi, who was drinking beer, spit it out. Hong Yi and Hu Fei were also confused. How did this involve him? He, you guys fight your own battles? What does it have to do with me? Fong Yi asked curiously. Aren't you together? Why can't I mention you? Ouyang Hua said coldly. Fong Yi spread his hands helplessly. Even if we are together, I don't have a girlfriend. Meng Hu and others deeply agreed that the rich woman who supported him was certainly not his girlfriend. Ouyang Hua smiled and said, then I'll put it another way. From now on, you can't have anything to do with Qin Yinran. Did Uncle Ching send you here? Fong Yi narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that Ouyang Hua was targeting him to vent his anger for Li Yuan, but he didn't expect that he would drag Qin Yinran into this. He immediately thought of Cheng Bo. I don't know any Uncle Cheng. I just want to ask if you have the courage to accept it. Ouyang Hua was afraid that the other party would give in, so he said aggressively. Fong Yi sneered and said, I can't stand provocation. I'll take it. Okay, let's start now. Ouyang Hua was overjoyed. After wasting so much time, he finally achieved his goal. Hong Yi on the side was full of question marks. What was going on? Shouldn't he be the one taking on the literary duel? How come Fong Yi became the protagonist? Xiao Yuan, you will be responsible for ringing the gong. Ouyang Hua sent his girlfriend. Okay, such an exciting gambling fight made Li Yuan's heart beat fast, and she was very happy to be in the limelight. Since the other party has sent out an assistant, Fong Yi naturally cannot show weakness. He glanced at Yuan Lin and the others, and then asked, Who of you is willing to help me beat the gong? Liang Muling turned her face away. As a schoolbelle, she naturally didn't want to do such a cheap thing. When Du Xiaomin and Chun Wang were hesitating, Yuan Lin bravely stepped forward and said, Let me do it. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Fong Yi smiled slightly. I might be a little tired later, so to thank you for your help, I'll give you a reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Du Xiaomin and Qinwan thought they had heard it wrong. Meng Hu and the others also widened their eyes. Fourth brother, I'm also good at beating the gong. I even won an award when I was a kid. Hu Fei volunteered. Fong Yi refused without hesitation. Go away. It's too rude of you to play the gong. This gong can only be played by a beautiful woman. You brag as if it were true. Let's see what you're going to pay with later. Liang Muling, Hong Yi and others all thought that Fong Yi was bragging. You can get 10,000 yuan for just hitting the gong. What a joke. Fong Yi, you are not kidding me, are you? Is there really 10,000 yuan? Yuan Lin was also a little unconvinced. Yes, go ahead, Fong Yi said with a smile. If I can't come up with the money, the poison car will be yours. Okay, I believe you. Yuan Lin walked away with a smile on her face. Li Yuan was the first to walk up to the platform with the gong hanging on it. When the guests around her saw her picking up the drumstick, they all started talking. Although this gong has been hung here since the store opened, it has only sounded very few times throughout the year. After all, one hammer costs tens of thousands. Li Yuan excitedly struck the gong, which made a crisp clanging sound that could be heard clearly throughout the bar. The DJ shouted at the right time. Thanks to this beautiful lady for giving the audience a gong roll. Let's cheer for her? Yeah, I love you, beautiful girl. So cool. I've been here so many times, but this is the first time I've encountered a gong. I like this beauty. After hearing the gong, the manager on duty immediately arranged for the waiter to prepare drinks. Li Yuan raised her hands to accept the crowd's applause. When she was getting extremely excited, Yuan Lin also picked up another drumstick. She glanced at Fong Yi in the distance nervously, only to see him suddenly stretch out his hand and make a cross sign. What does this mean? Do you want me to strike the gong 10 times? Yuan Lin was stunned. After seeing Fong Yi nod without question, she calmed herself down, then raised the drumstick and started beating it again and again. Ding, 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 ding. The continuous sound of gongs echoed in the bar hall. Almost everyone stayed where they were, turning their eyes to the beautiful woman who was beating the gong. 8, 9, 10. The battle-hardened DJs were all excited. Thanks to the other beautiful lady for giving us 10 gong strikes. 10 times in total. It's so stunning. This is bound to be a crazy night. Let's cheer to our heart's content. After the guests came to their senses, in addition to cheering for Yuan Lin, many of them immediately took pictures of the madness at the scene and posted them on their moments, or directly sent messages to friends from other nearby nightclubs to come over. Hua waved his hand expressionlessly, and Fong Yuan also struck the gong 10 times. Hong Yi secretly swallowed his saliva. Fong Yi was really too unexpected. He extorted hundreds of thousands of dollars at once. Who could bear this? Fortunately, he was not the target. The waiters were immediately in a panic. The gongs were sounding too frequently, and they were almost working nonstop. The manager on duty suddenly had an idea and asked them to change to more expensive champagne, which solved the urgent problem. More and more customers poured into the night bar, which made Hua a little worried. Now the price of ringing the gong once is at least over 100,000 yuan, and ringing it 10 times would be over 1 million yuan. A BMW X7 is gone, just like that. What's going on outside? Su Miaoying, who was resting in the manager's office of the bar, was also awakened by the deafening cheers. After she called a manager on duty, she found out that a thrilling gong-beating battle was going on outside. The cumulative gong sounds from both sides had exceeded 100 times, and the total amount was nearly 8 million. It must be the young masters of the 4 major families in Huahai who are competing with each other, and it's quite a big deal. Su Miaoying smiled slightly, put on her limited edition crystal high-heeled sandals, and walked out of the manager's office. The battle outside was in full swing. DJ's voice had become hoarse from shouting, and Yuan Lin and Li Yuan were also a little out of breath. After all, the drumsticks were not light, and their arms were so sore. Du Xiaoman suddenly had an idea. Fong Yi, you see Xiaolin is tired, why don't we go down and help her? Okay, you will be treated the same, 10,000 each time. Fong Yi said generously. Thank you. Du Xiaoman and Chun Wang were overjoyed and quickly went to the stage through the crowd. Seeing the two people's happy backs, even Liang Muling felt a little regretful. If Fong Yi wasn't bragging, then wouldn't I have missed it? 10,000 for each ring of the gong. Where can you find such a good thing? I leave it to you. Yuan Lin handed the drumstick to Du Xiaoman. She was really powerless now. Li Yuan had just knocked 10 times when Du Xiaoman turned to look at Fong Yi, only to see him holding up his cell phone with a number scrolling on it. 100. Chapter 36. Yes, I am a shill. Am I dazzled? Du Xiaoman almost doubted her life. It can't be wrong. If you don't knock, let me do it, said Chenwan. Why rush? Just 50 strokes each. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Everyone was counting the gong sounds intently, and the manager on duty was even more afraid of missing one, as it affected his commission. So it's him. Su Miaoying stood on the second floor of the bar, silently watching Fong Yi giving orders. I didn't expect him to be so rich. The poison truck outside is probably his. You can't judge a person by his appearance. After the 100 gong sounds, the bar turned into a sea of joy. Because of the huge amount, the boss Su Miaoying announced that all bills were free and everyone could drink any alcohol they wanted. Mr. Wang, do we still want to continue? Ouyang Hua, sweating profusely, secretly called Wang Chong. Why are you still going on? That Fong Yi is a lunatic. 10 million per time. Who the hell has so much spare money to play with him? Wang Chong said angrily. I admit defeat tonight. Let's retreat. Although he is the young master of the Wang family, his monthly pocket money is limited. How can he withstand Fong Ye's perverted attack? What, you don't want to continue? Fong Yi asked with a smile after seeing Ouyang Hua put down the phone. I give up. Ouyang Hua said straightforwardly. Ameo, take off your clothes and run around the bar naked. Brother Hua, are you really going to run away? Said the red-haired man with a bitter face. It's okay if you don't run. You can pay the 3 million gongs yourself, and I'll run the race. Okay. Ouyang Hua was also determined to do it. There were not many people outside right now, and running around for 3 million was a good deal. I'll run, I can run. Red Hair went out with a sad face. Ouyang Hua looked at Fong Yi hatefully, then turned and went back to Wang Chong. Fong Yi, you spent more than 10 million to let this guy run naked for a lap. Isn't it too much of a loss? Meng Hu felt a little sorry for him. With so much money, how much free living would he have to eat to earn it back? Money is a bastard. We can earn it again after spending it. Fong Yi smiled and transferred money to the 3 women, a total of 2 million, not a penny more or less. After seeing the payment information, Du Xiaoman's eyes widened. Fong Yi, you really gave us money? Otherwise, I always keep my word. Fong Yi said with a smile. You all look exhausted. I think the 2 million is well worth it, but I have a suggestion. Yuan Lin smiled and said, what suggestions? My 3 roommates are pretty good people. At least they are more reliable than Niejie and the others. Would you consider it? The three girls nodded shyly. Fong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, I can only help you up to this point. Hu Fei suddenly came over and whispered, Old Four, do you have so much money on you? Why don't we run away before they come to pay? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No need to run away. Fong Yi looked nonchalant. Seeing his calm face, Qin Yiming suddenly had an idea. Old Four, could it be that you are... Wichao, you found out all this? Fong Yi pretended to be surprised and lowered his voice deliberately. In that case, I have no choice but to confess. In fact, I am a... What is it? Several people asked in unison. Luo too. Ha ha ha. Yuan Lin and the others were overjoyed. They had seen many types of agents such as wine agent, meal agent, medical agent, and game agent, but they had never heard of gong agent. Just then, Su Miaoying came over with a duty manager. What a beautiful lady! Meng Hu and the other two stared at her in amazement. With her beauty, even Liang Muling would feel ashamed of herself. Hello, please pay the fee for the bell ringing just now. Su Miaoying looked at Fong Yi with a smile. The total is 13,780,900. So you are the boss of Yisei? Fong Yi was quite surprised when he recognized her. It's genuine. Su Miaoying stuffed a small note into Fong Ye's hand, then leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, It's my personal phone number. If you're free at night, you can call me anytime. It depends on my mood. Fong Yi felt a little uncomfortable with her fiery gaze and quickly took out his bank card. Can I pay by card? No need. This 10 million is just my thank you. Su Miaoying looked at Fong Yi deeply, then turned and left. The bar's profits are astonishingly high. With the more than 3 million contributed by Wang Chong, Yisei will surely make a profit tonight. Forget it. Fong Yi took back the bank card in dissatisfaction. Now Meng Hu and others finally believed what he said. He was really a real Gong Tao. Hey, why is Liang Muling gone? Fong Yi asked when he saw that there were only 7 people left in the booth. She left with Hong Yi and the others a long time ago. Du Xiaoman said disdainfully. Chinwan said, I suspect that Hong Yi was called by her, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that they met in the night? Yuan Lin nodded. You're right, the two of them were flirting with each other just now. There must be something fishy. It's okay. Liang Muling is not worthy of my 4th son at all. Hu Fei said carelessly. Meng Hu agreed. I think so too. Our 4th son is a man who can eat soft rice to the extreme. If I'm not mistaken, the night boss lady just now is also one of them, right? Guess what? Fong Yi was almost amused by him. You guys continue to have fun. I have to go back to sleep. I have to deliver food tomorrow. Well, be careful on your way. It was naturally unrealistic to go back to school at this time. So Fong Yi thought of the Sea View villa he had received as a reward during the day. Yuhai Bay is not close to here, so Fong Yi had to call an online taxi. The car arrived quickly. It turned out to be an Audi Q5. After stuffing the electric scooter into the trunk, Fong Yi sat in the passenger seat. The driver was a man in his 30s, and he was obviously disappointed when he saw Fong Yi. The reason why he drove Audi to run an online taxi was to see if he could hook up with high-quality girls near the bar and have some passionate interactions with them. Brother, I'll give you $100. Can you cancel the order and call another one? Huang Luming asked tentatively. Fong Yi was of course unwilling. Master, there are not many cars at this time. Oh, it's my bad luck. Huang Luming had no choice but to start the car. Chapter 37. I can't understand dog language. Young man, don't you have your own electric car? Why do you need to call an online car-hailing service? Huang Luming asked while driving. Fong Yi explained, the place is a bit far, and I drank quite a lot of wine in the bar. Huang Luming looked at the destination and found that it was Yuhai Bay, so he asked, do you live near Liang Village? Liangsuan is a fishing village near Yuhai Bay. There are many cheap rental houses, and many migrant workers with limited funds choose to rent houses there. Yeah, Fong Yi did not comment. He had never been to Yuhai Bay before and did not know the situation there. Where do you work? Delivering takeout at Jinding Commercial Street. Then living in Liangsuan is a bit far. Huang Luming said with a smile, I have a building for rent near Jinding. Would you like to consider it? A single room costs less than 1,000 yuan. Thank you, but that's okay. Fong Yi said, the land price near Jinding is not cheap. Is the whole building yours? It's a 9-story building covering only 200 square meters. Not worth much. Huang Luming smiled modestly, revealing a bunch of keys on his waist. I don't have much to do on weekdays. I'm a bit busy collecting rent on the 2 days a month. I'm bored at home at night, so I came out to drive an online car-hailing service. Fong Yi couldn't help laughing. You carry so many keys with you when driving an online taxi. I think you use them to show off your wealth and pick up girls. Don't you find it uncomfortable? Can you make back the gas money by driving such an expensive car? Of course not. If the journey to pick up the guests is far, I will even have to pay for it. Then what's the point of running an online ride-hailing service at a loss? Haha, little brother, you are still too young. Money is the lifeblood of most people, but for people like me, it is actually just a long string of numbers. Huang Luming deliberately emphasized the word long. What I care about is not how much money I make, but whether I can meet interesting people or things in the process. This can enrich my experience, enrich my life, and sublimate my thoughts. He talked a lot, and Fong Yi felt drowsy. After the car stopped, Huang Luming realized that Fong Yi had fallen asleep, and he was so angry that his face turned black. It seems like I've been talking until I'm dry-mouthed, but no one is listening at all. Hey, wake up, we're here. Huang Luming pushed Fong Yi. So we're here? Fong Yi yawned. Master, please drive in. Huang Luming asked in surprise. Drive in? Into Yuhai Bay? Yes, I live in it. Little brother, don't joke like that. Do you know what Yuhai Bay is? It's full of sea view villas, and the cheapest one costs more than 100 million. Huang Luming said, even the entrance door here requires facial recognition. If you are not an owner, you can't get in at all. I'm not kidding. I really live in there. Fong Yi said helplessly, if you don't believe me, then put me down. Seeing Fong Ye's serious words, Huang Luming began to doubt. You really didn't lie to me? What good would it do for me to lie to you? Okay then, I'll take you in. Huang Luming also risked his life. The worst that could happen was that he would be embarrassed. Seeing the Q5 approaching slowly, the guard in a neat uniform immediately raised his hand to signal the car to stop. Hello, this is a high-end villa area. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter without the owner's authorization. I'm here to send someone in. Huang Luming pointed at Fong Yi and said, Are you the owner? Why haven't I seen you before? The guard looked at Fong Yi in confusion. Although Yuhai Bay covers a very large area, there are actually only 28 villas. The doorman is naturally very familiar with each owner. Huang Luming regretted it as soon as he heard this. It turned out that the passenger was really bragging. Does your facial recognition rely on manpower? Fong Yi smiled faintly. I am the owner of number 008. Please confirm it. 008? The security guard was shocked. This is the number 1 villa in Yuhai Bay, priced at 2.8 billion, and it was just sold today. This young man is wearing cheap clothes and driving a Q5 class car. Could he really be the owner of 008? Please wait. I will confirm it right away. The guard did not dare to be careless and hurried back to the booth to get the equipment. At this moment, a fiery red Ferrari 488 stopped behind the Q5 and started honking its horn. Hey, a good dog doesn't block the road. The one in front, please make way. A hot girl with black eyeshadow cursed. It really is worthy of being the top wealthy area in Huahai, where you can easily come across cars worth more than 4 million yuan. People who can live here are definitely not to be trifled with. Huang Luming was about to drive the car aside when Fong Yi said calmly, Don't worry about her. Just wait here. Yu Lu was furious when she saw that the Q5 in front of her didn't move at all. She walked over with her high heels clacking. Although the other guard saw it, he didn't dare to say anything and could only pretend that he didn't see it. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Huang Luming was about to explain, but Fong Yi said seriously, Sorry, I don't understand dog language. How dare you call me a dog? Yu Lu's voice immediately rose 8 degrees. Say it again if you dare. I didn't say you were a dog, but if you want to admit it yourself, then I can't do anything about it. Fuck you. Yu Lu had never been treated like this since she was a child. In a rage, she raised her high heels and kicked the car door. After a bang, an obvious dent appeared on the door of the Q5, and Yu Lu fell flat on her back due to the reaction force, and Huang Luming could see her spring scenery under her skirt. Wow, it's worth it. Worth it. He almost had a nosebleed when he saw those 2 snow-white thighs. After getting up in a panic, Yu Lu felt so humiliated that she started crying hysterically. Okay, since you dare to bully me, I will definitely ask my dad to kill you. I'll ask him to come over now. Wait for me. Don't run away if you have the guts. Fong Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman was too weird. She fell down by herself, and the other party hadn't asked her to compensate for the loss yet, but she turned the tables and accused the other party of bullying her. Chapter 38, Seaview Villa. Just when Yu Lu was on the phone, The guard finally brought the device. After Fong Yi took out his ID card and scanned it, the confirmation information was immediately displayed on it. Fong Yi, owner of household number 008. Welcome. Welcome home, owner. The guard snapped to attention and saluted. Huang Luming was stunned. Wow, this young man really lives here and is the owner of Villa number 1. It's already pretentious enough to own an entire rental house and drive a Q5 to run an online ride-hailing car. I didn't expect that it's nothing compared to others. This is the real boss. If he knew that Fong Yi owned an entire commercial street and 30% of the shares of the Squid platform, he would probably faint on the spot. Can we go now? Fong Yi said with a smile. The guard said respectfully, please wait a moment. I will enter your information into the system immediately, and you will be able to pass facial recognition in the future. After finishing everything, the Q5 drove into the gate of Yuhai Bay. Hey, that bastard actually ran away? Yu Lu stamped her feet in anger. She questioned the guard. Are you here to eat for free? Why did you let them in? When she made the call just now, she did not see the guard salute. The guard had no choice but to explain. Ms. Yu, he is the owner of number 008, so of course he should be allowed in. Number 008, right? Well, I'll go settle the score with him now. Yu Lu returned to the car angrily and stepped on the accelerator to chase after him. Q5 slowly drove into the gate of Villa 008. The entire villa is equipped with an intelligent system that can recognize the owner's arrival at the first time. Wow, what a big garden! Huang Luming opened his mouth wide as he looked at the huge garden. The entire villa is fully equipped with facilities. In addition to tennis courts, swimming pools, and hot spring pools, there is even a helipad and a standard indoor basketball court. It is simply inhumane. I caused damage to your car just now. Let me compensate you. Fong Yi smiled and took out his cell phone. No, it's just a small amount of money. I'm already satisfied to be able to see Villa 008 thanks to you. Huang Luming waved his hand quickly. Okay then, goodbye. Fong Yi took off the electric scooter and rode it towards the villa. There was no other way, as this place was still quite a distance from the house. Wherever he went, the nearby street lights would light up automatically and the door on the first floor would slowly open. After entering the villa, Fong Yi felt what true luxury was. There was a nearly 10-meter-high crystal diamond chandelier, a black marble floor as bright as a mirror, and all high-end furniture imported from Italy. Even the faucets in the bathroom were gold-plated. From the inside to the outside, it exuded an overwhelming sense of luxury at all times. Because the area is so large, there are 5 intelligent robots on the first floor alone. They can complete simple housework and help the owner deal with some chores. Lying on the 5-meter-long bed in the master bedroom, where he could look up at the starry sky, Fong Yi quickly fell asleep. At this time, Yu Lu was being scolded by her father in her own villa. Yu Lu, you are getting more and more daring. You even dare to offend the owner of 008. Yu Bing cursed angrily. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been in big trouble. What's so great about being the owner of 008? Why are you scolding the child? Yu Bing's wife Su Yinxia was unhappy. Our Yu family is also a well-known family in Huahai. Are you afraid of others? That's right, Dad. I saw that boy was dressed in a poor way, and he doesn't look like someone who can afford to live in a villa. Yu Lu said with a wronged look on her face, and he even called me a dog. How could I bear it? How dare you say that? Why would someone scold you? Don't I know your bad temper? Yu Bing said angrily. Do you know how much that villa sold for today? A full 2.8 billion, and it was paid in full. Do you think our Yu family can afford to offend someone who can take out so much money in one go? 2.8 billion? Su Yinxia and her daughter were both shocked. Find a time someday and come with me to apologize to them. Yu Bing ordered. Yu Lu refused. Dad, that's too embarrassing. I won't go. You're not going, right? Okay, from now on, my monthly allowance will be cut in half, and I'll go and apologize by myself. I'll go. Can I go? Yu Lu was at a loss now. She had always been lavish with her money, and the several $100,000 pocket money every month was not enough to spend. If it was really cut in half, wouldn't she be starving? After Fong Yi woke up, he felt refreshed, but looking at the huge room, he always felt that something was wrong. It seems that the popularity is not enough. It would be too lonely to rely on just a few robots. We should hire some servants or something. After making up his mind, Fong Yi called Xiao Yang and told him about hiring maids for the villa. Boss, how many people do you need to take care of your villa? We still need professionals to come and assess it. My secretary Yang Lin is more knowledgeable about this. How about I ask her to come over now? Okay. Fong Yi entered Yang Lin's license plate number into the intelligence system. More than half an hour later, a black Highlander drove into the villa. After getting off the car, Yang Lin, who was wearing an OL outfit, was shocked by the spectacular scene in the villa. On the rooftop sea view terrace, she made the suggestion to Fong Yi, who was enjoying breakfast. Boss, considering the huge size of your villa, I think you need to hire at least a professional housekeeper and 20 servants, in addition to a gardener, a chef, etc. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. If you don't have enough people, feel free to add more. Fong Yi nodded. It's getting late. I have to go to work. Do you want me to take you there? No need, I can just ride the electric bike. You go ahead and do your work. Seeing Fong Yi coming out of Villa number 8 on an electric scooter, a beautiful woman who was jogging along the shore almost fell onto the beach. What's going on? There are owners riding electric bikes? In Yuhai Bay, driving a Q5 would be looked down upon by others. She really couldn't understand why Fong Yi would ride an electric bike. At the gate, the guards were also startled by Fong Yi. The way they held their heads high and saluted a small electric scooter made passersby laugh. Chapter 39 Reward, Keber Shield. There was no class at school today, so Fong Yi went directly to the commercial street. While waiting for the order, he received a call from Shen Yenner. Fong Yi, are you free after 2 o'clock? What's up? It's like this. I'm going to attend a class reunion this afternoon, and I want you to accompany me. Shen Yenner said softly. You know I don't have a boyfriend, so I want to ask you. Okay, I'll ask the boss lady for leave later. Fong Yi agreed without hesitation and joked, but I have to make it clear in advance that you can't make it real and take advantage of me. Who wants to take advantage of you? Ha! Shen Yenner was a little furious. I won't listen to your nonsense anymore. See you later. Bye-bye. As soon as I hung up the phone, the order came. It was not too far from the commercial street, only 2 kilometers in a straight line. Having orders means possible rewards, so Fong Yi excitedly set off on his electric scooter. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. Unexpectedly, the customer was a tall, exotic beauty. Vera is a Belarusian exchange student with a curvy figure and fair skin. The most attractive thing about her is her sharp contours and rounded facial features, which are so perfect that they seem like a masterpiece of God. The worst thing is that she was wearing a light blue Hanfu chest-length skirt, looking like a fairy walking out of a painting. Hello, this is your takeaway. Fong Yi glanced at her several times with admiration before walking forward. Thank you, delivery guy. Vera's Mandarin pronunciation is quite standard. Enjoy your meal, bye. Fong Yi was about to leave when Vera stopped him. Little brother, do you know how to get to Lengba Village? Lengba Village is a famous ancient village in Huahai, where many buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties are still preserved. It is a great place to take photos and check in, and is most suitable for young people who like Hanfu. Lengba Village, not far away, just keep walking down the street. Fong Yi patiently gave her directions. Thank you, goodbye. After knowing how to leave, Vera left with a smile. The reward was not triggered. Is it because asking for directions was too easy? Fong Yi shook his head with some regret. Just when he got on the electric scooter, he suddenly heard Vera's scream from behind. Robbery! It turned out that a helmeted motorcyclist snatched her phone from behind and then ran away. Vera was wearing Chinese costume, which made it difficult to move around, so she couldn't chase after him. She could only shout, hoping someone could help her. How dare you rob our international friends in broad daylight? Fong Yi turned his electric scooter around and chased after the motorcycle. With his superb driving skills and the fact that there was some congestion on the road, Fong Yi had to slow down the motorcycle again and again to avoid pedestrians. He finally caught up with the other party at the third intersection. He grabbed the back seat and pulled hard, and the whole motorcycle stopped in place. Under the influence of inertia, the rider did a front flip and fell to the ground. Not long after Fong Yi subdued the thief, Vera finally arrived. Thank you, you are so handsome. After Vera got the phone back, she couldn't help but kiss Fong Yi on the face. This is what I should do. Fong Yi felt very happy in his heart, but he still had to put on a righteous expression on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway. You are rewarded with a Kyber Battle Shield Commander Edition. The car has been parked in the Villa Garage. What the hell is the Kyber Battle Shield? After waving goodbye to Vera again, Fong Yi turned on his phone and searched on Baidu. The wildest all-terrain bulletproof SUV. Each car is handcrafted by 28 senior technicians after 1,500 hours of work and is limited to 5 cars sold per year. The new Commander Edition is made of nano-grade materials and is priced at more than 12 million. This car is great. It's much better for delivering food than poison. If the designers of the Kyber Battle Shield knew that this was Fong Ye's first thought, it would be strange if they didn't pick up the AKM and shoot him. Using a top-of-the-line SUV that's comparable to an armored vehicle to deliver food is indeed a bit of a waste. While Fong Yi was diligently delivering the takeaway, Shun Yinner, who was choosing a skirt, received a call from her classmate Zhao Shui. Yinner, Guan Yu asked me to tell you that today's party has been changed to his home. His home, why? Shun Yinner asked curiously. Isn't it better to go to a farmhouse? What else? He must be showing off the villa he just moved into. Zhao Shui said bluntly. It is said that the decoration costs more than 10 million yuan, and it also has a private garden and swimming pool. It must be enough for parties. Okay then, send me the address. Yinner, Guan Yu's qualifications are among the best in our class. If you really don't consider it, he really likes you. I'm not interested in him at all. Shun Yinner said calmly. Besides, I already have someone I like. You actually have someone you like? Who is it? Is he from our school? You'll know soon, bye. Hey, just reveal it first. Hey. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fong Yi took off his vest and rode his electric scooter to Shun Yinner's residence. After knocking on the door, Shun Yinner, wearing a snow-white dress, immediately caught his eye. Old classmate, you look so good in this outfit. I never knew you were so attractive. What nonsense are you talking about? Shun Yinner pinched him angrily. Her hands were as tender as green onions, so it wouldn't hurt much when they were pinched, but Fong Yi still pretended to be very pleased with himself. Shun Yinner thought she had used too much force and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, I think I used a little too much force. If you kiss me right away, I think I can still be saved. I'll bite you to death, you liar. Shun Yinner knew that he was taking advantage of her. It was just a joke. Oh my god, you really bit me. After the two went downstairs, Shun Yinner was stunned when she saw Fong Ye's electric scooter. Is it appropriate for you, a supreme emperor who casually threw away tens of millions, to ride an electric bike to attend a party? I just got off work and haven't had time to go back to drive. Fong Yi scratched his head. I was planning to pick you up and then take an online taxi to go to my house first. Forget it, this car is pretty good. Shun Yinner sat directly in the back seat. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Chapter 40, you can't go in. You are a big anchor now after all. Aren't you afraid of being seen by others and losing fans? Fong Yi asked. There's nothing to be afraid of losing fans. As long as I have a super big fan like you, it's enough, Shun Yinner said with a smile. Look, you said it so bluntly, and you still said you had no intentions towards me? If you don't leave, I'll bite you again. No. I'm leaving right away. Fong Yi drove Shun Yinner into the traffic. The originally inconspicuous electric scooter instantly attracted countless eyes under the halo of the beauty. On the road, a man and a woman were sitting in a BMW X6. The man was pot-bellied and looked to be in his early 40s, while the woman was probably in her 20s at most. Ting, have you told your boyfriend about the breakup? He's not my boyfriend, he's my ex-boyfriend. The girl said with a giggle. I told him the truth last night, and he cried and yelled and wouldn't let me go. He even knelt down. It was so funny. It seems that he is still very sincere to you. What's the use of sincerity? She's just a poor girl. She can turn from laughing to crying while sitting on his electric car, but she can turn from crying to laughing while sitting on your BMW. There is no such a stupid woman in the world. The girl leaned her face on the man's shoulder and said gently, Brother Chun, didn't you say you would buy me a golf? Do you have time to go to the 4S store to have a look these 2 days? The man was very proud of himself. It was very easy to dig a corner these days. All he had to do was throw money at it. It all depends on your performance. Let's go to the hotel now. As long as you can serve me well, I will even buy you a mini. Real? That's still fake. When the two were being affectionate, the red light came on. When they stopped and waited, a small electric scooter also stopped on the side of the road. Shun Yinner in the back seat immediately attracted their attention. She was wearing a fluttering white dress, with her beautiful hair flying, and she was hugging Fong Yi in front of her with a sweet look on her face. She doesn't wear any makeup, but she truly embodies what it means to be a beauty. In comparison, the girls around him were defeated in seconds. Wachow, this is the real top grade. Although the man had seen countless women, he was still deeply shocked by her appearance. He was stunned for a moment and didn't even notice the green light came on. It was not until the electric scooter had gone far away that he was awakened by the sound of a horn behind him. Brother Chin, which hotel are we going to? The girl asked in a delicate voice. The man glanced at her without saying anything. After putting on careful makeup, the girl's appearance could only score about 75 points at most. Thinking back to Shun Yinner on the electric car just now, his heart suddenly felt cold, and his originally high spirits gradually died out. This is like ordering a delicious roast duck in a restaurant. When you are about to enjoy it, the guests at the next table directly order a full-course meal, which is much better in terms of color, aroma, taste, and shape. Then the roast duck is not delicious at all, and it tastes like chewing wax. On the e-donkey, Fong Yi asked, "Old classmate, how is your brother's illness?" "The surgery can be arranged by the end of the month." Shun Yinner said sincerely, "All this is because of you. I can't thank you enough. Our family will always remember your kindness. It's just a small matter, just a small matter. It may be a small matter to you, but to us, it's my brother's life. Let's not talk about this. By the way, you have some spare money now, right? Why don't you buy a car?" "I do want to, but I don't know much about cars." Shun Yinner's heart moved. "There will be an international auto show in Huahai in a few days. How about you accompany me to consult?" "Okay, but I have to say in advance that I don't know much about cars," Fong Yi said with a smile. "How far is your classmate's home?" "We'll be there soon. It's in the mid-levels garden in front. Your classmate is quite rich. It seems that there are villas all over mid-levels garden. He's quite rich and handsome, and he's also the tennis star of our school. Many girls have a crush on him." Fong Yi smiled mischievously. "Are you among those girls?" "Of course not. That's not my type, but he keeps pestering me." Shun Yinner sighed. "If it weren't for this, I wouldn't ask you for help. You have good taste. When it comes to looks, I've basically never lost. Just blow it." At this time, there were already quite a few classmates in the villa. Some were preparing barbecue food, some were chatting and watching TV in the living room, some were playing games in the study, and some were even swimming in the yard. On the exposed balcony, Guan Yu was drinking and chatting with a few good classmates. "Brother Yu, your villa is really nice. How much did it cost?" Li Ming said with a smile. "Not much, just over 14 million. Guan Yu sat on the leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and shaking it gently, with a smug look on his face. "The only girl who's missing is School Bell Shin. If she sees how luxurious this villa is, she'll definitely throw herself into Brother Yu's arms," another classmate, Su Yuan, flattered. Li Ming said mysteriously, "Of course, if I were a woman, I would have done this a long time ago. But Shun Yinner is usually gentle and kind, and I've never seen her show any affection to any man." "Do you think she is a lesbian?" Guan Yu said, "Probably not. I just heard from Zhao Shui that she will bring her boyfriend here today." "She has a boyfriend?" Li Ming and Su Yuan were both stunned. "Why haven't I heard about it before?" "I don't know about Zhao Shui either. She probably isn't from our school." Guan Yu said calmly, "We'll see her later." Su Yuan guessed. "Could it be that she found someone to be a temporary shield?" Guan Yu smiled slightly. "I think so too. Whether it is true or not, I will let him see it later. It is not so easy to be a shield." Ha 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 ha. While they were chatting happily, the electric scooter had already arrived at the gate of mid-levels garden, and the guard naturally stopped them. "Stop! What are you doing here?" "Hello, uncle. I'm here to see my classmates," Shun Yinner said politely. "What's the house number of your classmate's villa, and what's his last name?" "He lives in number 250, and his name is Guan Yu." "Wait a moment." The guard dialed the garden's internal phone, and it was connected after a while. "Hello, this is the security office. Is this Mr. Guan?" "What's up?" "There is a man and a woman outside the gate. They said they are here to look for your classmates." "Oh, just let the woman in, and tell the man to go back." "Okay, I understand. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, the guard said to Shun Yinner, "Okay, you can go in." "Thanks." Fong Yu was about to start the electric scooter when the guard suddenly shouted, Hey, I'm letting her in, you can't." Chapter 41, taking the opportunity to advertise. "Why?" Fong Yu was unhappy now. "We came here together. Why don't you let me in?" The guard refused to budge. "No reason. I said you can't come in, so you can go back to where you came from, or you can wait outside the gate." The two of them now understood that it turned out that Guan Yu was just trying to intimidate Fong Yi. "Forget it, if he can't go in, then I won't go in either," Shun Yinner said angrily. Just as Fong Yi was about to speak, a McLaren P1 drove out of the garden. The guard immediately raised the gate and stood at attention and saluted. Fong Yi was stunned when he saw the supercar. It looked so familiar. The McLaren suddenly stopped, and after rolling down the window, the driver turned out to be a beautiful young woman with fair skin, who was Wen Xian, the proprietress of the Trench Internet Cafe. "Fong Yi, why are you here?" when Xin asked in surprise. Are you here to deliver food? Of course not. I'm here to accompany my girlfriend to a class reunion, Fong Yi said with a smile. You have a girlfriend? When Xin then noticed the beautiful woman next to him. After seeing the other party's aggressive gaze, Shin Yinner deliberately straightened her chest. Why? Don't I look like someone with a girlfriend? Fong Yi said indifferently. That's not the case. Your girlfriend is pretty. As a woman, I was moved when I saw her. When Xin giggled, got out of the car, and extended her right hand. Let's get to know each other. My name is Wen Xin, and I'm Fong Ye's good friend. Shin Yinner smiled and shook her hand gently. The moment they shook hands and their eyes met, Fong Yi seemed to see a strong, electric current flash through the air. Have you seen this car? It's the McLaren P1 Pilot Edition. It costs $18 million. Isn't it beautiful? When Xin said lightly, very beautiful. This was given to me by Fong Yi. The warm provocation was quite obvious. Fong Yi casually gave her his valuable supercar. It was clear what level of good friend he was, right? Unexpectedly, Shin Yinner didn't seem to mind. Oh, that's normal. He's just too generous to beautiful women. Ahem, when Xin, we still need to go in to attend the party. Could you please tell the doorman to let me in as well? Fong Yi had no choice but to deliberately change the subject. They won't let you in? When Xin was immediately happy. Who told you to come here on an electric bike to pretend? Wouldn't it be possible if you prescribed poison? Fong Yi said bitterly. How could I have known that I would be tricked at the gate? Okay, leave it to me. But it seems like you haven't been to the trenches for some time. When Xin said deliberately. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. It's a deal. When Xin immediately smiled. With just a few warm words, the guard let me in immediately. Guan Yu waited for Shin Yinner for a long time, but she didn't show up. He finally felt something was wrong. No, she won't go back in a rage, will she? It's hard to say. She's soft on the outside, but strong on the inside. It's normal for you to turn around and go back after teasing her like this, brother Yu. The original purpose of today's gathering was Shin Yinner, but now that everyone has gone back, what's the point of this gathering? Just when Guan Yu was feeling extremely regretful, a small electric scooter slowly drove into the yard. Yinner, you're finally here. Yinner, is this your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. After hearing the noise downstairs, Guan Yu was overjoyed. Fortunately, the people finally arrived, and his preparations were not in vain. Wow, his boyfriend actually came here on an electric bike? Li Ming laughed out loud after seeing the situation downstairs. Su Yuan couldn't help laughing. Isn't it a huge joke that such a poor guy can still compete with Brother Yu? It seems that he is most likely a shield hired by Shin Yinner. Guan Yu sneered. Just wait and see the show. I will make him feel ashamed and disappear on his own. Zhao Shui smiled and said, Yinner, won't you introduce this person to us? His name is Fong Yi, and he's my high school classmate. Shin Yinner smiled. He's my boyfriend now. Another male student asked loudly, Student Fong, this electric donkey looks so bright. Forgive me for being a little blunt, but are you a food delivery man or a courier? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Guan Yu's mouth curled up slightly. This male classmate spoke out what everyone was thinking, which could definitely deal a fatal blow to the other party. Yes, I'm a delivery man. What no one expected was that Fong Yi actually admitted it openly. The store I work at is called Weiwei Heiti, and it's located on Jinding Commercial Street. Everyone is welcome to visit or place an order. The takeaway phone number is. What surprised everyone was that he also took the opportunity to advertise for the boss lady. Guan Yu, Li Ming, and others were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Aren't they afraid that school beauty Shun would get angry and lose her temper on the spot? Of course Shun, Yinner, wouldn't be angry. She handed Fong Yi a glass of juice, then carefully wiped his sweat with a tissue. Her eyes were full of sweetness and tenderness, just like a real wife. Oh my god, this doesn't look like a fake boyfriend. Could it be that Shun Yinner really likes him? Su Yuan said in surprise. How is this possible? How could a school beauty fall in love with a stinky delivery boy? Guan Yu was so angry that he was shaking all over and almost crushed the glass. I think it's probably acting. It's impossible for her to act as if nothing happened to such an embarrassing thing. She must be pretending. Li Ming expressed a different opinion. She deliberately used a shield to disgust Brother Yu. You make sense. Guan Yu finally felt better. Let's go down and join in the fun. Good. It was gradually getting dark, and the smell of meat wafted through the yard. The students gathered in front of 4 or 5 barbecue grills, grilling and chatting. The ingredients were very rich, with chicken, beef, mutton, and all kinds of seafood. In order to maintain her perfect figure, Shen Yinner only grilled some vegetarian dishes such as corn and eggplant. Fong Yi was not polite at all. He served oysters, lobsters, crabs, and so on. He had no idea what modesty was. Li Ming and others despised him even more after seeing this. How can you only eat vegetarian food? Come on, try my grilled oysters. This is a good thing that is known as a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Fong Yi handed a plate of grilled oysters to Shen Yinner. Try it. This golden garlic paste is very well made and very fragrant. Zhao Shui looked disdainful. Yinner hates the smell of garlic the most. It's strange that she can eat it. You are her boyfriend, but you don't even know this. Thanks. What surprised her was that Shen Yinner actually took it and then used chopsticks to pick up the oyster meat sprinkled with garlic and ate it very elegantly. Chapter 42, all the old sows were sold. Yinner, don't you usually not eat garlic? Zhao Shui couldn't help but ask. Shen Yinner smiled sweetly. Well, I didn't eat it before, but Fong Yi likes it, so I have to try to change it. She actually changed her eating habits of many years for her boyfriend. If this isn't true love, then what is? As a woman, Zhao Shui was a little jealous of Fong Yi. Even for myself, I have never thought of changing anything for my boyfriend. I eat and play as usual, and everything is the same as before. His girlfriend is not only pretty and well-behaved, but also obedient to him. How much virtue did Fong Yi accumulate in his previous life? Zhao Shui asked again. Yinner, tell me the truth. Is Fong Yi really your boyfriend? Shen Yinner hesitated for a moment, but decided to confess. Actually, he is not my boyfriend. It is true. Zhao Shui sneered in her heart. I was just saying, how could you be so short-sighted as to fall for a delivery boy? She said, he must be pursuing you, and you used him as a shield to reject Guan Yu. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but isn't this a really bad choice for a backup? You misunderstood. Shen Yinner said seriously. Although he is not my boyfriend, he is not my backup either. I really like him, but I don't know whether he likes me or not. WTF, so you were the spare tire? Zhao Shuling was confused. This was completely contrary to what she had guessed. It turned out that Shen Yinner was pursuing him? I don't believe it. What's so good about him? He's good-looking, but he's useless. She advised earnestly, don't jump into the fire pit. If you really get together, the daily necessities will be enough to give you a headache. Haven't you heard that poor couples have many sorrows? I really like him. No matter whether he is rich or poor, I want to be with him. Shen Yinner looked at Fong Ye's busy back with a tender face. This was not something that could be pretended casually. It was a complete expression of her true feelings. Zhao Shui covered her face with her hands when she heard this. Oh my God, what kind of magic potion did he give you? Hello, everyone. At this time, Guan Yu came over with a bottle of golden champagne. Seeing that everyone is having such a good time eating, I brought a bottle of wine to cheer you up. Zhao Shui said, what a beautiful wine, squad leader. What is the name of this wine? This is Yellowbone, a limited edition of Veuve Clicquot. Guan Yu smiled faintly. You probably don't come across this brand very often. It's sealed with a layer of foil covered with 22.4 karat gold, and the cap is also 24K gold-plated, engraved with Mrs. Clicquot's own signature, so it has a very high collection value. Fong Yi deliberately exclaimed, wow, it turns out that the bottle is made of gold. No wonder it looks so good. Then this bottle of champagne must be very expensive, right? A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Everyone looked down upon him. Although most people have never seen Veuve Clicquot champagne, at least they wouldn't make as much of a fuss as Fong Yi. Wouldn't that be embarrassing the school beauty in public? It would be strange if Shen Yinner could bear it. Guan Yu was quite satisfied with Fong Ye's reaction. He said complacently, it's not too expensive. Although it's a limited edition, it's only $12,000 per bottle. A bottle of champagne costs tens of thousands of dollars? The classmates all gasped, and Fong Ye's reaction was particularly exaggerated, with his eyes wide open. This bottle is worth at least $1,000 or $2,000. If you don't mind, you can take it back and sell it for money after drinking it. Guan Yu deliberately said to Fong Yi. How can I do that? Fong Yi rubbed his hands excitedly, looking like he couldn't wait. It's okay. You can take away all the bottles and cans we finished drinking. They should be able to sell for a lot of money. Guan Yu said with a smile. Okay. Thank you so much. Fong Yi said happily. This way, the food expenses for next month will be settled. Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter. The boys were jealous of Fong Yi for getting the school bell, so they wanted him to be embarrassed. The girls mostly had fake sisterhood. and it would be a lie to say they were unhappy to see Shin Yinner find such a perfect boyfriend. Student Fong, is your family's financial situation not that good? Su Yuan added. It's not so good. My parents even sold the old sow they had raised for 7 years to support me to go to college. Fong Yi said with a bitter face. I borrowed Yinner's money to buy this small electric scooter. Otherwise, I couldn't even deliver food. Li Ming asked, how much do you make delivering food every month? It's quite a lot, about 3,000 yuan. Fong Yi said proudly. So tall. Li Ming laughed. After you graduate, will you consider continuing to deliver food? Of course I will give it to you. Fong Yi said seriously. The lady boss has already said that my salary will be raised to 3,500 after I become a regular employee, and I can get a free meal. The classmates laughed even more happily, and even Shun Yinner covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Su Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Your parents sold pigs to send you to college. If they knew that you would be delivering food after graduation, would they be mad at you? That shouldn't be the case. My delivery salary is so high, they should be happy. Fong Yi said with longing. When I save more money, I will buy a few more piglets to repay them for their kindness in raising me. I can't take it anymore. Your boyfriend is so funny. Zhao Shuai laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Although she didn't know what Fong Yi was thinking, Shin Yinner was impressed by his superb acting skills. A man who casually gives away supercars worth tens of millions pretends to be poor in front of a group of people. It's funny no matter how you look at it. Well, my mouth is a little dry after talking for so long. Can we open the champagne? Fong Yi said with a smile. Sorry, we were listening so intently. Let's start right away. Guan Yu had already achieved his goal and was in a very good mood. Although Shun Yinner looked calm, she must have been forcing a smile. In her heart, she had already cursed Fong Yi to pieces and wished she could cut off all ties with him immediately, right? As long as I show my financial strength later, everything will be easy. A beauty of Shun Yinner's level is destined to not escape from the palm of my hand. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed with joy, the surrounding lights suddenly went out and the entire hillside garden was plunged into darkness. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Chapter 43, You're on the wrong road. Not long after, the property management staff came to inform us that there was a problem with the garden's wiring. The repairmen from the Power Supply Bureau were already on the way, but the time of the power outage was still unknown. Guan Yu's face turned pale. He had just started pretending to be awesome when he encountered such a trouble. How angry! All the barbecue grills are electric, and it's pitch dark all around, so it seems like this party can't go on. Just when everyone was frustrated, Fong Yi suddenly said to Guan Yu, Since your house has no electricity, how about going to my house to continue? After hearing this proposal, everyone was stunned. Are you crazy? Li Ming sneered. Can a rental house accommodate so many people? In his opinion, someone like Fong Yi could only rent a single room at most. It's okay. My place is quite big. 40 or 50 people can easily stand there. Fong Yi said with a smile. It's also close to the beach. It's very cool. It can be called a sea view villa. Sea view villa? Su Yuan said with a smile. You don't live in Liang Village, do you? The houses there are indeed quite large, and they have their own doors and yards, so it's not wrong to call them villas. Fong Yi looked surprised. Oh my god, it really is near Liang Village. I didn't expect you to guess it. Brother Yu, since they have invited us so warmly, let's move our base. Anyway, here is not far from Liang Village. It only takes more than 10 minutes to drive there. Li Ming said with a wink. Guan Yu knew what he was thinking. The rental house in Liang Village was old and shabby, and Fong Ye's shabby room must be extremely shabby, maybe even full of picked-up garbage. It was hard to believe that Shun Yinner could remain calm when her boyfriend lived in a place that looked like a pigsty. Fong Yi, you are courting death. Guan Yu coughed a few times, then said, Well, let's move the party to Fong's home and take a look at his sea view room. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I haven't been to the beach for a long time. It's perfect. Then pack up your things quickly. Several classmates were from Huahai, and they all drove here, while Guan Yu drove his father's Escalade. After seeing the American hardcore SUV with a domineering appearance that looked like a black beast, the classmates began to praise it. This car looks so powerful, it should be worth 4 or 500,000. Fong Yi exclaimed in admiration. Only 4 or 500,000. Are you kidding me? Su Yuan sneered. This is the latest model of Escalade. The price of the car alone is over 1.5 million. Wow, so impressive. Fong Ye's eyes widened. Classmate Guan's family is really rich. I guess they are even richer than the richest man in our village. It's just average. It should be considered upper middle level in Huahai. Guan Yu said modestly. When they set off, he wanted to invite Shen Yin'er to sit in the passenger seat, but unfortunately, he was rejected without hesitation. Similarly, Shen Yin'er also rejected invitations from others. Seeing the smiling Fong Yi driving away with the school beauty on an electric scooter, Guan Yu slapped the leather-wrapped multifunction steering wheel hard, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. She didn't even look at the luxury car worth nearly 2 million yuan and actually chose the electric car for delivering food. Is this woman blind? Brother, you don't be angry. Women are like this. If they're a little bit pretty, they like to put themselves on a pedestal. But when you tear off her mask, she will definitely be more obedient than a Persian cat. Su Yuan comforted. That's right, but it feels great to conquer a woman like this. It's much better than those who will crawl over and lick your ass just by throwing some money at you. Li Ming also said. After hearing the explanations from his best friends, Guan Yu's expression turned from gloomy to bright and his mood improved again. What you said makes sense. The easier it is to get a woman, the less sense of accomplishment she has. It's people like Shen Yin'er who are just right for me. The black Escalade roared out of the villa, followed by 5 cars of classmates. Before leaving, Fong Yi sent a message to Yang Lin. I'm going to bring some people back to have a party. You get ready. Yang Lin replied with an okay expression. The electric scooters were driving on the road in a convoy. Passing vehicles and pedestrians were first amazed by Shen Yin'er, and then their attention was attracted by the huge size of the Escalade. In Huahai City, such a powerful and majestic SUV is rare. Guan Yu enjoyed the gazes of strangers like a general going to war. His self-confidence gradually reached its peak, and the depression he had just felt was swept away. Half an hour later, the convoy finally arrived at its destination. Guan Yu and others were stunned when they saw that the electric scooter did not turn towards Liang Village but headed towards the gate of Yuhai Bay. Li Ming stuck his head out and shouted, Student Fong, did you take the wrong road? Liang Village is not over there. That's right, my house is inside. Fong Yi said without turning his head. Shen Yin'er only knew that Fong Yi was rich, so she had no doubt that he would live in such a top-notch community. Is this guy fucking mentally ill? The Yuhai Bay is full of villas that are priced extremely high. Which billionaire would rent them out if he has nothing better to do? Su Yuan scolded with a smile. Should we follow them? Li Ming asked. Follow, why not? Guan Yu sneered. The guards will definitely chase us away later. Let's get closer and watch the fun. And by the way, take a video and upload it to the campus website to make them lose face completely. Okay, I'm good at this. Li Ming took out his mobile phone with a smile. Remember to blur Shen Yin'er's face. After all, she will be my woman in the future. I understand, brother Yu. Although the students behind didn't understand why, they still followed the Escalade. When the car was still more than 20 meters away from the gate, Guan Yu stopped the car. At this distance, the guard should not chase him away, and he could also record a clear video. Zhao Shui was stunned in the car. Is Fong Yi sick? He actually wants to bring Yin'er to Yuhai Bay. Is he a vegetarian if he is a doorman? Ha ha ha, this guy is so funny. He probably doesn't know what Yuhai Bay is, so he wants to take his girlfriend there to see it. This is going to be a good show. They will definitely be kicked out by the guards. Poor Shen Yin'er, a school beauty, has suffered such a great humiliation. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Everyone thought that the two would fail miserably and become a big joke that would be spread throughout the school tomorrow. However, the next scene made them completely doubt their lives. Several security guards lined up and saluted in unison, then shouted loudly, Welcome home, owner. Guan Yu and the other two all had question mark expressions on their faces, and the classmates who were gloating behind them also fell into a daze. What's going on? Are these security guards' brains stuck in the door? They actually called Fong Yi the owner? Chapter 44, Only a Little Preparation. Hello, everyone. Fong Yi rode his bike with one hand and greeted the guards with a smile. By the way, the cars behind belong to my friends. Let them in. Yes. The gate was raised high, and most of the students had just come to their senses when they drove into the luxurious European-style gate of Yuhai Bay. Oh my god. Fong Yi wouldn't really live here, would he? Su Yuan's face was filled with fear as he thought about it. Impossible. Everyone living here is a tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of millions. How could he look as poor as him? Li Ming disagreed. Then how do you explain what just happened? Could it be that Fong Yi has a rich relative living here? That's unlikely. If he has such a wealthy relative, why would he need to send takeout? Perhaps this relative looks down on him. Impossible. If you despise him, would you still lend him the villa? Maybe this relative is traveling abroad, so I can ask him to look after the house or something. The two of them held different opinions and argued fiercely, which made Guan Yu very upset. Stop arguing. You'll know when you get there. The cool sea breeze blowing towards her made Shun Yin'er feel extremely happy. Fong Yi, have you planned this long ago, and are you deliberately trying to tear down Guan Yu Te? She smiled. The villas here should be worth over 100 million yuan. I'll be surprised if he doesn't get so angry at you that he vomits blood. Look at what you said. I'm not a god, so how could I have predicted that his house would have a power outage? Fong Yi said with a smile. I just didn't have enough to eat, so I suggested moving to another place. And I told them before that it was a sea view villa, but they didn't believe it. Do you blame me? That's because you were too pretentious. You give people the impression that you are a rag collector. Shin Yin'er wanted to laugh when she thought of what happened just now. No, I've never seen a champagne bottle like this before, so it makes sense to collect it. The gate of Villa 008 opened automatically, and everyone gasped when they saw the vast private garden. Wachow, isn't this the legendary #1 villa? Fong Ye's relatives actually live here. Su Yuan's mouth was so wide open that a goose egg could fit in it. Could it be an illusion? Li Ming also suspected that he had seen it wrong. He confirmed it several times, and the number on the villa was still 008. Guan Yu said nothing, and his mood sank to the bottom again. After getting off the bus, the students kept exclaiming, "What a huge swimming pool! It's at least 10 times bigger than the monitors. There's actually an international standard tennis court. How awesome! What's the big deal? There's a helipad over there. This is not a villa at all. It's almost as well equipped as a 5-star hotel." The classmates shouted and screamed like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and Guan Yu's face became darker and darker. On the steps in front of the villa, 20 servants in maid uniforms stood on both sides, with Yang Lin standing in the middle. They all bowed to Fong Yi, appearing to be extremely well-trained. "Hello, master." The voice was sweet, and the smile was intoxicating. The students were shocked once again. These maids are all of above-average appearance, and their bodies are as perfect as models. In school, they would be at least the most beautiful girls in the school, which shows how wealthy their masters are. Guan Yu is not even on the same level as an opponent. Fong Yi nodded with satisfaction after seeing this scene. Yang Lin was indeed a professional. She had found a group of top-notch maids in such a short time. If she opened a themed coffee shop, it would be able to satisfy all the fantasies of otakus. You don't have to guess how popular it would be. After hearing them address Fong Yi, Shin Yin'er suddenly looked strange. "Master?" Fong Ye's face turned red. "Ahem, this name sounds too old. Why don't you try another one?" The maids were well-trained and responded immediately, saying in unison, "Hello, master." "Well, that's fine." Fong Yi smiled. "Yang Lin, how are the preparations for the party going?" "Master, the venue has been prepared." Yang Lin said respectfully, "But time is a bit tight, so I have only prepared a little bit of food. Please forgive me." Fong Yi didn't care. It doesn't matter, they also brought food. After entering the villa, everyone realized what true luxury was. In comparison, the tens of millions villa that Guan Yu was proud of was no more than a thatched house in the countryside. The gathering place was set up in the courtyard in the center of the villa, where there was a smaller swimming pool and a hot spring pool. 3 long tables were filled with all kinds of delicious food, and there were 2 beautiful chefs standing by, one of whom was a blonde foreigner. Caviar, Boston lobster, king crab, truffle, bluefin tuna fillet, a 5 wagyu steak. Not only that, there are also a lot of red wine and champagne on the shelf. Anyone with a keen eye can tell that the value of any bottle here is far higher than Guan Yu's kaiga. This is called preparing only a little bit of ingredients. The students were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They had seen people pretending to be cool, but they had never seen anyone pretending to be so fresh and refined. Faced with these top-notch ingredients that they had only seen online, they were even embarrassed to take out the food they had brought. Li Ming and Su Yuan were completely silent. Now even a blind man could see that the owner of this villa was Fong Yi. Guan Yu was tortured to the point of tears by the continuous multiple blows, and he really wanted to strangle Fong Yi, the pretentious bastard, to death. He said he worked as a delivery man, rode an electric bike to attend parties, and was salivating over bottles of champagne worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. He even wanted to take away the bottles he had drunk and sell them as junk. Fuck you. Guan Yu felt that he was a big idiot. If he could do it again, he would definitely not agree to Fong Ye's proposal. Chapter 45. Only the chubby ones are likable. After knowing Fong Ye's true identity, Zhao Shui and others didn't dare to talk to him at first. After all, it was really embarrassing to have been sarcastic to him just now. Of course, Fong Yi is not such a stingy person. He took the initiative to chat with everyone, and Xin Yin'er accompanied him, and they quickly became friends with the classmates. Except for Guan Yu and the other two, everyone was having a great time. After eating and drinking, they enjoyed the hot springs and swimming pool. Some people even went to the beach to take pictures of the night view. While soaking in the hot spring, Fong Yi sat next to Xin Yin'er and asked, "Old classmate, aren't you going to broadcast live tonight?" "Hush, they don't know that I'm a live streamer," Xin Yin'er whispered. "After all, this is something that people might think is wrong, and I don't want everyone to know about it. Given your popularity, it's only a matter of time before they find out, right?" Fong Yi said with a smile. "Let's keep it a secret for as long as we can make it until graduation." Xin Yin'er sighed. Being in the live broadcast industry and being in the spotlight is not a long-term solution. "After I make enough money to pay you back, I plan to find a proper job and live a good life." "When did you owe me money?" Fong Yi frowned and said, "That was a reward from me, not a loan." Xin Yin'er said stubbornly, "I know you gave me so many gifts to help me. Although you are rich, it is not blown by the wind. I am able to make money now, so of course I have to pay you back. If I say no, then no, don't mention it again." "No, you must return it." "Okay, you can pay it back if you want." Fong Yi had no choice but to use his trump card. "From the day you pay it back, we will have no relationship anymore. The road ahead is wide open, and we will go our separate ways." Why are you so domineering?" "You are so domineering, rich, and willful," Fong Yi said seriously. "I only care about our friendship, but you always want to talk about money. I am really disappointed. Fong Yi, make hundreds of thousands of dollars a second. I don't want to make friends with you who only talk about money." Xin Yin'er had no choice but to compromise. Okay, I won't pay it back, okay? You didn't lend me money, and I don't owe you anything, okay?" "That's right." Fong Yi smiled. "Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat." "No need. I've already exceeded the limit today," Xin Yin'er said with a bitter face, holding her flat belly. "I'm going to gain half a pound tomorrow, all because your food is too delicious. You are out of date. Being skinny is no longer popular. Only those with more flesh are pleasing to the eye." "Really?" Xin Yin'er was wearing the swimsuit that Yang Lin had prepared for her. Her beautiful and fair figure was fully revealed. She was indeed the most dazzling beauty in the villa. Seeing the two of them sticking together and talking intimately, Guan Yu felt like he had a lot of anger in his stomach that he had no place to vent. Li Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yu, I just asked a friend. The price of the #1 villa is 20 to 30 billion. We can't afford to offend Fong Yi." "Of course I know I can't afford to offend him, but I just can't get over it," Guan Yu said bitterly. "If he had revealed his identity at the beginning, I would have nothing to say, but he is such a bastard, pretending to be poor and setting a trap for me to fall into step by step, and then he covered the pit with shit and stepped on it a few times in the end. It's really too much." Li Ming and Su Yuan looked at each other. It seemed that Guan Yu was really confused and could even come up with such a weird metaphor as covering shit. Having said that, Fong Yi really did go too far. "That's right, bullying the weak. Is this what human beings do?" The three of them criticized Fong Yi verbally, but they did not expect that if Guan Yu had not set a trap for him at the gate at the beginning, would he be treated like this? "It's all your own fault, okay?" Fong Yi was pretending to be nice, but at least he stopped making sarcastic remarks, which showed that he was very magnanimous. Unfortunately, Guan Yu has always had a high opinion of himself. After being severely abused this time, he became more and more unwilling to accept the result. After thinking it over, he suddenly walked to the hot spring pool and spoke loudly. "Fong Yi, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" The voice echoed throughout the villa. Xin Yin'er was stunned. Li Ming and Su Yuan were stunned. The other classmates were stunned, and even the busy, beautiful maids looked over here curiously. Who is this person? How dare he challenge the master? Yang Lin looked at Guan Yu coldly and raised her right hand slightly. Several maids near the hot spring pool began to move closer to Fong Yi. These 20 maids were hired by her at a high price. Not only are they beautiful and have good figures, but some of them also have good fighting skills and can serve as bodyguards part-time. But she didn't know that Fong Ye's skills were actually terrifyingly high, and even 100 Guan Yes might not be able to defeat him. "You say something? Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Seeing that Fong Yi didn't say anything, Guan Yu mustered up the courage to speak again. "Do you like being abused by me so much?" Fong Yi smiled faintly. "Well, What do you want to challenge me with? I want to challenge you to a tennis match. Guan Yu snorted coldly. You have an international standard tennis court in your villa, so I guess your skills are pretty good. Do you dare to play a game with me? I accept your challenge. Fong Yi said with a smile. Tell me your conditions. When Shun Yin'er saw Fong Yi agreed, she immediately became anxious. She pulled his hand and whispered, Fong Yi, he's really good at tennis and has won awards in national competitions. You can't beat him. In her impression, Fong Yi was weak and sickly in high school. His physical education scores were always at the bottom, and he never participated in ball games that boys liked. How could he possibly beat Guan Yu, the so-called prince of tennis? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fong Yi didn't comment. Whether I win or lose, I'll know only after the fight. Seeing Fong Yi taking the bait, Guan Yu's eyes lit up. If I win, you will automatically give up Shun Yin'er. After hearing his conditions, Shun Yin'er's heart suddenly tightened and her face turned pale. Fong Yi didn't seem to notice the change in her expression and just smiled faintly. No problem. What if you lose? I lose, and you can do whatever you want with me. Well, my condition is very simple. Just stop bothering Shun Yin'er in the future. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing the two of them make a bet, the other students all followed them to the tennis court to watch the fun. The intelligent system automatically turned on all the lights on the tennis court for the owner, and everyone realized that this tennis court was even more standard than they had imagined, and there was absolutely no problem using it to host national competitions. Guan Yu changed into the professional tennis clothes brought by the maid, but Fong Yi waved his hand to refuse. He was shirtless, wearing beach pants and a pair of flip-flops. He looked so unique and extremely funny. But now everyone knows that he is a billionaire, so even if you want to laugh, you dare not. Having money is cool. Not having money is stupid. Yang Lin smiled bitterly and persuaded. Master, at least change your shoes. What if you sprain your ankle? It's okay. These shoes are pretty good. Fong Yi took the tennis racket and swung it a few times in the air. To be honest, this was the first time he touched this kind of racket. He had rarely touched a badminton racket before. Shun Yin'er looked at Fong Yi, who was playing nonchalantly on the court, and was extremely worried. Zhao Shui, do you think Fong Yi can win? I don't think he has a good chance. Zhao Shui shook her head. You know who Guan Yu is. He's a talented guy who won awards at the National University Games. He can beat Fong Yi like a weakling. I think he can beat him by just hopping on one leg. What should I do? Should I go up and stop the game? Shun Yin'er was immediately confused when she saw that others were also not optimistic about Fong Yi. It's too late. They've already started. Chapter 46, Be Gentle. The two decided on a best-of-3 format, with a male classmate acting as referee. After the coin toss, Fong Yi served in the first game. Seeing that the opponent was actually wearing slippers and shorts on the court, Guan Yu felt angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that Fong Yi dared to show such disrespect for the sport, but he was happy that it was a sure thing for him to win the game. If he dares to play tennis in slippers, how can I justify my 10 years of hard training on the court unless I beat him to death? When seeing Fong Yi casually throwing the ball, Guan Yu sneered in his heart. This was a complete layman's technique. This guy was pretending too much, and it turned out he didn't know how to play tennis at all. The students present had some knowledge of tennis, and they were all pessimistic after seeing Fong Ye's serving posture. The ball was thrown a little too high and was seriously deflected, which greatly affected the speed and power of the serve. Zhao Shui smiled and said, Yin'er, your boyfriend is rich, but he doesn't seem to know anything about tennis. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. Bang! The racket that Fong Yi swung turned into an afterimage and hit out fiercely, and suddenly a loud bang like a gunshot was heard on the court. Before Guan Yu could react, the high-speed flying tennis ball had already created a small hole in the court and then flew out of bounds. The whole place fell into dead silence, until the racket in Fong Ye's hand broke into two with a snap, which brought them back to their dazed state. Is this guy a monster? He actually broke the tennis racket with just one strike. How amazing is his arm strength? The referee finally remembered his duty and raised his hand to signal. 10-15-0. Sorry, I used too much force. Fong Yi smiled modestly, then handed the broken racket to Yang Lin, who was jogging over. Young master, this is a pure handmade racket produced by Australian Master Wilson. It costs $20,000. You have to be careful with it. Yang Lin said with a wry smile. It's not that expensive. It's not expensive, but this is the only one left. Yang Lin reminded. If this racket breaks again, you can only use ordinary ones. Fong Yi blushed. Then I will try to be gentle. Was that an illusion just now? Yes, it must be an illusion. Guan Yu kept muttering to himself with a look of disbelief on his face. He could only vaguely see the flight trajectory of the ball just now. Where in the world could a ball travel so fast? He must have been hallucinating just now. Watch out. I'm going to serve again. Fong Yi smiled and picked up another ball and threw it gently up. I'm ranked 5th in the country. How could I not see clearly the serve of a layman? Calm down. I must have drunk too much just now, so I'm a little distracted. Guan Yu mustered up his fighting spirit and observed his opponent's movements intently. It's stable now. Judging from his eyes, Brother Yu has started to take it seriously. Su Yuan praised. Fong Yi just took advantage of the unexpected situation to get a ball. Now, he has no chance. Li Ming also said, That's right. Don't you see what Brother Yu's nickname is? He is the recognized Prince of Tennis. There is no one better than him in the entire Huahai city. Fong Ye's movements this time were indeed much gentler. Most people could see the movement of the racket clearly, but the speed of the tennis ball was still incredibly fast. Just as Guan Yu stepped out with his right foot to intercept, the ball had already bounced out of bounds. Fong Yi scored another goal, 30-0. After serving, he picked up the racket and looked at it over and over again. Fortunately, it didn't break this time. If the first goal was a fluke, then the second goal was a test of real strength, and there was no room for falsehood in front of everyone. Li Ming and Su Yuan were speechless for a long time, while Guan Yu's face was as black as coal slag. Do you want to continue? Fong Yi smiled faintly. Prince of Tennis? If you do that again, I won't believe it. Guan Yu roared with gritted teeth. It would be fine if we are not as well-matched financially, but if we are defeated in the field that we are best at, we would be too ashamed to face people in the future. Of course, we cannot give up easily. The following game was dull as ever. Guan Yu still failed to receive Fong Ye's 2 serves and was completely defeated in the first game. Am I seeing things? Guan Yu actually had his head shaved bald? What kind of tennis prince is this? He can't even catch a ball. How embarrassing. You can't blame him. After all, Fong Ye's ball speed is too fast, and there is even an afterimage. He's rich, plays basketball well, and speaks well. I really want to confess my love to him. Stop it, you crazy nympho. It's strange that you can compete with Shun Yinner. Guan Yu, with a deathly pale face, punched the ground. The opponent's serve angle was not tricky, and the landing point was also ordinary, but the speed was too damn fast. It felt like a bullet fired from a gun. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Li Ming ran over and helped him up. Brother Yu, this guy is a monster. Why don't you just surrender? The enemy is too powerful. Continuing to fight will only bring humiliation upon ourselves. It's not worth it. Get out of here. I won't admit defeat. Guan Yu pushed him away with red eyes. There's still 1 round left. I still have a chance. Since the other party wants to continue fighting, Fong Yi will naturally do as he wishes. The 2 sides exchanged serve, and the second game officially began. Guan Yu was able to enter the national competition thanks to his superb serving skills, which is also the reason why he refuses to give up. The opponent's serve was indeed very fast, but that didn't mean he could receive my serve, especially since he was wearing flip-flops, which made it difficult for him to move around. Let me show you how powerful I am. This time I will shave your balls too. Guan Yu threw the ball up and hit it out with an extremely standard posture. The high-speed flying tennis ball drew a strange arc, and the landing point was also extremely strange, making it extremely difficult to catch the ball. The moment the ball was hit, Fong Yi had already moved. The slippers on his feet did not affect his speed at all. He easily predicted the trajectory of the tennis ball, and when the ball hit the ground and bounced back, he swung his racket and hit it directly. Bang! After the loud bang, the tennis ball flew back like a cannonball. Its speed suddenly increased several times, and it had landed on the ground before Guan Yu could come to his senses. 0-15. He actually caught his own serve, and it seemed so easy. Guan Yu suddenly felt hopeless, as if all the strength in his body was drained away in an instant, and he fell to his knees with a thud. His pitiful self-confidence had been completely crushed by Fong Yi. What? Rank 5th in the country? It's just a joke in front of others? Chapter 47, The Boss Lady was kidnapped. The remaining games no longer had to be played. When Fong Yi was wiping his sweat with the towel handed over by the maid, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Yang Lin quickly handed him the phone. After the call was connected, Xiao Yang's anxious voice was heard. Boss, something terrible has happened. Miss Xia has been kidnapped. Which Miss Xia? Fong Yi was stunned. Of course it's the boss, your boss's wife, Xia Wei. Xiaoyang almost got himself dizzy. What? She was kidnapped? Fong Yi suddenly raised his voice. What happened? Did you report it to the police? I don't dare to report it yet. You should watch the video that was sent to me first. After hanging up the phone, Fong clicked on a short video and saw a van speeding down the commercial street. Xiao Wei, who had just closed the shop door, was immediately covered by the mouth by two men who got out of the van and then carried directly into the car. The video was very clear, and Fong recognized one of the men at a glance. It was the deputy manager Ma, who had been fired before. The other man had a fierce look on his face and sinister eyes, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not a good person. Boss, this was discovered by Captain Liu of the security team. One of the people who kidnapped Miss Xia is Ma Bani, who was previously the deputy manager Ma, and the other is Ma Bangdi, Ma Bani's younger brother, who is a wanted fugitive. It is said that he has several accomplices, all of whom are ruthless and have committed several robbery and murder cases. Xiaoyang explained. I was worried that reporting it to the police would anger him, so I didn't dare to act rashly. As he was speaking, another call came in. Fong took a look and saw that it was Xiao Wei's number. Needless to say, this must have been a call from the robbers. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello? Fong, right? A hoarse male voice came from the phone. I am. I have your boss wife Xiao Wei in my hands. If you don't want her to get hurt, bring 5 million in cash to number 114, Tailu Road, North City, before 1 a.m. Remember not to call the police. You can only come alone. Otherwise, you will have to wait for the beauty to collect her body. Without waiting for Fong to say anything, the robber hung up the phone. When he called again, the phone was turned off. Fong, what happened? Xin Yin'er saw that he looked serious, so she walked over and asked with concern. Fong smiled slightly. Nothing. I have to go out for something. You guys continue to play. Xin Yin'er nodded and stopped talking. She was a smart woman. Since Fong refused to say anything, there was no need to ask any further. That would only cause the other party to be disgusted. After opening the garage door, a pure black steel behemoth appeared in front of Fong Yi. The 6-meter-long body is made up of 2 layers of steel plates inside and outside. It has clear edges and corners, a domineering appearance, full high-strength glass, and bulletproof tires with tomahawk wheels. It is simply a mobile, armored fortress. After getting in the car, Fong Yi discovered more surprises. Not only can the car drive automatically, but it can also be remotely controlled through the smartwatch, with an effective distance of over 1,000 meters. Boom! After stepping on the accelerator, the powerful V8 engine let out a low roar, pushing the huge body of the car slowly out of the garage, leaving all the students in the distance stunned. Wachow, where did the armored vehicle come from? This doesn't look like an armored vehicle. It's clearly an SUV. What a handsome car. It feels much more majestic than the Escalade of the squad leader's house. Nonsense. This is the Kaibo War Shield. The cheapest one costs more than 8 million. Compared to it, the Escalade is just a little brother. This Fong Yi is truly inhumane. I kneel down. Guan Yu's fragile heart was once again hit hard. When Fong Yi was rushing to the north of the city, in the abandoned warehouse at number 114 Tailu Road, several shirtless men were gathered together drinking and eating skewers. This place is remote, deserted during the day, and ghost-free at night, making it the perfect place to detain hostages. Brother, do you think Fong Yi can raise 5 million in such a short time? Ma Bangdi asked while chewing on a kebab. Banks are closed at this time, and the ATM can't withdraw so much money. Don't worry, others may not be able to do it, but he can. Deputy Manager Ma sneered. I have already found out after I was fired. It turns out that he is the boss behind the Jinding Commercial Street, and there are always millions of cash in the safe of Jinding property. That's why I asked for this amount. You're awesome, Brother E. You figured this out? This time it's our turn to make a fortune, said one of Ma Bondi's men with a smile. It's only 5 million. You could buy a house in Huahai with it. How can it be considered a fortune? Deputy Manager Ma said smugly. After Fong Yi personally delivers the money, we will tie him up. As long as he is in our hands, we can decide how much money to take. Everyone gave a thumbs up and said, great, really great. So brother, he had planned this long ago. It's still early. You guys continue eating. I'll go inside to see how the hostages are doing. Deputy Manager Ma stood up and loosened his belt, looking impatient. Ma Bangdi smiled and said, brother, this girl is so beautiful. Can you let me play with her later? Deputy Manager Ma readily agreed. Okay, come one by one, everyone will have a share. He climbed up the rusty iron ladder to the second floor, where the tightly tied hostage was being held in a small attic. After letting go of the stockings in her mouth, Xiao Wei immediately started cursing. Ma Bongi, you beast, let me go. Deputy Manager Ma, who was drunk, laughed sinisterly and said, Boss Xia, you still can't escape from my grasp, right? Now let's settle the accounts. Seeing the other party's strange eyes, Xia Wei's face was suddenly filled with fear. What do you want to do? Don't come over. Stay away from me. Ha ha. Since you say I'm a beast, then of course I have to do something that only beasts would do. Deputy Manager Ma said proudly. Before that brat Fong Yi falls into our trap, you should just have some fun with us brothers. Xia Wei said in panic. Don't do anything rash. Be careful of me. Be careful that I bite my tongue and commit suicide. Huh? You believe in the plot in the TV series? Deputy Manager Ma laughed. If you're not afraid of pain, just bite it. I am also very curious and want to see whether you can die or not. Aren't you afraid that the police will arrest you and put you in jail? What a joke. I've already given up everything. Do I still care about adding another charge? Deputy Manager Ma had a ferocious look on his face. I'm a deputy manager, but I've fallen to this point. It's all because that bastard Fong Yi fired me. You're his woman, right? I'll definitely cuckold him. Nonsense. How can I be his woman? Don't try to fool me. He's a billionaire who goes to a milk tea shop to deliver food. If it's not to pick you up, then it must be to experience life. Only a fool would believe that. Xia Wei was now completely helpless and could only close her eyes in despair. Just as Deputy Manager Ma was about to pounce, the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open, and Fong Yi walked in calmly, carrying 2 large travel bags. Chapter 48, I Can't Turn It. This guy came so quickly. Deputy Manager Ma looked annoyed. This Fong Yi was definitely not compatible with him. He always ruined his plans at the critical moment. Boy, have you called the police? Ma Bondi stood up and looked at Fong Yi coldly. Don't you have eyes to see? I'm the only one outside. Fong Yi said calmly. I brought the money. Where is the person? The person is here. Deputy Manager Ma's voice came from upstairs. Fong Yi looked up and saw that Xia Wei, whose upper body was tied with hemp rope, had been pushed out, and the man standing behind her was Deputy Manager Ma. Ma Bangdi sneered. Give me the money. Let him go first. Okay. Ahua Chong, go and close the door first. Yes, Diggo. The 2 men walked quickly forward, closed the iron door behind Fong Yi again, and deliberately leaned on it to cut off his retreat. Can you let him go now? Fong Yi smiled slightly. Boy, once we get into the warehouse, it's out of your control. Ha! Ma Bangdi laughed. Brothers, take him down. What are you going to do? What? Of course we're going to kidnap you. Ma Bangdi said, 5 million is too little. It's not enough for us brothers to share. Since you've fallen into our trap, we can't let you go. So, you guys have other intentions? Fong Yi sneered. If that's the case, then let's see who's the winner. Are you a martial artist? Ma Bangdi was a little surprised. Go ahead and take him down. Okay. A burly man with a face full of flesh rushed over and opened his arms to hug him. A nauseating smell of body odor hit Fong Yi in the face and almost made him vomit. He tapped his left foot lightly and spun his body around his right foot, just avoiding the attack. Then he kicked the sturdy man in the butt. The combined force of the 2 made it impossible for the sturdy man to stop his momentum. He collided with his other companion with a bang. Both of them saw stars immediately. Fong Yi used the travel bag as a meteor hammer, knocking down several people in succession. Ma Bundi was so angry that he pulled out a sharp machete from under the table and rushed over. Here! Seeing that the other party was coming at him aggressively, Fong Yi raised his travel bag to block it. But it was split into 2 halves by the machete, and bundles of white paper were immediately scattered all over the ground. You actually used paper to deceive us? Deputy Manager Ma in the attic was immediately furious. Fong Yi sneered. Of course it's not real money. Otherwise, how could I come so quickly? How dare you tease me? Well, you wait for me. The angry Deputy Manager Ma put a folding knife on Xia Wei's neck. If you don't surrender, I will kill her with 1 knife. Xia Wei's mouth had been blocked by the stockings again, and she could only make grunting sounds from her throat. Fong Yi threw the bag away and put his hands behind his back. Don't be impulsive. I've already thrown the bag away. Deputy Manager Ma said proudly. Brother, go tie him up. Okay. When Ma Bondi was about to take the rope, a rumbling engine sound suddenly came from outside the warehouse door. What's going on? When the 2 gatekeepers were confused, the warehouse door was suddenly slammed open and a giant steel beast roared in. Ma Bangdi's eyes widened immediately. Warnima, where did the tank come from? While Fong Yi used his watch to remotely control the direction of the Kyber battle shield, he quickly climbed onto the roof of the car. Brother, be careful. Seeing the car crashing into the iron pillar under the attic, Ma Bondi yelled anxiously. Bang! The front of the car, covered with steel plates, hit the iron pillar heavily. The two people on it suddenly lost their balance and fell down with screams. Fong Yi jumped high and caught Xiao Wei, then landed on the roof of the car. However, Deputy Manager Ma was not so lucky. His head hit the car body when he fell, and he fell to the ground with a bloody head. Ahu, kill him for me? Seeing that his brother's life or death was uncertain, Ma Bondi's eyes instantly turned red, while Ahu pulled out a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun from behind his waist. This shotgun is extremely powerful at close range and can shoot a person into a sieve. If it weren't a critical moment, Ma Bondi would not let Ahu use it. At this time, Fong Yi and Xiao Wei had already entered the car through the skylight. He ignored the black muzzle of the gun and drove the shield towards a corner of the warehouse. Boom! Ahu aimed at the cab and fired a shot, but to his surprise, the glass in front of Fong Yi was completely intact. Countless iron sand was bounced back and flew everywhere, almost hurting himself. Fong Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the Kyber battle shield easily broke through the iron wall of the warehouse and rushed directly out. In addition to the roar of the V8 engine, the night sky was also filled with the sound of a patrol car siren. Oh no! This bastard actually called the police. Ma Bangdi and Ahu didn't dare to stay. They crawled out of the hole in the warehouse and disappeared into the darkness. Finally, the police arrested 5 criminals, including Deputy Manager Ma, who was in a coma, while Ma Bondi and Ahu were still at large. Xiao Wei, who survived the disaster, hugged Fong Yi and cried bitterly until a female patrol officer knocked on the car window. You two come down and follow me back to record your statements. Fong Yi looked back and saw that the female police officer had short hair, rosy cheeks, and delicate features. She was actually a beauty. He smiled and said, Beauty, my boss's wife was terribly frightened just now. Can you let her take her time to record her statement? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Suli frowned and said in a cold tone, Get out of the car quickly. Beauty, we are the victims. There is no need to be so fierce, right? Fong Yi teased seriously. You will get wrinkles if you frown too often, and your face is as tight as iron when you talk, which makes you look old. Phew! Xiao Wei finally burst into laughter after being teased by him. Goddamn Iron Sheet. You are the Iron Sheet. Your whole family is Iron Sheet. Suli was a well-known, cold-blooded girl in the police force. She could not stand Fong Yi's teasing and exploded immediately. Now I suspect you have something to do with the fugitive Ma Bondi. Stand against the wall, put your hands on your head, and squat down. Fong Yi was stunned. You can't be so stingy that you can't even joke around? Suli sneered. Who is kidding you? She took a step forward and held Fong Yi down. She was about to twist his arm behind her back to give him some pain, but she found that his arm was as hard as steel, and she couldn't twist it at all. Chapter 49, sorry. So he is a martial artist? Suli suddenly felt competitive. Although she was a girl, her fighting skills were among the top 3 in the city patrol team, and she had never lost in arm wrestling. Could it be that she could not deal with a man with a smooth talk? She immediately increased her strength and twisted the other person's arm with all her strength. Although he had used all his strength, Fong Yi remained motionless. Damn, is this guy a strongman? Su Li's face was full of disbelief. Beauty, are you giving me a massage? Fong Yi said nonchalantly. Can you change the position of the massage? My arm is no longer sore. Thank you. Su Li was so angry that she reached out and pulled out her pistol. Put your hands on your head and squat down, or I will shoot. No! The male patrolman next to her was horrified and quickly stopped her. Captain Su, he is the boss of Jinding Commercial Street. Don't make a big fuss. Otherwise, it will be difficult to report to the superiors. He is the boss of Jinding? Su Li laughed in anger. Are you sure? This guy hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How can he be a billionaire? The male patrolman whispered. Just now, Xiao Yang, the general manager of Jinding Property, personally called the chief constable and sent a photo. Fong Yi is indeed the boss of Jinding. You're lucky. Su Li had no choice but to put away the gun in dismay, collect the team, and take everyone back. After she left, the male patrolman said in a friendly tone, Mr. Fong, Miss Xia, please drive behind us. Fong Yi smiled and asked, Brother, does your captain not have a boyfriend? The male patrolman asked in confusion. How did you know? Fong Yi said seriously, You can tell at a glance. With her temper, which man can stand it? She would start to make moves when she disagrees with me. She is so unfeminine. Bang! After a loud bang, an abandoned tire rolled between the two people. After seeing Su Li's gloomy eyes, the male patrolman immediately broke out in sweat, while Fong Yi still looked calm. After recording the confession, Fong Yi and Xia Wei went back with Xiao Yang, who had rushed over. The frightened Xia Wei stayed at home to rest for a day and did not open the shop until the next day. When Fong Yi came to work, he happened to meet Captain Liu, who was patrolling at the door of the milk tea shop. It turned out that Xiao Yang had ordered to strengthen the security around the milk tea shop yesterday to prevent the two escaped robbers from causing trouble again. After delivering takeout several times in a row without triggering the reward, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were usually not many orders at this time. Fong Yi, who was drowsy sitting in the corner of the milk tea shop, was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a phone. There was another takeout to deliver. He cheered himself up, set off again on his electric scooter, and called the customer after arriving at the destination. "Hello, I'm already across from the XXX restaurant. Where are you? See that silver Corolla on the side of the road? Just give it to the driver." The customer's voice was cold and sounded familiar. "Okay." Fong Yi quickly found the Corolla. He knocked gently on the car window, and the driver lowered the window. It turned out to be the male patrolman he had seen that night, but now he was wearing casual clothes. "Dude, it's you." Fong Yi laughed. "Why? Don't you have to go to work today?" "Who said I wasn't there? I was on a mission." Fong Kong took the food with a smile. "Mr. Fong, I didn't expect you to actually be delivering food." When he was recording his statement the night before, he thought Fong Yi was joking. "No, I'm just a delivery man." Fong Yi glanced inside the car and didn't see Su Li, so he asked again, "Why are you alone? Where's that ironclad Captain Su?" Before Fong Kong could answer, Fong Yi felt a fierce, murderous aura coming from behind him. The dangerous atmosphere immediately made him alert. Behind him, a slender thigh wearing white shoes was lifted up like lightning, aiming at his crotch. In a flash, Fong Ye's legs suddenly closed together, just enough to clamp the attacking foot tightly. Su Li struggled hard for several times, but failed to pull her foot back. She was wearing a denim skirt and a white t-shirt today. The posture of raising her legs looked a little unsightly, and many passers-by started pointing and talking. "Let go of my feet, you hooligan!" Su Li had no choice but to shout. Fong Yi said calmly, "Beauty, it was you who attacked me first with a sneak attack. I was just defending myself. How can I be considered a hooligan?" Su Li said angrily, "You won't let go, right? Well, let's see how long you can hold out." She put her 5 fingers together and cut the back of the opponent's neck with one palm. If this blow is effective, it will definitely make an adult man faint instantly. Fong Yi didn't dodge, but grabbed her wrist with his backhand as if he had eyes behind his head. Su Li couldn't pull her hand back, so she could only punch the opponent in the waist. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two was too great, and Fong Ye's other hand firmly grasped her hand. Now, Su Li, who was doing the one-leg pose, couldn't even stand steadily, let alone attack. She was so anxious that she almost shed tears. Fong Yi said calmly, "Apologize to me, and I will let you go. Don't even think about it." Apologizing means surrendering to the other party, which is a great humiliation for the proud Su Li. After she graduated and joined the patrol team, she made many outstanding achievements and became the youngest captain in the city in just 2 years. How could she be willing to apologize to her opponent? Okay, then let's just waste time like this and see who can't hold on. Fong Yi was annoyed that she didn't use enough strength, so he deliberately wanted to teach her a lesson. If that kick had been given to someone else just now, I'm afraid that everything would have been lost, and he would have become Dongfang Booby. Fong Kong knew that the captain had a strong personality and was very concerned about her reputation. If he pleaded for her, he would definitely be harassed afterwards, so he simply turned his face away and pretended to be stupid. The two of them remained in a stalemate with an ambiguous and strange posture. As time went by, more and more passers-by gathered to watch. Young people nowadays are so shameless that they flirt with each other on the street. I think she's an internet celebrity who shoots short videos. This woman is so pretty, has a good temperament, and a great body. She should be from a certain audio platform, right? The guy wearing the takeaway vest must be her boyfriend. He is so lucky. I am so envious. I don't think so. It should be the girl who hired them as the background. Facing all kinds of looks from people, Fong Yi accepted it calmly, but Su Li couldn't stand it a little. After seeing that many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, she finally chose to compromise. "Sorry, the sound is too soft. I can't hear it. Sorry." Chapter 50. Don't deliver food in your next life. Hearing the other party's crying voice, Fong Yi finally let go of his hands and feet. After regaining her freedom, Su Li looked down and saw that there were black marks on her wrists. This guy really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Su Li rubbed her wrists angrily. If there weren't so many people at the scene, she would definitely pull out a gun to subdue Fong Yi and then give him a good beating. No matter if he was a billionaire or not, she would just do it. Fong Yi, do you dare to fight me fair and square? What? Haven't you been tortured enough by me? Fong Yi sneered. As long as you don't use any dirty tricks, I'll accompany you to the end anytime. Okay, 3 days later, come to this place to find me and we'll have a good fight. Su Li handed over a black card. Fong Yi took it and looked at it. There were 4 big words "Hua Family Boxing Gym" printed on it. No problem. I hope you won't be so tortured that you cry. Captain, the target has really appeared. Fong Kong, who had been monitoring an apartment building opposite, suddenly said. Su Li and Fong Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in a windbreaker and a mask sneaking into the building. Is he Ma Bondi? Fong Yi recognized the other person's back at a glance. You still have some foresight. Su Li snorted coldly. Xiao Kong, call for support immediately. I'll go and take a look first. Fong Kong said, Captain, he is a vicious fugitive and he may have a gun on him. It's too dangerous for you to go up alone. Why don't you wait for backup to arrive? Don't worry, I'll go up and check out the location. You stay here and wait for support. Su Li said without question. Sutai, Miss Su. How about I go with you? Fong Yi volunteered. The vest I'm wearing can provide a good cover. What do you think? Su Li refused. No, Ma Bandi knows you. Fong Yi put on the helmet. Isn't this okay? Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, he added, that guy didn't escape from Huahai City. He must have taken revenge on Xiao Wei and me. For both public and private reasons, I can't let him get away with it. Fong Kong also persuaded, Captain, Mr. Fong is quite skilled, and I feel more at ease with him around. Just agree to it. Okay, but once you get in, you have to follow my instructions. No problem. Fong Yi quickly took the takeaway from Fong Kang's arms and said, borrow it for a while, and I'll return it to you later. I haven't drunk it yet. Drink later. The two walked into the apartment one after another. Ma Bondi had already disappeared. Su Li placed her arrest warrant on the front desk. Officer, what can I do for you? Asked the man at the front desk. Which floor did the person who just came and go to? It seems to be the 3rd or 4th floor. I can't remember clearly. Can you check the surveillance to see which room he entered? I'm sorry, most of the surveillance cameras upstairs are broken. Su Li had no choice but to go to the 3rd floor with Fong Yi to check. After seeing the 2 people enter the elevator, the man at the front desk secretly sent a message on his mobile phone. After receiving the news, Ma Bondi, who had just sat down to eat noodles, stood up immediately. Brother D, is there something wrong? Ahu, who was cleaning his gun, also became alert. There's a thunder coming up? Let's go. The 2 put the luggage bags they had prepared long ago on their shoulders, then calmly opened the door and left. In the elevator, Su Li directly pressed the button for the 8th floor. Fong Yechi asked, didn't you say we were going to the 3rd floor? That man is lying. Su Li said calmly. The other elevator clearly stopped at the 8th floor. No one was in or out of the apartment just now. Ma Bondi must have gone to the 8th floor. What if you guessed wrong? If my guess is wrong, then we shouldn't be in any danger when we get out of the elevator later. Su Li pulled out a pistol from her waist and loaded it. Stand against the wall and don't show your head, she warned. Ma Bondi is a ruthless man. Several of our colleagues have been seriously injured while trying to capture him. Although his body had been strengthened by the system, Fong Yi did not dare to gamble whether he could withstand the bullets, and immediately leaned against the wall obediently. Ma Bandi was about to go downstairs through the fire escape when Ahu suddenly said, Brother D, look, the elevator seems to be coming up. Damn it. Alpha must have been discovered by Lei Zi. Let's kill them first. Good. The 2 men pulled out sawn-off shotguns from their travel bags and hit on both sides of the elevator, one on the left and one on the right. Sure enough, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor, and after a ding, the door slowly opened. When the door was half opened, 4 black gun muzzles were suddenly thrust in. Although Su Li was prepared, she was still frightened when she saw this scene. Get down! Fong Yi didn't have time to think. He roared and threw her to the ground. Boom! Thunderous gunshots rang out almost at the same time, and hundreds of iron sands raged wildly in the elevator. Fong Yi, who was lying on Su Li, felt as if his back was run over by a tank. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the bumpy walls red. At such a close distance, The attack range of Taisha could almost cover the entire elevator, so he was naturally doomed. Before the smoke cleared, Ma Bondi could see the figure on the ground. His back was covered in blood, and his yellow vest was torn. Ahu rubbed his head and said, "Brother D, did we hit the wrong guy? This guy looks like a food delivery man." Ma Bondi spat on the ground. "Pa, you wasted my 2 bullets. You are unlucky. Don't be a delivery boy in your next life. Let's go." The two were about to put away their guns and leave when Suli suddenly pushed Fong Yi away, aimed at them, and fired 2 shots. Her shooting skills were pretty good to begin with, and at such a close distance she could hit whatever she pointed at. The 2 robbers were each shot in the thigh and fell down screaming. Suli did not dare to neglect it. She stood up and shot them several more times in the arm without hesitation until the 2 men completely lost their ability to resist. Fong Yi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Speak quickly." Suli, crying bitterly, shook Fong Yi desperately. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to save others just now, he would have been the one lying in a pool of blood. "No, it's okay," Fong Yi said weakly, "but if you shake it harder, then it's hard to say." His entire back was torn off by the iron sand, and it was a miracle that he did not die. "You're not dead. That's great." Suli was overjoyed and threw herself into his arms, crying. "First, stop crying so much. Please call an ambulance for me. My back hurts so much that I can't breathe." Suli finally came to her senses. "Hold on a moment. I'll call an ambulance right away." While she was frantically making the phone call, the dying Fong Yi suddenly heard a beautiful voice. "Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, and be rewarded with intermediate physical enhancement. Chapter 51, My childhood friend is getting married."